Hey guys. Welcome to Storm Dragon's fanfics. The fanfic link will be in the description, so please show support to the author. Almost 100 years of peace, I watch practically my entire team around the table talking animatedly about the next Founder Festival. A big celebration for the 100 years of my ascension to Demon Lord and a few years short of the end of the war that ascended me into practical godhood. Lord Rimuru is the most powerful god in the entire university. Enough of that. I don't wanna know it. I'm just a humble worker from a construction firm that got lucky and now I can do whatever I want. Yes, exactly. I could open a restaurant. No. We unanimously cautioned as she deflated and looked around in mild confusion. Yeah, she's gotten way better than back then, but apparently, a century is not enough time for her to make the stuff she cooks look any better even with her chef skill. Maybe some things aren't meant to change. But still, Benimaru sighs, how do we make the Founder Festival as grand as the first celebration? We had a lot of new and impressive things that now are the norm in Tempest, and even in Gracia spent 12 years constructing a coliseum based on our own. That's not going to be enough. That's why I say we need something new. Like my restaurant. I second the something new, but maybe not a restaurant. The discussion continues as I wish Mjolmile was here to bounce ideas off with. He passed away of old age a few decades back. I'm really outliving humans and still looking like a teen. How things have changed and yet they feel the same. It's making me nostalgic. And talking about feeling and nostalgia, a particular feeling suddenly pulls at me from a certain place across time and space. Report. I know, I can't believe it. I feel my slimy heart figuratively skip a beat and I'm filled with wonder and excitement. Guys. I call everyone into silence. I'm taking an undefined vacation. I leave everything to you. They all look baffled and some are suddenly on the verge of tears. Come on. My lord. Why so suddenly? But the festival . Can I come with? Pandemonium broke. Yeah, maybe I should have expected that. Something just came up. I'm going alone, and if I need anyone, I'll contact one of you. I stand up as I conjure my most iconic royal clothing around me. The black sleeveless jacket, with gold and MHA steel alloy bracelets and the white cape hanging low from my shoulders. I want to make a show of this, after all. Plus, the change of clothes from my casual hoodie to this drew the crew into submission, sensing that it was serious, somehow. Well, whenever I'm playing or lazing around, I find a way to justify it as some kind of research or something productive, mostly thanks to Seal, so, no one truly expects me to say vacations and actually mean it. I know you can solve all this while I'm gone. Good luck. The ones who aren't looking at me with pitiful big round puppy dog eyes, bow at me respectfully in farewell. And with that, I let the summoning take place as I disappear from this world I call home. Summoning energy force insufficient to successfully call Lord Rimuru. I will proceed to aid their efforts with stored MHA calls. Thanks, Seal. I assume they had enough energy to make the connection but fell short on the trip? Correct. Whoever it is, they are completely insane to summon a higher being like me. A high-ranking adventurer is able to summon a lesser demon at great cost, while only the best magicians in the world can summon high spirits or greater demons, and even they would be unable to summon me without my assistance. For otherworlder summoning, at least 30 mages are required, so I don't expect any less than that making the effort to summon me right now, and it probably took a few lives just to make the connection if they already run out of energy. It would be a shame for them to see others die and not even be able to successfully summon whatever they are calling over. Yes, they are idiots for attempting this, but what can I say? I'm really curious. Plus, it's that place. It's Earth. I really want to see what it looks like now. I'm being summoned to a time a few hundred years into the future after I died as Satoru Mikami, my previous human life in Japan. And neat. This is Japan too. I'll get to practice my Japanese again. One of the first things I would like to do is run across Akihabara and buy every single manga I can get. Does Akihabara still exist? I hope so. Maybe I can find something like an antique store and buy the last volumes of the mangas I never bothered to go back and get. Tempest Entertainment and manga are coming up pretty nicely, but there's just this feeling you can only get from Japanese media. But before all that, I have a business to attend. I materialize in a show of black flames from an insanely and unnecessarily huge summoning circle made of blood. Bodies litter the border of it and a couple of big shots stand a bit away from the circle in front of me. A single summoner remains awake and alive on his hands and knees. After seeing my form, he smiles tiredly and drops unconscious, leaving a dangerous guy that looks like the boss and his pet boy, underlying or whatever, alone in the large creepy room with me. Oh, man. This is super dramatic. Good thing I had the foresight to put on my good clothes. It reminds me of the time I summoned Diablo for the first time. But unlike him, I'm not dropping to my knees and offering eternal loyalty like a weirdo. No, if anything, this guy looks like bad news, he feels downright evil. I already don't want anything to do with him. The boss exudes an ominous aura, unlike any human I've ever seen. Something is wrong. Okay, many things are wrong here. It's not just the boss, he's the clearest one since he's the strongest of them, but the rest are. It's confirmed, Master. These are a new form of human evolution, neo-humans, every single specimen in this room. The heck? But this is Japan, right? There is no doubt. What even is a neo-human? As far as I can tell, they are a variation of humans, possibly drifting away from the normal evolutionary line of enlightened to saint and not imagine either, since they don't contain MHA culls. Still, their soul seems to be broader and they all seem to share a common aspect, a skill system different from the ones we are familiar with. A new skill system? Yeah, I can see all of them have skills, which is rare for humans. But no, it's not completely different from our system since I can decipher it at a glance, it's just slightly different and possibly only restricted to these neo-humans. Further inspection is required to gain a clear answer. They remind me of otherworlders when their souls become so full of magic that they develop skills to reach equilibrium. But without MHA culls, how could that be? There are no MHA culls on Earth. I have a request. You want to study them, right, Sensei? Please. You know, you really got a troubling skill kink there. I could sense Seal growing sheepish with no intention to refute my claim. Oh well, I can't deny you. We'll figure it out. Thank you very much, Lord Rimuru. If that's all you need to be happy, then no problem. Actually, it's been a while since Seal had a fun project. This trip is becoming highly beneficial for me and my partner. All that analysis and exchange lasted just a second as the wind subsided in the room while my hair and cape settled behind me. I set my gaze squarely upon Boss Guy while I slowly lift my chin in a condescending manner. Waiting to see if they say anything, but both men seems locked in place. Well, they summoned me, what did they expect? I am Demon Lord Rimuru Tempest, King of Monsters. My Japanese is fresh as ever. Who dares to summon me? I used to enjoy the cute little girl play back in the day, and I would have probably enjoyed playing cutely around right now, but that doesn't work as much anymore. Firstly, I have become accustomed to the threatening, haughty poise. Something I need to pull out from time to time depending on who I'm meeting. Like with this guy. The other reason is that it worked best when I was still just a demon lord and not a true dragon. I look a bit more mature after my evolution, even if still cute, Shizu's beauty clings more to me now. Whatever fear-induced or star-struck spell had them bound to the spot was broken by my voice. Tamura. Boss Guy commands calmly. Yes, Sensei. The boy answers and takes a step towards me, lifts his hands and... Hey. That's rude. I swiftly blocked the seal he tried to apply on me. Wah dash. The Tamura boy stumbles in surprise backward as I move toward him faster than he can react and grab him behind his neck, forcing him to kneel in front of me. Boss guy calmly assessed me as I felt a few different variations of sensorial and analyze skills bouncing against my firewall. Of course he's strong. This guy has a variation of my predator skill. No wonder he rules around here. Besides, from what I can tell, he could challenge an awakened demon lord. How is this possible on Earth? But his attempts are not enough against me, and he seems to realize that as his skills fail to get a read out of me. He must have quickly come to one conclusion: I'm more than he can handle. Bossman is faceless with his full head helmet, but I can sense him frowning, completely unpleased with this turn of events. I quickly activate my universal perception to get a glance at his face and instantly regret doing that. Trenny would have her first potato nightmare if she ever saw this guy's face. That's terrifying. Just what happened to this guy? As a matter of fact, even truly faceless, I can actually see him frown, his mouth, his only real facial feature, twisted in anger as he used a few sensorial skills to watch his protege writhing and clawing with all his fingers at my hand and wrist that holds him behind his neck, activating his skill but failing miserably at the face of my physical attack nullification. No attack can affect me even if I drop my multidimensional barrier. Answer my question. I put pressure on the tall man pretending to be calm in front of me. He seems to deem his situation a lost cause as he totally switches techniques and lets out a jovial laugh, opening his arms invitingly and trying to defuse the tension. What a pleasant surprise. Demon Lord Rimuru Tempest, we haven't seen a demon such as yourself before. Please, forgive my student's rudeness. We should have known such trickery wouldn't work in you. We wished to bring forth the strongest demon, and I am completely pleased and honored to have succeeded in meeting you. What nonsense is this? Did he just call me a demon? This fool must have practiced lesser to greater demon summoning magic and must have thought that Demon Lord was another demon evolution, completely unaware that demon lordification is another evolutionary line unrelated to demons. Coincidentally, Lord Rimuru is the culmination of all forms of higher beings, which means Master could be considered the strongest demon. Okay, then. But if you are going to summon someone, even if cruel, is basic knowledge in the Western nations that if you want to put a seal on it, you put it on the moment of the summoning, not after. Well, it was common knowledge until I forbade it in otherworlders. Anyway, demon summoning must be very new and experimental here on Earth. My name is All for One, and this is my student Shigaraki Tamura. You could have started with that, man. But that's clearly not his name. Not like I care, but my analyze and assess is so refined that I can actually see that's your skill name. So that's totally your performer introduction. I'm fine with that. I'll give you a warning, All for One. You better not try to summon another demon lord, or another strongest demon. You are lucky you actually landed on me, the strongest of both categories. If you were to summon any of the others who are barely below me, you chance the risk to bring forth the unnegotiable kind. I let go of Tamura's neck, who quieted once his mentor started his spiel, and I calmly walk back towards the summoning circle. Sensei dash, he growls. Quiet, Tamura. Thanks, I don't want to hear the kid's tantrum. Is it safe to assume you are open to negotiations, then? Since you failed to subjugate me. Depending on your wish, I might decide to grant it. There's always a price, though. No way I'm giving this guy a wish for free. Besides, he doesn't look like the kind to offer loyalty as payment. That's usually how my exchanges go, so I actually don't know what to ask in return for whatever he wants. A wish. He repeats in a wistful tone. Silence fills the room for a moment as he decided what he wants out of me. Can you cure me? I can. I feel seal brimming with joy. How lucky, to have this strong specimen with the nice skill be her first study subject of the neo-human species. What is the price? He asks warily, surely expecting me to ask for his soul or something. I mean, Seal would love that, but I feel like she's already getting enough out of this exchange. Nothing nefarious, but I'll get back to you on that. I want to see what this planet has to offer first. Very well, it's a deal. That being said, we close the distance between us as he takes out his helmet. Seeing his face with my own eyes doesn't make it any better. I put my hand over his face regardless as I release a tiny portion of gas to spare this man from the pain he would have suffered otherwise from my predation. I eat his skin and his damaged respiratory system once I'm sure the gas is in effect, and I instantly heal his entire body, restoring it as if new and removing the gas effect. Initializing analysis of predated tissues. You sound way too chipper there, Seal-sensei. Curly white hair and red cruel eyes greet the world in who knows how long. He looks around, enjoying sight again and touching his face and hair with clear delight. Yeah, I know how that feels. I was kind of the same when I got back into human shape. It was a shame that I was also grieving Shizu at the time, but when I stopped crying and had time on my own, I was admiring the world and my body in a very similar way. I feel you, presumably very evil man. Ah. Incredible, I feel so alive. The man brims with energy that seemed subdued a moment ago. He's bad news. I might have just done something horrible to this world. But it's no problem and Seal is happy, so it pays off. Well, then. I'll take my leave. Until later. I turn my back on them and use spatial domination to move atop the building. I look up at the starless night with that glow of impure air only Earth seems to be able to archive. The full moon looks dull in a way I haven't seen in far too long. I face forward. And here it is, Japan. The buildings, the lights, the noise, the foul smell. How rare to find it nostalgic. It's not so different from what I remember. That's strange, considering hundreds of years have passed since I last was here. I expected, I don't know, flying cars or something futuristic. I take a deep breath and I stretch, feeling somewhat free and rejuvenated. Feels like the beginning of a new adventure, and that brings an honest smile to my face. I have successfully connected to satellite internet. Oh dash. Sensei. You are the best. Seal preened at my praise. I researched historical information on the rays of quarks, the local denomination of skills on neo-human individuals. Nice, lay it on me. MHM. I see. Isn't this a bit suspicious? Quarks rise right after Satoru Mikami's death. I have a theory regarding that. Oh yes, I have a theory regarding that too, but I'm not sure if I want to hear it. The first neo-human was a male child named Satoru Tamura in the Chinese city of Qingqing with a luminescence skill. Are you kidding me? Hold on. Time out. There is too much information to unpack in that single sentence. First of all, Tamura. If I remember correctly, Mikoi Tamura-kun promised to name his kid after me. Is that his kid? Satoru Tamura's parents are Miho Tamura and... It's them. It's their child. I can't believe the first superhuman was named after me. So then, China. Don't tell me Tamaka-kun finally grew some balls, actually did his job well, and got promoted to the China division? If so, congratulations. You make your senpai proud hundreds of years into the future. I guess I gave him a last parting gift via super-powered offspring. Sorry, I guess I caused him some trouble. So it confirms it, doesn't it, Sensei? It's my fault. Neo-humans were created because of me. It is not Lord Rimuru's fault if he wasn't aware of it. Oh, but it is. Apparently, whenever this soul dies, an accident occurs and in a roundabout way, a new species is born. When Veldanava died, dragons emerged. And when Satoru died, neo-humans did. Neither happened because of our deaths. But they started a chain effect with these results. In this case, calculations say that humans at that point in time experienced a magical and mystical soul overexposure, starting a biological and spiritual change. That must have been because the voice of the world came over and retrieved me from this world. And then my soul started its evolution right here. Not during the trip like normally otherworlders have it. Meaning that I already had the MHA calls to evolve my soul on Earth. In short, humans only had one of two choices, die or adapt. And luckily the latter happened. Too many unusual things going on, and Tamura was the most exposed out of everyone. I really don't want to know what could come up if I die again. Probably some kind of slimy monster, but it's unlikely that'll ever happen. At least they haven't been anything grotesque like Charybdis. Take that, Feldera. I gloat nonsensically over something completely out of our control. So, what about the all-for-one study? It is a very fine research subject, Master. This individual happens to date from the era of the quirk emergence. His skill is a deviation from predator and food chain. It allows the user to take skills and to evolve neo-human victims into humans. Oh. Like when you squeeze magicals from hippocute herb and it returns to being weed. Why do I feel like you are a bit disappointed? Additionally, All for One can store skills in its library and grant them to humans as well as neo-humans. You ignored me. It is your imagination. No, I think you did. Regardless, giving another skill to a neo-human, whose soul is already too big for their body, sounds dangerous. And, will humans evolve into neo-humans if they receive a skill? It's just a skill, it shouldn't deviate them from the enlightened evolutionary line, right? As Lord Rimuru infers, gifting skills to neo-humans will only shorten their lifespan since their bodies wouldn't be able to hold shape for long. As expected. As for human individuals, calculations say they won't evolve into neo-humans. I imagined. It's just like a human with a normal skill. But why is that, exactly? These skills are still a bit different. These skills, as this society calls them, quirks, act in a unique form. They are the equivalent of a unique skill in power while being bound to the physical body like an intrinsic skill. Unlike normal intrinsic skills that are bound to species, quirk skills, as we may call them, are specific to each individual, aligning to the data into their souls, not unlike a unique skill. Being a mix of both, it affects the individual physical composition, turning into a hereditary component exclusive to the neo-human species. Wow, just wow. All for One library really gave all of that away? I predated a little bit on individual Shigaraki Tamura while Master was holding him to reach a perfect conclusion. You are so sneaky. But yes, All for One quirk skill library contained thousands of soul extracts with quirk skills to analyze. Of course. So, quirk skills being a middle point of unique and intrinsic skill, given to a non-neo-human just translates into a unique skill, is that it? Correct. Meaning they could still evolve into enlightened. Interesting. Neo-humans' quirk skills are highly exploitable if they are hereditary. There could be family lines of a specific type of quirk skill that way. Variety would be so extensive that discrimination would be very hard to come by. But knowing human nature, they'll always find a way to look down on someone else. Maybe there's something to be found about that and this dark side led by All for One. This is exciting. I want to see what kind of society rules this world. I walk the night streets of Kamino back in the hoodie I was wearing earlier to mingle as I go wow, and wah dash, left and right. The shopping district is so alive. Just like I remember. Technology seems mostly the same, but you can see a couple of wild new inventions here and there. People are bustling with life and joy as teenagers talk about this idol or the other. And most importantly, there are so many kinds of neo-humans. Everyone has their body altered to fit their quirk skills in a soft, unnoticeable inner way, but some are externally so wildly different from common humans that a demi-human or even a Majin like me could walk among them and no one would even notice. Even Geld with his big piggy body could be here and no one would scream and run for their lives. How cool is that? I look completely fine here, my semi-translucent hair and my golden eyes are practically the norm here. I could even pop out my wings and no one will care. But as I've been researching with Seal, quirk usage is forbidden in public spaces by the Japanese government and it's a recurrent rule in other nations following the quirk war to maintain peace and keep the public safe. A pity. That's also very troublesome. I can't imagine people not being able to use their skills in Tempest, that sounds like tyranny. The rule is to simply respect and take care of the other and anyone can be flying, running at super speed, shadow stepping, popping things out of their stomachs or even casting magic as long as no one gets hurts. Of course, kids are more prone to create accidents, but we have schools for that and parents always enforce rules and teach them appropriately to prevent that. It maybe is that since quirk skills are so unique by each individual, it makes such a reality harder to reach, but I don't think it's impossible. Regardless, I can't use my skills. As I walk in front of a karaoke, a pair of drunk men walk out leaning on each other with their ties around their foreheads. I couldn't help to let out a laugh. They immediately start flirting with me and like the cunning little girl I am, I ask if they can lend me their phone to make a call with some bullshit excuse about mine being no good. Well, it's not a lie, mine doesn't work here since it's powered by magic. One very drunk gentleman hands me his and I quickly make a copy of it in my imaginary space. No way. How silly of me. I can't remember the number. I try my best to look pitiful. Can you hand me some money for a cab? Pretty please. Surprisingly, my victim is extremely gullible, or hopelessly drunk, because he hands me his entire wallet for me to take some cash from. Man, be a little bit more careful, alright? I make a copy on the entire wallet too and bid my farewell to the nice gentleman. Not without some resistance from them, of course, but they are so on the verge of face planting to the ground that they are unable to do anything but scream, "Don't go, Oni-chan." And I make an elegant escape skipping away like a child. Counterfeit local currency was successfully recreated with stored materials. Cool. Plastic composition analyzed. It is possible to create credit and debit cards once Lord Rimuru decides on his local ID. I was thinking that it'll be easier to pretend to be from abroad. Maybe England. But I don't know about a profession. Are there any cool studies from big schools that'll give me good prestige? Heroic studies is Earth's most applied category of education from youngsters all over the world, though the acceptance rate is nowhere as close as the number of applicants, implying that it is the most elite study of interest. This includes in order of apparent importance, pro-hero law enforcement, heroic media and marketing, heroes support manufacture, heroic theoretical and law pedagogy, heroic practical and quirk counseling pedagogy, hero. Seal, hold on. Hold on. Did you just list a bunch of incredible and wild stuff? Heroes. Like heroes? What do you mean heroics? A pro-hero seems to mean a professional title granted in this world after 3 years of studies in heroic-oriented high schools that provides the individual the aptitude to use their quirk skill to enforce law and order. No way. Like in mangas. That's so cool. Ah, but it's not that they are true heroes, right? I doubt Earth makes people that strong in the regular even with neo-humans having skills, right? I mean, All for One has the strength required to obtain a hero's egg, but since there aren't any spirits on Earth, he can't get the blessing to become a true hero, so it's unrelated to the hero evolution. And based on All for One data, neo-humans seem unable to acquire hero's eggs. Oof. That's lucky. I don't know how to feel as a demon lord on a planet full of people calling themselves heroes, but at least none of them are actually evolved into one. That wouldn't be a problem even if they were. Of course not, they are not strong enough against me, but it's psychological pressure. It's not good for my demon lord heart. I have my fair share of true hero friends, but they can be counted with the fingers of one hand. There must be people on earth calling themselves heroes in every corner. In fact, I become keenly aware of a few people that have come and gone running using their quirk skills on the rooftops around where I've been walking, and I sense a scuffle a few streets away. They all had slightly stronger presences than the general public. So, those must be heroes. Somehow, I don't want to get their attention, but I'll keep in mind that if anything happens, I better not get involved and get one of these guys to solve whatever is going on. It's actually really cool, and they seem to concentrate on areas where there are more people around. Heroes, Back to picking a profession. That's not for me, but being allowed to use skills is a plus. Are there any of those proposed professions allowed to use skills in some way? Yes, although limited. Heroic media and marketing along with heroic practical and quirk counseling pedagogy have field permits. So, they allow me to use skills exclusively for my profession? Correct. Not ideal enough. But it can do for now. Heroic pedagogy it is. Very well. Development of international and national ID, successful. Quirk registry, successful. Educational and professional registry, successful. Field permit license, successful. Financial accounts, successful. Credit and debit card developments, successful. And just like that, I was ready to live life again as an earthling. I book a hotel room and hole myself in there for the rest of the night, abusing my new phone and the internet to inform myself of how people live around and anything necessary for me to know about my pretended profession. I create my own accounts on social media and all, shooting a couple of photos of myself for it. There are actually a few photos Framea took of me over the years that are pretty nice, and I put those up too, not even caring if there are any of my other friends from Tempest present. After all, their appearance really doesn't disturb any kind of order in this planet. Framea truly became too good at taking photos. My favorites are the casual ones that look as if they were taken in a studio with makeup artists and everything. She turned into a teacher as she became too old to follow me around anymore. Rabbitmen don't live any longer than a human lifespan. Framea is still kicking around since she's named, though. Now a new disciple of her is the one responsible to take photos of me and my staff. Oh, she must be crying if she found out I won't be there for a while for whatever monthly photo session she had planned. Not my problem. I never cared much about that, anyway. But some of those are good for my new socials. That's cool. I look legit now. Once I deem my socials acceptable, I proceed to stalk people and follow up on popular topics. I make some very nice discoveries. Like all that heroes support technological advance. Some big names are very interesting and I subscribe to that immediately. Maybe I can take some ideas to bring back to Tempest. I find out about hero rankings and all that spectacle show they pull for the media. Some are very focused on entertainment. That All Might fellow is nuts. Just like a superhero from the United States. And of course, I end up following a couple of Hero Oni-san. I feel a sudden metaphorical chill run down my back. Changing topics, I need to get an actual place. I shouldn't stay in a hotel room more than necessary. Maybe I should get a humble single ambient apartment like the one I used to have before. But I'm still unsure of where. I can't forget that I need to think about all for one's payment. I have an idea, but I don't know how to go around it. Maybe a walk during the daytime and enjoying some shopping is going to give me a better impression of things. As morning arrived, I went out to find a place to have breakfast and enjoy some local food. It became a busy day, stopping to try different foods every now and then, getting into the stores, and buying a new, more well-equipped phone, a laptop, and some clothes. I was impressed that the variety of clothing was even more inclusive than the one we offer at Tempest, so there was plenty to choose from. Of course, I let the ladies at the store offer things for me since I suck at fashion. Yes, I know, I still suck at fashion after so long. But the ladies choose some clothes that felt very comfortable and airy with puffy long sleeves and a backless section right where I can pop my wings out without damaging the fabric. I need to be careful with my wings here. Normal clothes don't adapt to extra body parts like Tempe's Tien fashion. I think it is a little too feminine choice compared to what I usually wear, but it felt really nice so I let it be. Not as nice as Hell Moth Silk, but nothing can beat Hell Moth Silk. That's an unfair comparison. I saw many pro heroes making patrols on the streets. The people got excited and often approached them asking for photos as if they were idols. It was pretty nice to watch and the heroes were always very polite to their fans. Others went widely ignored though the civilians still treated them with respect and bowed at them regardless. These must have not been as popular. It reminds me a lot of monsters back in Tempest if I'm being honest. Strong monsters are admired and treated like celebrities too. It has a lot to do with every strong monster being part of some sort of elite force so, yes there are plenty of reasons to look up to them. Heroes are kind of similar here. That vision makes me feel a bit more at home if I'm being honest. Last night I was rather annoyed at pro heroes for being so much more privileged than the rest, but now I like them a bit more. As long as they protect people and treat everyone with care, it's cool. I had nigiri as dinner while watching the news at a restaurant. I really miss the original white rice. I still haven't been able to truly copy this flavor. I'm glad to try it again after so long. I enjoyed my food, talked a bit with the people at the stores, walked around a bit more, and just like that, nighttime arrived again. I didn't leave Kamino Ward. It's actually pretty huge but tomorrow I'm absolutely going to Akihabara. As it turns out, it still exists. Of course otakus would survive a literal world war and save Akihabara, their heaven and reason to live. So, manga day for tomorrow. I strayed into a lonely street with a vending machine while I decided what to drink. The sound of the can hitting the metal floor made me feel good. I popped it open and took a swing at it. Ah! You can't get this artificial flavor anywhere back home. I didn't remember aspartame being like this. Oh, tartrazine is still a thing? MH, the colorants and preservatives swim over my tongue in a clear otherworldly way. It's kinda disgusting. I love it. Master, there are 2 signals of hostile intention detected. Yeah, let a hero deal with it. Oh man, I recreated carbonated drinks in Tempest but this is a category all on its own. Target is Rimuru Tempest. Yes, I figured. I'm on Earth, and I need to attain by Japan rules. So I can't get involved, sorry Seal. MH, this is good. What other flavors are there? No pro heroes were detected nearby. Really? What are they doing if not their job, then? I pick up a new flavor and just as I open the can, a hand comes at me. In my accelerated perception I see it in slow motion while transforming into ropes. I look at it absolutely fascinated as it bounds my hands and sends my kin flying. No. I watch it hit the ground and spill everywhere as the neo-human bounds his other roped hand around my legs and lifts me into the air. My super artificial flavored grape juice. I would tear up if I could. I think there are better things to worry about, Missy. Another guy says as he approaches my face with a cloth in his hands. There's no need for this much violence, right, gentlemen? I manage to ask before I let the guy tie it over my mouth. He looks at me like I'm the weirdest catch he's ever gotten. Yes, yes I am. I'm utterly uninterested in doing anything to defend myself. It's not like they can do anything to me anyway. But, you know. Rope hands have his fingers around me. If I put a little bit of force I might hurt him and I rather not do that. Meanwhile what's up with this chic guy has a mild thought communication type quirk skill that I want to see in action. Rope hands lodged me over his shoulders in a fireman's carry and they both run across an alley, where I can see a van on the other side. There really are no heroes around. These guys know how to kidnap girls and are very organized, as I can see. How many have they gotten? I feel a signal coming out of the thought communication guy and I decode it. It's Morse. He can send Morse codes to a person within a range. That's really cool. He side-eyes me as he sends the message, informing them that he got the girl and that my quirk seems to be resistance to whatever sleep-inducing substance is in the cloth tied around my face. I didn't even notice that. He's assuming that's all I can do. That seems to be how most quirk skills work here. One effect and that's all. This is fun and all, but if no heroes step up their game, then I guess I'll have no choice but to show these guys how mistaken they are. I assume I can use skills for self-defense, right? But what are the specifics of my field permit, anyway? Heroic Practical and Quirk Counseling Pedagogy Field Permit License allows the use of quirk skills during teaching experiences in the presence of students, even in public places. It does not allow the educator to perform hero work in law enforcement without the explicit permission of a certified pro hero on site or call in extraordinary circumstances. That's pretty limited. So, you are telling me I need to be in cahoots with a hero to gain some independence? You could say that. People on Earth have it rough. Things get a bit hectic arriving at the van. I get checked out from my belongings, but they don't find anything since everything is in my imaginary space. I get actual ropes around me and I'm thrown inside with both guys guarding me and covering my eyes since I didn't fall asleep. Man, this is awful. I can't help but think about the number of victims under these guys' hands. Sentient beings trafficking is one of the most disgusting things you can participate in. These people don't deserve forgiveness. And here I am, sparing rope hands' fingers. But to be fair, this is not my federation, and if anyone should judge these guys, is this country's government. Not me. I actually don't think this is gonna end well. I've been mapping the route and checking Kamino Ward from the satellite view, so I know exactly what's going on. Still, no heroes are noticing anything amiss. This is actually a part of Yokohama City. I'm glad to see some things haven't changed so much. Finally, we arrive somewhere and I'm led to a room full of scared and filthy girls. A sentry guy tried to inject me something, but before I could panic, because how do I pretend that I can take that in without them noticing I'm not actually human? The guys who have been with me inform him it's unnecessary and to save it for someone else. Yeah, my quirk, it's supposed to be opioid nullification of something like that by what these people think. But I'm left curious. What was that? It's a quirk skill, opioid. Ah. You are telling me that it's a sort of quirk suppressant, and since they think my quirk nullifies opioids, it would create a paradox? That's not exactly accurate, but live a little, it's still funny. But it brings the question, that sort of thing can only work in the body, can it affect intrinsic skills? An individual without abnormal status nullification would have their intrinsic skills blocked temporarily. Lord Rimuru is above that, of course. Oof. Thank you, I wouldn't want to suddenly lose my human shape if I somehow get affected by that. Imagine turning into a smile in front of the many Neo who. There are humans here. I'm left in the room filled with filthy girls. Most are under the effect of the quirk suppressant drug. The ones who are, have an ink stamp on their forearms, marked like animals and a reminder of who must be kept under drugs daily. A couple of them are humans and their arms are clean of the drug and ink, but they look the worst of them all, like they haven't been having a very good life even before being abducted. Some look like they have lost all hope with their gaze lost and clouded, while a few still sniffle or have red-rimmed eyes. Particularly, the humans have no will to live left. This is horrible. They say nothing. Only a few neo-humans look at me with pity. It's definitely not the place for small talk. Just, what are these heroes doing? Come get these girls. Damn it. I expand my senses to the entire building and its surroundings. We are by the shore. I sit beside one of the girls who looked at me. Hey. Hey, her voice is raspy, but at least she talks. A bunch of men are preparing a ship. I snoop into their transactions. 30 women, as promised. You almost didn't make it, bastard. Shipment is tonight. I'm Rimuru, I work as a teacher. She just looks at me while another girl snorts humorlessly. You used to work as a teacher. Rimuru-san. The other girl says. Get used to the idea that that's all for us. She sighs. I calculate the number of people involved and which are armed. Check escape routes. Nearest police stations and heroes. What did you do, then? I try to get comfortable on the floor while other girls seem to want in the conversation. That doesn't matter now. She answers. Seal, predict heroes' patrol routes. Warn me at the best time and angle to call their attention. Understood. The first girl I talk to seems to want to get a distraction. I worked part-time at a convenience store. It barely allowed to get me by. I worked at a club. I wanted to quit but, maybe not like this. Another answer. I worked at a nursery school, but some parents didn't like that I was quirkless. A human said, ah, they call humans quirkless, I see. That's pretty mean. And so, they shared their realities. Most of them had it rough from way before, they must have been carefully targeted, and they must have figured I'm a traveler with no family around. All of them were discriminated against for being quirkless or having weak quirks or were poor or associated with criminals or weren't close with their families or made the wrong friends. Only a couple did have more accomplished lives, but this criminal organization had made their families disappear. In short, no one was looking for them. And they have lost everything. Seal. Yes, Lord Rimuru. Search for a big residential. You know what I want. Understood. I need to take these girls out of here, but that's clearly not going to be enough. I'll have to at least give them a chance out there. And that means bringing them under my protection. If they accept, of course. And with this, a full idea is born. I managed to have a taste of how life is around here. A bit good, a bit bad. It's not in perfect equilibrium. Japan, at least, needs a change, and I plan to help from the shadows. Although I'm going to start with a bit of a big show. Hey, everyone. I'm actually a guy. If there was a girl not paying attention, that was until I broke their impression of me. It got every single one of them looking at me with surprise. Transaction for residential completed in the Shizuoka Prefecture. We will be waiting for the legal papers in the morning. Lord Rimuru is allowed to use it as of now. Seal shows me the blueprints of the place in my mind. It's perfect. It's a bit further away from here, but that shouldn't be a problem. Listen up. I can get us all out of here. And not only that, if you have nowhere to go, you can come with me. I just moved into Japan yesterday and I have a huge place that needs people working in it. You all up for this? They all look at me with bafflement. What are you talking about? How are you going to take us out? You are just a teacher, and I heard the guys saying you only had a drug nullification quirk. That's not very funny. Of course, they are skeptical. But a good chunk of them seems to have regained some hope and stare at me wordlessly. I'm not lying, I assure them firmly. They mistook my quirk, I smirk. Then what is it? I don't know if you'll believe me even if I tell you, but I'm not just any teacher. I'm a heroics teacher, and I've raised very powerful heroes under my hellish training. I show them my field permit license where the word hero covers most of the card. As I researched last night, hero licenses of all kinds actually have a huge hero covering pretty much the entire card. Mine only had the difference that it says education below it. That seems to move them. The word hero really is a heavy one in any world, it seems. They instantly seem to trust me just with that. The license actually isn't worth much. I can't do any rescuing with it, but it's great to buy trust. Besides, I'm not lying. Chloe and Kenya were my students and both are incredibly strong heroes. An off-route pro hero is approaching from the southwest at moderate speed. Very well. Time to act. How are we going to get out? A hopeful girl who hadn't talked until now asks. I'll take care of it, but it needs to be now. I heard the guys saying that they are shipping us out tonight. I stand and face the door as I sense a few men approaching. The girls gasp or cower a bit. It's all right. I'll take care of it and soon heroes will come too. Stay here. The door opens. I act instantly. I grab the first guy's rifle and hit him in the jaw with it, he drops unconscious. Ah dash. The men behind him startle but are unable to act as I kick the weapon out of one of them at the same time that I hit another behind the neck with my hand. Doing a twirl, I stand behind the one I disarmed and treat him to the same fate, letting him kiss the floor. 29 girls look at me in amazement. I know I'm cool, I'm not even trying. But what's going to be hard is pretending that I'm doing this in self-defense, so I need to slow down my movements. Especially when the hero arrives. Do me a favor, girls. Don't tell others about my quirk. I'll put a protective barrier around you so that no one can get in or hurt you as long as you lot stay in this room, okay? Some startle like I just told them something unbelievable, and a few others nod so hard I fear they might hurt their necks. I lift a barrier inside the room, lifting a finger as they gasp at the rainbow effects it caused. I leave, running southwest through a corridor as I dance around weapons and some nice-looking quirks. A few thorns fly at me, colorful balls with status effects, an arm extends and tries to grab me, floating eyes follow me and possibly report to someone, but I turn around a corner and disappear from its sight. All the while, I render the criminals unconscious. Soon, I reach a tall warehouse full of trucks and people who scream at me. Seal, what would best call this hero's attention? Unless Lord Rimuru doesn't gain direct eyesight with the individual, we won't know the nature of their quirk skill. Ah! Come on, don't be useless here. I don't want to do anything unnecessary. I just connected with the individual phone signal and based on his socials, I presume he must be sensitive to sound vibrations. That's the Seal Sensei I adore. I bring out my wings as I jump over a volley of bullets and quirks being thrown at me from the traffickers. The bullets hit the ceiling loudly, possibly enough to call attention outside, but I want to be extra sure. I dive in a kick over a guy squarely on his stomach and stole his machine gun. A machine gun? Was this guy seriously aiming at me with this? That's insane. I fly upwards again, dodging all the while, and I swing the machine gun like a baseball bat. I hit the metal beam at the top of the warehouse, causing a big bang. The men below flinch and cover their ears under the loud vibration. Then I feel a fairly powerful presence approaching fast from the southwest. Bingo! But right as I'm enjoying a job well done, a weird shell is suddenly approaching my face. Warning! Explosive quirk skill. Crap! I freak out a little as I cover my body with my wings, and the explosion is enough to blow away a hole in the ceiling. I am unharmed, of course. And I manage to successfully protect my new clothes. But it makes me look way too powerful, so I might have blown the role I'm playing a little bit. How many skills I'm letting everyone see by now? Pretending to be weak is so hard. I'm supposed to lay low and play by this world's rules. At least, the newly made hole in the ceiling allows the hero to get inside in a flurry of red feathers. The guy is good. He subdued a good portion of the criminals by detaching feathers from his wings and sending them to disarm enemies in almost no time at all, showing great skills at multitasking. Hey! I call as everyone seems to focus on him. Maybe calling him while he's being attacked it's not such a good idea, but the guy looks at me regardless with wariness hidden behind his eyes as he dodges and attacks armed criminals without skipping a beat. He's really good. But the moment he locks eyes with me, it's also the moment where the traffickers seem to remember I'm a threat too and turns to shoot at me. I could see the second the hero had a mini heart attack and his feathers lost their cool for a moment, seeming to scramble around uncoordinated. I don't know if he was torn between attacking me, protecting me, or if he was just shocked at my general meanness. Either way, he hesitated and did nothing as I dodged attacks, not even breaking eye contact with him. "Can I have your permission?" I ask as I flaunt my license at him. He gapes, and that's the moment I freak out in return. Flames lick at my wings as I block another explosion from the shell bomb quirk directed at the hero. "Idiot. Don't get distracted," I berate, turning towards him. The guy looks flustered and perplexed but almost immediately remembers that this is really not the time. "You have my permission to engage." He returns to being serious. "Thanks." I throw the machine gun directly to the forehead of shell bombing man with a funny sounding bong. I think I heard a snort behind me, but I'm not sure. From then I hide my wings again and dance around the criminals, knocking them out as I proceed back to the hallway in the direction of the girls. I have every intention to leave this guy fighting on his own. I think he can take it, anyway. But that plan goes partway as he flies to my side while letting his feathers do the work. "So, pretty lady, how did you get involved in this?" He smiles like a charming Eichmann, and I hate him a little bit for it. "Got kidnapped along a bunch of girls. They were sending us off today and I wasn't about to just stand for it." He frowns. Then looks back to the pile of bodies I left behind me. Looks back at me and smirks. "Oh, poor you. Crap." He doesn't believe a single line of it. Lord Rimuru is notoriously bad at keeping his true identity secret. Shut up. Time to make a break for it. I'm going back to the girls from this hallway to the left. You good here? Eh? Sure. I jump and instantly delete the distance between where we stood and the hallway. "Wait. What's your name?" "Rimuru." I yell as I dive back into the corridors. I pretend not to notice the red feather that latches to the hair over my nape as I run. I come across the floating eyes and they seem to freak out a little as they fall behind me to follow my movements. If these are still around here, they must be from someone reporting directly to the boss of this operation. If so, he doesn't know a hero is here since it didn't follow me to the warehouse. I quickly reach the room with the girls and find a few men standing outside doing all sorts of extravaganza to break my barrier. I drive them all unconscious in an instant. They might have not noticed me at all with all the noise they were making in front of the barrier. The girls squeal in delight as I drop the defense of the room and walk inside. Half of them had pressed themselves to the end of the room, afraid of the men outside. The other half have been close to the door spewing insults at the criminals like true lionesses. Practically all of them throw themselves at me and cling in whatever way they can. "Rimuru-sensei. I'm so glad you are okay. We were so worried. You are so cool. Are you actually a hero?" I laugh as I pet as many heads as I have hands. "No, I'm not, please don't call me a hero, my students prefer to call me a demon lord, after all. But I got a hero to come over. He's fighting a big crowd back there." "Really? That was quick. Rimuru-sensei is amazing. Please take good care of me, I'll take you up on your offer." "Me too." They all decide to follow me in whatever I have planned. "Thank you, girls. I hope we can make a good team." They all smile and tear up. I feel the hero approaching our location and quickly grab the two eyes that have been following me, blocking their visions. The girls gasps, not having noticed the spying quirk until then. I intercept the communication signal from the eyes and I locate the user on the ship. "Rimuru-chan." The hero enters the room. "Hawks. It's Hawks." Ah, that was his name. The wing hero, Hawks, is the number 6 pro hero on the Hero Billboard's ranking of Japan. "You landed a good one to help us, Seal, good job." Hawks-kun. This guy has been spying on me, but he doesn't know you are here yet. I bet he's hiding with the other guys in the ship in that direction. I point in the general direction to where I feel the signal. He frowns again. Roam his eyes over me and the rest of the girls. Stay here until help arrives. He instructs as he pulls his phone out of his pocket and leaves. I let go of the eyes, not caring what they decide to do. The girls glare at them warily, but I assure them it's okay. They dart away soon after anyway. I sense Hawks fighting in the ship as police and ambulance sirens approach our location. It's practically over, so I focus on consoling the girls, as most cry loudly at feeling rescued after who knows how many hardships. Surprisingly, even though not being an actual authoritative figure, everyone from the police and medical department treated me with great respect once they found out I'm a heroics teacher. Could it be respect for the ones responsible to educate the people who save them? Damn, that actually sounds like a lot of respect is deserved for my job. Good selection, Seal. I asked for prestige and you gave it to me. No, it was Lord Rimuru's choice. Still, you got the data. Anyway, the police and nurses must have also treated me like that, since the group of girls were being incredibly clingy to me and it visibly soothed them when I was heralded as someone with power. So I don't know, maybe they wanted to help make them feel better too. The girls look at me as their savior, that was made pretty clear very soon. We agreed beforehand to glaze over the parts where my skill was involved in front of the police to try and maintain my true nature a secret. They all accepted to help without questioning too much, oozing loyalty already. As questioning and medical treatment were over, the police offered to take us home and I gladly accepted. Though one unexpected passenger accompanied us. Oi, I side-eyed the feathered hero sitting beside me. Your agency in Fukuoka is pretty far away. You can get back there faster by flying. He smiles like the idiot I'm finding him to be. Don't be like that, Rimuru-chan. I still have business around here, but it can wait. Can I help you with something, then? A private conversation, perhaps. What for? You can't exactly blame me for being curious about you. He pins me down with a predatory bird-like gaze. Clearly conveying that he knows. What exactly does he know? I've no idea, but he won't let it go, and maybe I shouldn't either. This guy has such a bird of prey gaze, not even harpies have this bird-like intensity to them. Besides, I know of a great place we can go grab lunch tomorrow. He raises his playful persona walls again. I heard you just arrived in Japan, you gotta try the best places, don't you? Does this idiot think he can charm me with food? Damn. He's good. If the food's not good, I'm walking away. He smiles, all too pleased with himself. It makes me want to wipe it out of his face, so I couldn't help but screw up. You say you want to talk to me when it should be me reaching out to lecture you. What was that back there? Dropping your guard like that? You gotta be more careful, man. The predatory gaze is back. But you were so fast blocking that, weren't you? Crap. I better drop that. I turned to the front to busy myself talking with the police in the front seats, and we all distracted ourselves with idle chit-chat. The trip was uncomfortably long, about 2 hours, while we were lucky it was night and the road clear of traffic. It was more than enough time to make some online purchases for the new residence. The place came with a caretaker, a middle-aged man who was taking care of everything to get it ready for our arrival. And what a showy arrival we made, with several police cars, a top pro hero, and many women that clearly just survived hell by a glance. The caretaker was informed of everything beforehand, and he looked remarkably calm over the whole situation when we arrived. Everything with the police, the sudden new master of the place, preparations to receive us in just a few hours with no prior notice, and many abused girls. All in the middle of the night. The man simply approached calmly. Master Tempest, pleased to make your acquaintance. My name is Abe Yamato, and I'm glad at the opportunity to keep serving as this residence caretaker. Very composed. If I were him, I would probably be very annoyed at everything. Oh, I see. Yamato has a quirk skill that lets him compartmentalize his thought into two absolutely separate spaces. He uses the calm and collected side of his mind to act and control his body, while he uses the other one to freak out, scream in anger, etc. He gets the satisfaction of feeling and venting without affecting his exterior. It gives him a cool effect that makes him look like a super serious and dependable butler, the kind Diablo tries for but fails miserably. He reminds me more to someone like Ajira or Gunter, Luminous Butler. He's really cool. This Yamato-kun. In other words, it would be very funny to read this guy's thoughts as he serves tea or something. That's one very interesting and subtle quirk skill. MH, thank you for taking care of everything on so short notice, Yamato-kun. We'll be in your care. The girls behind me and the man exchange bows and introductions too. Yamato-kun, please lead them inside where they can eat something. Yes, sir. But Rimuru-san, one of the girls hesitate. We are still so dirty. Everyone gazes switch between themselves and the traditional style mansion in front of them nervously. Eat first, bath later. Don't be stupid, food is more important than anything you are worried about. Their eyes tear up yet again. Oh man, it's been so long since the last time I got these kinds of reactions out of people many times in a row. I usher them inside and I turn back to Hawks and the police. I thank them for their help, and as the cars drive away, the pro hero shakes his phone in my face. Rolling my eyes, I take it from his hands and add my info. See you soon. He smiles at me over his shoulder once he pockets his phone again and flies away. That night, I received a notification announcing that Pro Hero Hawk's social media account started following me. The next morning, the girls were so tired that they all slept in. Meanwhile, I sorted the legal transfer of the residence while receiving a few trucks worth of everything I could think the girls needed, along with a few things for myself. A friendly lawyer prattled at me about how honored and grateful they are to me for some reason or another, weirdly pointing out several times how it was no problem at all and an absolute pleasure that I pressured them to sell me the residence immediately. I'm left wondering what kind of negotiation Seal pulled out, and if he's actually genuinely pleased or trying to imply the exact opposite meaning to his words. But the place is becoming officially mine right now, so I don't care. They share local gossip and talk about how intimidating the Yayorozu neighbors are while we pass papers back and forth between the people gathered at the table. The businessmen are in the middle of giving me suggestions when we are interrupted. Excuse my intrusion. Hawks land over the Ingawa by our side and proceeds to kick his boots out. Hey, you are early. I say as a way of greeting, but if I'm being honest, I wasn't expecting the guy at all. I didn't invite him, but I'm so used to the other demon lord's particular ways that I really don't care if this guy thinks himself all high and mighty to pull stuff like this. At least he's not destroying my yard like Milim whenever she lands. The businessmen startle and exclaim something at me or at Hawks, but I pay them no mind. The pro hero directs a lazy smile with a raised hand to my company in acknowledgement. The place I'm thinking of, it's a bit far. I thought it better to come over to visit before midday. Fine by me. How are the girls? Sleeping in. While I wrap things here, why don't you make yourself useful and go prepare breakfast for them? Kitchen is that way. He chokes on a gasp and laughs loudly and freely. Head tilted backward and all that. I mean, if you are going to barge in like you own the place, at least do the part, right? He complies as he throws his gloves at my face, but I catch them swiftly and place them aside with an undignified slam on the table while I glare at his stupid smirk. It's like he's trying to piss me off. The businessmen gush at my close relationship with the top 6 pro, but I actually only met him a few hours ago and I'm not sure where we stand with each other with his "I know you know that I know" kinda threat he threw at me last night. I manage to wrap things up with them quickly. They hastily finish everything, saying some nonsense about not letting Hawks wait, but, you know, he's the one who interrupted us. Bootlickers. The lot of them. Yamato-kun leads them out and I decide to check if the guy in my new kitchen is doing the job right. Knowing people like Shin really makes me wary of who's in a kitchen sometimes. I enter the large kitchen and I see that the Birdman created literal mountains of sliced fruits. I bet he used his skill to do it. He smiles at me and something in it reminded me of Shin or Diablo when they are fishing for praise. It would piss me off if he weren't so entertaining and competent. I honestly praise him to see how he reacts and he silently takes it with a smile and a slight blush and immediately busies himself with some dishes. I like that reaction, he can be praised then. It annoys me when people start to gloat like Rimuru. I need to carefully ration praise with people like her. Did you finish your business around here? I ask as I start preparing fruit sandwiches with the newly sliced fruits. Yep. Everything is finished here. I need to be in Fukuoka in the afternoon. Ah, I had a feeling that we were going there. I look over my shoulder at him. Can you make rice? He did. We have some more small talk as we ready the table, and make fruit sandwiches and onigiris. Lord Rimuru. One of the human girls inspects us from the door wearing the new clothes I left for them this morning. Hey, go get the others, breakfast is ready. She smiles brightly and runs away. Hawks look at me weirdly for a while before deciding to speak. What is your deal with these girls, exactly? I offered them a job and a place to live. I got that from last night. But she just called you, he looks at the door from where the girl left. Then back at me again. I don't know what he's getting at. The girls arrive a bit timidly and I encourage them to sit and eat while I offer green tea or juice around. Most seem rather overwhelmed, especially the humans who can't stop tearing up and thanking me so hard it makes me a bit embarrassed. Just take it easy for today and tomorrow at least. I hired a doctor to come over and follow up on your health. So make sure to follow all her instructions, alright. It took me a while to find a female doctor to book for the day on so short notice. No way I was leaving them alone with an unknown man after what they just lived. They all exclaim their affirmatives and thanks like a well-mannered class. Okay then. Lunch will be delivered later. I'm leaving you all under Yamato's care until I'm back. With that, Hawks and I walked outside. Shouldn't you change, first? He sends me a pointed look. Huh. I look down on myself. I'm still wearing the white formal suit I put on for the meeting with the businessmen. Oh, right. I even made breakfast well dressed. I might have looked like a really famous chef from a TV show, dressed like that. Suddenly, I heard several exclamations and even applause coming from the girls inside the place while Hawks coughed to relieve himself from the saliva he just inhaled. What's the deal with them? Lord Rimuru's closet skill was unknown to these people. Crap. I forgot. I changed in such a natural way, I didn't even notice I did. Master is notoriously bad at keeping his true identity secret. I feel like you said that last night too. There must be a reason. Are you sassying me? Yes, you must be. I cough awkwardly, picking at my ponytail to try and pretend anyone can change clothes with a thought. I assume I have your permission. I expand my wings and a new round of exclamations and applause come from the girls. Seriously? Is everything that I'm going to do elicit that kind of reaction? I can't lie, that feeds my ego quite a lot, but it's also pretty awkward. At least they don't look like they are on the verge of dying of impression like Mr. Pro Hero just because I picked more comfortable clothes. Sure, he says, pointedly looking at my bare arms. You know where we are going, right? Fukuoka. Right, he's still looking at my arms. What's up with that? I'm not going to stand here for Mr. Weirdo to stop being weird, so I just jump as I bat my wings and I turn in the general direction of Fukuoka at a slow pace to wait for the winged neo-human to catch up. He passes by me soon enough and leads the way, gaining altitude. We start to speed up a little bit. We should hurry up. He calls back at me. I'm sure that's not all you've got. Of course not. But why the hurry? The restaurant gives a bonus special dessert only if you order before noon. It's 1.5 hours until noon, and that's exactly the time it takes a plane to get there. Idiot. Why didn't you say so earlier? I instantly speed up. Hawks laughs as I pass him and he accelerates too. I try not to go faster than he can, but he proves himself increasingly capable as he matches and surpasses me time and time again until we are easily matching the speed of a commercial plane and go a little bit beyond it. It's around there where he hits his acceleration limit. That's amazing, in all honesty. I clearly see why he's part of the top strongest pro heroes of Japan, and that gives me great hope for the heroes above him. In my Clayman strength meter, this guy is about as strong as an awakened Clayman. In other words, Hawks is teetering the line between enlightened and saint territory. If he were human, of course. It's hard to classify these guys' strength since they aren't humans and still have no MHA calls. But he could face a Demon Lord seed and very possibly win. The only downside is that neo-humans lack any other kind of ability besides their quirk skill. So that could play against him. But quirk skills are really strong on their own, so we'll never actually know. Still, it's exciting. This superhuman society breeds quite strong people. I feel myself smiling as I turn to look at Hawks. He has his jacket zipped all the way up to his nose, so I can't see it, but I can sense a manic smile on him as he pushes himself to keep steady at his limit for the half hour left we have to reach Fukuoka if we maintain this speed. What a workout it must be for him. I don't fly like this often, I mostly just space dominate wherever I want to go or leisurely fly to watch over something or the other. This feels like training someone and, you know, this guy could get stronger. Maybe I should push him to reach Mach speed. He's not too far from that anyway, we are only about 250 to 300 kilometers per hour short. Imagine this guy making a shockwave. I couldn't help but crackle at the thought. Not in my wildest dreams did I imagine coming back to Earth and finding this. Hawks chuckle under his jacket and side looks at me, not daring to move too much and affect his control and speed. We seem to infect each other with our laughter as we keep at it for a good while until he tried to subside his own so as to not break his concentration. But it just made me guffaw. Hawks tried his best to suppress another round of laughter. But he beautifully failed and chortled again a bit too strongly. Shit. He stumbles and I barrel roll away from him, doubling over while laughing at him. We lose a bit of speed as he stabilizes himself and we calm down a little bit to breathe again. His eyes shine under his visor as we smile at each other. His cheeks are flushed, possibly due to the exertion of the flight and the laughter. But his gaze flits again towards my arms and he seems to sober instantly. Why does he keep looking and then it hits me? My bare arms. While he is covered toe to nose to keep the cold of the wind and altitude at bay. He even got a visor. He's flushed from the cold too. Natural elements nullification such as cold resistance is considered a quirk skill too. I am seeing that. How could I forget? I feel like smacking my forehead. So much for pretending to be a simple neo-human citizen. He already didn't buy my bullshit last night. If anything, Hawks is being nice by not pointing out that I basically tiptoed the line of legality, letting myself be abducted by the traffickers. I already did read everything regarding law and I'm very aware that this could be classified as vigilantism, which is stupid, that's illegal, but it's still illegal. I become uncomfortably self-aware as I cross one arm over my middle to grab at my elbow. If Hawks had deemed me potentially dangerous, over the open fields we've been flying would have been the perfect spot to take me on. No way that was just a coincidence. He was probably testing me. Seeing if he could trust me, and this flight match must have started as a way to gauge my abilities. The bonus dessert could have been a lie to test Lord Rimuru. Could have been. But I don't think so. He seems like an honest guy even if a bit too wary. By this point, I think I got his trust. I peek at Hawks just to find him already looking back. He starts to stir us into Fukuoka and where I presume is the very recommended restaurant by Dear Number 6. Hawks and I are in a private room with a splendid view of the city by our side. The place is very much my style, all Japanese and stuff with tatami mats and zaisu floor chairs. I've gotta hand it to him, Hawks got good taste and he nailed what I like. It's my favorite place. They got wicked chicken here too. He smiled too happily for some reason. I thought our mood soured after I screwed up, but he apparently already forgot or got over it after I complimented the place. Cool, I guess. We got similar tastes, then. I like it. I take the menu the lady hands me. Damn. So many things to try. I quickly opened it where my analyze skill told me a crazy good selection was. Ah, can I get one of everything? No, probably not. Ugh, limits, limits. I end up choosing the one with the flavors I miss the most. The lady leaves with our orders. Her good service reminds me of the goblinas and elven girls back home and it makes me smile. But I've noticed that he has been looking at me like he's about to pounce, just for his expression to quickly turn into a fake pleasant smile in a very suspicious way. Are you just a teacher? Wow, straight to the offensive, Yep. Somehow, I don't quite fully believe you. He says with a threatening grin. Oh no, he reminds me of Shana. That passively threatening smile is killer. My best course of action today seems to be to play dumb. How come? MMH, I'm not sure where to begin. Maybe it's that you are faster than me, maybe it's that you constantly seemed one step ahead of everything, maybe it's that I don't get your quirk at all, or maybe it's that you pretend to be something you are not. Crap. How do I answer that? I find myself here figuratively sweating bullets while scrambling for an answer. Oh, ha ha ha. I say like a conversational genius. MHM, care to share, Rimuru-chan? No, I don't think I want to share. I'm getting nervous now. Considering the circumstances, he is likely to believe the truth if Lord Rimuru is honest. If it backfires, I'm blaming you, Seal. It won't. Okay, let's try something. You see, Hawks-kun, I would tell you but I doubt you'll believe me, so why bother? Come on, test me. I don't know, I don't see myself gaining anything out of sharing my situation. You'll just think I'm crazy. I look sideways as dejected as I can while I pout to add to my act. Hawks squirms. It's working. Tell you what, he gulps, I won't judge you and I'll even help you out, okay? Bingo. Always works. Promise. I lean over the table to add pressure. Promise. Ha. He totally lost his cool. Thank you. I jump over the table to his side, kneeling on the floor just beside his chair and lean close to him, hands clasped tightly against my chest. Can you be my student, then? What? He's blushing furiously, leaning backward while sliding out of his pillowed seat and over the tatami as his wings puff and flap to keep his balance. Be my student, Hawks-kun. I can teach you to reach Mach speed. How cool would it be to make shock waves? I can even teach you a few new skills to be an even better hero. I slowly inch closer to corner him while Hawks flaps and crawls backwards in desperation. Rimuru-chan. I don't think I'm following. Why me? I'm already in the top 10 and I'm really not interested in surpassing Endeavor-san if that's what you want from me. I punctuate the peak statement of my impromptu domination plan by raising my voice as I practically hover above him. I don't care about the ranking, Hawks-kun. I care about the war. The what? He nearly screams as he pales instantly. Excuse me. A third voice interrupts us. We turn to our side simultaneously to discover a perplexed lady looking at us from the door with our orders in her hands. That looks good. I swiftly returned to my seat, pretending nothing was wrong while Hawks recovered his composure after my sudden assault. The lady tried her best to seem polite while she placed our plates in front of us and promptly made her exit, sensing that whatever is going on in this room is better off without her. What do you mean with a war? Hawks looked at me with a serious face, all fluster already extinguished. Exactly that. There's a powerful organization moving in the shadows and they will attack sometime in the near future. I say with a serious tone, but then I try my food and oh, this stuff is good. I can't help the delighted moan as I taste it. He doesn't touch his food, studying me as I eat almost carelessly. How do you know this? Their boss summoned me. I plan on meeting him tonight and telling him that I'll get on his way. I straight out tell the truth, but I absolutely doubt he'll catch on to its true meaning. That doesn't sound safe. And of course, he absolutely dismissed the first part, thinking nothing of it. He can't touch me. He frowns. Rimuru eat your food before it gets cold. He hesitates for a moment and decides to do exactly that. Well, it's no good if he loses his appetite after hearing the details. We eat in silence for a while as he considers what I just told him. Going to this guy just to challenge him is a stupid move. No, he's waiting for my answer, and as I told you, he can't touch me. You can't know that. But I do. No, you attack me, then. He's startled. You can do that sitting down. Get a scratch on me, and if you do, I won't meet him. I say as I pick up more food with my chopsticks. He blinked in astonishment before getting a determined glint on his eyes. A few feathers detach from his wings like bullets, adopting different angles and tactics to get me one at a time. The first one is straightforward. I catch it between two fingers and place it over the table. The second just needs me to lean backward, the third, to the side. I do that one with my eyes closed just to drive the point home. I don't dodge the fourth, but it slides over my skin with a sound reminiscent of clashing blades, and I point at my cheek so he can see it didn't hurt me at all before he could freak out. He heaves a defeated sigh. You are strong, I get it. What is your quirk? Why aren't you a hero and simply a teacher? You would have easily been in the top 10 instead of me. Being a hero is not for me. I enjoy lazing back and having it easy. I shrug with my half-truth. Well, I can understand that. But teaching students doesn't exactly sound like having it easy. That's not important right now, though. He shakes his head. And your quirk? Last night you said to the police its name is Void God Azathoth, but the description you gave can't just be it. Look at him, spying on my declaration to the police. Well, I can't blame him, he was already suspicious of me back then. It's only expected that he would eavesdrop. But yeah, I gave a pretty shitty description of Azathoth last night. With what he saw me doing, of course, he wouldn't be satisfied. I mainly decided to register Azathoth as a quirk because I thought it was fitting. Its capabilities are way too large and can be amazingly misleading. Besides, while it was still just Beelzebub, I practically admitted to having it in front of the other demon lords, so it feels fine to let them know about it here. It's not like Earthens are going to understand what it truly means. As long as no one in Tempest or the other demon lords finds out, I'm fine with it. And forget about registering any other skill as a quirk. Between not wanting to reveal them even here and not feeling alright with letting some other skills define me here, I really only can go with Azathoth. At least it helps me answer less awkward questions. What do you know about my quirk? He sighs, somehow frustrated, but indulges me regardless. You can pull things in and out from this void, like your clothes and I assume your wings too. I think that's not restricted to objects since you seem to be able to, let's say, void damage like the explosion last night and my attack just now, but I find it weird how my attack looked more like it was deflected or even blocked instead of how I imagine damage being voided should be like. I guess you can nullify the wind and cold from the flight here too that way, and I'm suspecting you can void distance to get that fast. Although I can't get an explanation of how your quirk works to do things like knowing things you shouldn't have been able to know. Maybe you can void abstract concepts to get unexpected results. A bit like Star and Stripe. He almost mumbled the last part. Yes, about what I expected people would think of Azathoth, absolutely misleading, but I cannot deny that Hawk's misinterpretation was a big stroke of luck considering how many different skills he saw and is trying hard to attribute to a single skill. But Seal does a quick mental search and I can see in my mind a wiki page of Star and Stripe, United States #1 pro hero, and a brief description of her quirk. I get what Hawks must be thinking, but he's kind of far off and not quite wrong there, since Star and Stripe's quirk, New Order, is a degraded version of Law Domination, a subskill from Seal. Meaning that he's right. The comparison is not too wild. What the hell, he really is digging something up there. He's smarter than I thought. Even when he reached that conclusion from a completely wrong angle. Wow. You gave this some thought, didn't you? Well, that's a good guess. And if I wanted, I could let you believe that and it would work for me regardless. But that's not exactly how things are. The problem is that I'm not sure you are ready to hear the next part. What does that mean? It means that I could tear down your understanding of the world, but not anyone is ready to get the rug under their feet pulled out like that. A smile stretched on my face, daring him to get into that discussion while silently begging him to drop it. He sighs heavily, massaging his temple. I feel a heavy, more lengthy topic is in that direction. Why don't we go back to this war you talk about? Smart choice. A victorious smile slips into my face as I try to scoop more food just to realize I've already finished it. Hawks chuckle. Dessert. Dessert. Ichigo Daifuku was the bonus dessert of the day, so I enjoyed my Castella and reserved the Daifuku for later. I can't believe we don't have Castella in Tempest. I mean, just recently we've been able to produce honey for more than just me and Milim to enjoy, so it was to be expected we wouldn't be able to make too many desserts with honey, but still. I missed Castella. Seal. Get the recipe, please. On it. I can't stop you from meeting their boss then. Nope. Can you promise to call me before and after it? Sure. It'll be okay. But it was nice having someone worrying about my well-being here. Thank you for worrying. He averts his eyes, blushing a bit. Tell me everything you know about this. For starters, their boss is super powerful, stronger than you for sure. And the guy has been accumulating a good amount of followers and soldiers. I made some investigation last night and I'm sure he's planning terrorist attacks or something in about a year or two. I bit on my Castella while humming, thinking about how to explain the next part. He's also, creating monsters. I really don't want to call them monsters. Bioweapons. Yes. He's creating bioweapons and they'll cause a lot of trouble, I can already see that. After I put the girls to bed and they fell asleep heavily, finally letting their bodies relax, I dominated space to the place I was summoned to and made a quick exploration of some things that called my attention back then. I discovered they summoned me to a factory full of creatures with no ego and odd mixes of quirk skills. No doubt it was all for one little project to conquer the world. It only cemented the plan I have been developing since I decided to rescue the girls. I'm sure those creatures are going to play a big role in whatever AFO is planning. Where are they located? No comments. Why not? I don't want to get involved. I'm simply going to train people, and give as many as I can the ability to face them when the time comes. He levels me a serious predatory glare from above his cheesecake. Totally ruining his dangerous looks. How are you related to them? Why did they want you? Their boss knew I was strong and wanted me to work for him. But after seeing who had called me over, I decided I didn't want anything to do with them and denied him. I just told him I'd get in contact with him later and walked away. He already realized he couldn't stop me. So no, I didn't know a thing about him beforehand, if that's what you are wondering. Okay, Hawk seemed to relax, possibly discarding that I was working for the bad guys. Why don't you intend to stop them before they attack, then? This is the part where I simply can't be completely honest. Truth be told, if I wanted, I could go in and say nope, sorry, and wipe all for one from the face of the earth. But the thing is, even if I do, another criminal organization will rise to fill those shoes. It doesn't matter if I'm here helping or not, this war is being created by the people of this world. Criminals don't band together just because. They have their grudges against society and they seek change in whatever form they can. And I get it. I don't like how this quirked society is going around with things either. It's too tyrannical and privileges are too unbalanced. Things need to get a little shaken up for everyone to make a significant change in the world. My little bit of investigation last night also uncovered that the criminals helping All for One were people against hero favoritism. And there were quite a good amount of criminal groups and small movements that didn't agree with heroes taking all the quirk usage privilege either. They have been discriminated against all their life. Money goes to who has a better quirk even outside of hero-related jobs, so much so that people mostly look for stronger quirks as life partners in search of bettering their status. Discrimination runs too deep. My girls are a good example of this too. This war is sadly something that needs to happen. But I can't tell him that. He needs to understand this on his own. So, instead of letting him corner me and making me confess that I want this war, I decided to corner him right back. Who else knows there is a war brewing? No one that I'm aware of. Why would you believe the words of a random teacher about something you have no proof of? You are a good person. I simply don't think you are lying. Then you can't deny, neither confirm what I'm saying. All you can do is prepare for the possibility of it being true. And if it's not, it will play in your favor regardless. You'll still be getting something out of this exchange. I don't plan to stop them before the time comes simply because that's not the deal I plan to strike with him. I'm no hero, I cannot act on my own, only teach and prepare others. This way I'll keep my students safe while preparing to get in his way to stop him. We could still strike first. Tut tut tut. You can't be hasty, less when you are already below fighting capability to face him. Remember I told you their boss is already stronger than you. He grits his teeth and it only makes me feel victorious. He knows I've got him and he only has one option going forwards. I'll be your student, then. Great. It's yen XXXXXX monthly. Ah. What? I have a mansion to maintain and workers to pay. I don't do charity. He lets his forehead fall heavily over his palm. Absolutely drained. He's having it hard, the poor guy. Let's lift his spirit a bit. I think it's time we tackle the Daifuku. Yes, it is. And so, I've gained myself a small legal income and a strong asset for my plan. There was a miscalculation. Oh, but happy accidents happen all the time. I do not regret what happened and there was no means to predict such an outcome. After all, though powerful, I am only human. I have become increasingly aware of that fact since then. How lowly my existence must seem in the face of true power. In the face of that Lord, I am but an ant over the soil. How incredibly deceptive she is, yet her might is indubitable. It makes me question my views regarding power. Since suffering my grievous injuries during the battle against All Might, I have hidden in the shadows, focused on healing, and searched for ways to increase my strength while my body frayed at the sides. It landed me into two projects, Noma Bioengineering and Demon Summoning. I have unlocked the secrets to demon summoning thanks to careful study of forgotten legends, writings from old, and scholars from dubious crevices. and brought forth many of their kind over the last years. It has been a long learning experience with both projects. Demons, I've come to discover, can't exist in this world for long without a physical body. They live in another plane of existence as spirits of power. To seize them, a seal must be cast over them and they must be ordered to possess a person or corpse. Besides the strength of the demon, they can also expertly use the quirk or quirks already on the body. Not only that, but it grants me a loyal subject willing to give their own life for me. The only difference between them possessing corpses is that they don't speak the human dialect. Demons have their own language and they seem to only dominate Japanese once they fuse their minds with a person who's still alive. My theory is that this would couple perfectly with our Nomu project. Sadly, Nomus are still faulty and thus, unable to be tested yet. It all began with lesser demons, the lowest of their rank. Winged, goat-like creatures, the depiction of the devil. Imagine my surprise when I discovered these creatures weren't fairy tales. During the pre-quirk era, these demons must have been powerful beyond belief, but now, in this new era of quirks, lesser demons, though strong, don't exactly surpass the average pro hero. It was a great discovery and a great asset to obtain. But I was aiming higher. That's how I stumbled upon greater demons. How startling it was to discover that they looked much more humanoid. I expected them to become more bestial as they beheld more darkness. But I see I was mistaken. Contrary to lesser demons, who didn't seem to have any particular distinction between them, every single greater demon summoned notoriously varied in appearance. They could have different hair and skin color, they might have varying shaped horns or wings, maybe several eyes, or longer than average limbs. Not only that sets them apart from lesser demons. It was also their intelligence. They are much more independent and cunning. Many tried to resist the seal, and some gave a good fight, but in the end, I managed to subjugate them as long as they didn't run out of their spiritual force to be able to stay in this plane of existence and transfer them into a body before they disappeared. I was proud. The strength of a greater demon is nothing to look down upon, especially at the moment of the summoning. At that instant the pressure their presence gives is enough to make a lesser man tremble and faint. Their strength is considerably higher than lesser demons, toppling over average heroes with ease. But no, it wasn't enough. I wanted to see how far I could get. How much stronger. It was only logical for me to conclude that my next goal would be a demon lord. I am heralded as the greatest demon lord of all. It would only come to reason that I, the most feared man in all of Japan and the world, would acquire the strength of a true demon lord. Or, that's what I thought. I made my preparations carefully. Amassed the triple amount of people for the summoning. I even waited for a full moon, considering that it could be of help as old demon summoning writings suggest. Though it wasn't something that made any difference with lesser or greater demons. But I wanted to make sure. And yet, the summoning failed. We tried several times all night long, and no results. We attempted innumerable alterations, adjusting the circle with different stars, increasing its size, trying different moon phases, and bigger blood sacrifices. Variation after variation for months until something felt like it was diminishing the summoner's energy. We discovered that the most important factor was time. I made my men rest and gather energy for a long, continuous summoning. After one night and one day of unobstructed chanting, the summoning blood circle started to glow eerily. The excitement was palpable among the summoners. I was delighted too. They renewed their efforts, emboldened by the sight of results after 24 hours of standing and focusing non-stop. Little by little, the red glow of the blood circle intensified and gold sparks started to float from the bloody lines on the floor. A soft wind picked up inside the windowless, underground room. And the large candles, which were on the verge of running out of wax, increased the length of their fire, changing colors from red to yellow, and soon blue like an act of magic. This show was already out of everyone's expectations, we've never seen the fire augmenting its temperature or gold fickle stars dancing up from the circle. But that was only the beginning of our surprises. A bolt of black lightning emerged from the center of the circle to the ceiling in a split second. Somehow, at that very moment, about half of our summoners dropped to the ground at the same time. They were dead. On one hand, I was surprised. This was unprecedented, no one has ever died from a summoning before. On the other hand, I would expect nothing less from a demon lord. The ones who perished were mostly the new hire. The most inexperienced and weakest ones of whom I had big expectations. A shame. Don't stop, I commanded, but it was unnecessary. The rest of the summoners were loyal men, unwilling to let their comrades' sacrifice be in vain, and even though afraid, they soldiered on to carry out their mission. In reality, most of them thought the men were just unconscious since they too felt on the verge of their consciousness. None of us imagined their lives were at stake. Ignorance is bliss, truthfully. The rest of the men crouched slowly, following the head summoner's commands. They were not able to keep standing and decided to continue their efforts while kneeling. Another lightning emerged, and luckily no more men were taken. But as more wind picked up and more lightning danced in front of us, the pressure on the room increased and we could feel the demon lord coming forth. One by one the summoners fell to the floor, thankfully just unconscious due to their experience handling their own life force and preventing death. Tamura found himself having trouble standing even with his legs spread and arms covering his face. It was even becoming difficult for me to keep my composed stance. We braced ourselves for the demon lord's arrival, expecting the already overwhelming pressure to increment tenfold. With a strong whirlwind, the sparks disappeared, the lightning stopped and the summoning circle was lit with dark flames that heated the room and deformed what little was left of the candles. We were prepared for the overwhelming presence of the strongest demon ever summoned on the entire world. The strength of dozen, if not thousands of greater demons, of a being capable of destroying cities in an instant, someone worthy to be by my side. Yet, we didn't expect the pressure to completely dissipate the second the chanting succeeded, letting us fall into an eerie silence. Suddenly, I was standing at the eye of the storm. And I understood that I didn't understand strength at all. A long-forgotten quirk reared its ears and drummed in warning inside of me. It was a quirk I acquired from a predecessor of the current pro-hero Mirako, a rabbit quirk called Rabbit Sense. Its function is to passively warn the wielder of dangerous foes nearby, and depending on the intensity of the drumming, the power unbalance between me and my enemy. I was astounded. I've never felt it activate as aggressively as it did at that very moment. It unleashed a chain effect among my quirks. All sensory and analytic quirks were brought to the forefront in an instant while keeping the protective ones ready to act. Thanks to All Might's ruthless vengeance against me for having taken the life of his master, I lost my sight, therefore I amassed a good quantity of different kinds of sensory quirks to be able to simulate sight once again. It's not perfect and some are more confusing than helpful, but they work. I only live daily life with 2 or 3 activated at a time, not needing the rest, but at this moment the sense of danger sent a spark of adrenaline inside my body that activated one quirk after the next, trying to assess the predator. Rabbit Sense warned me off. I did not comprehend what I was looking at. Every quirk gave me different answers. The demon lord was already corporeal, but they had no heat. They were the strongest demonic being to ever grace my presence, but they also were a simple, inoffensive human. They breathed, yet had no heartbeat. They stood right in the middle of the summoning circle, yet they were nowhere to be seen. They were dazzling light, yet an endless void. This being was an amalgamation of contradictions, preventing my senses from getting a conclusive read from them. Thus, not being able to understand how truly powerful the demon lord is. My first taste of real strength drove me to understand that flaunting my own might through my presence only makes me give the impression of a gloating child. I cannot deny that I might have felt slightly embarrassed. As if her mere presence was scolding me for my ignorance. It was a maiden, this demon lord, young and soft like a high schooler. Although I understand demons don't truly have a gender, they can choose whatever shape they desire. This one amazed me as she looked like nothing I'd seen before. I did have expectations. Foolish of me, but based on the most powerful greater demons we have summoned, along with the likeness of the strongest people of the world, I anticipated a tall, muscular, and imposing figure. But this maiden was shorter than Tamura, lithe and beautiful beyond belief. Her long, light blue and silver hair danced in the air like will-o-wisps along her cape and skirt as she landed softly in the middle of the bloody circle. Time seemed to extend as she settled on the floor and let her hair and clothes fall around her body. She opened her eyes and golden stars shone from inside of them captivatingly, just like the sparkles that arose from the summoning circle. She was ethereal. I was enchanted by her dazzling eyes. They pinned me in place and threatened to steal my soul like sinking into gold quicksand. They were rimmed by long wispy eyelashes that refracted light in an otherworldly way over her pale skin. I am Demon Lord Rimuru Tempest, King of Monsters. Who dares to summon me? Rimuru Tempest. Yes, only the personification of the Eye of the Storm could have such a fitting name. But I instantly realized that this was the first demon who immediately spoke our language before even hearing it. She exuded omnipotence. From then, things became a blur. Whatever spell she cast on me was broken by her own voice and plans didn't unravel in the way I expected them to. I might have unleashed something forbidden into this world. But a wish, she granted me a wish. Even if I wasn't able to bring her to my side, she offered a miracle in exchange for an unnamed price. That was more than I hoped for given the dreadful situation I found myself in. I had to choose carefully. A wish granted by a demon cannot be taken lightly. Ask too much, and the price will be bigger than the reward. Ask too little and I'll have wasted my opportunity. If the price was my soul, I didn't want her to claim it at that moment and lose everything. Maybe it was foolish to accept such terms. But my careful combination of quirks that support and enhance my lie detector quirk affirmed that she was being honest when she said the price wasn't nefarious. Meaning that it is within my capabilities to pay after she had her fill with this world and decided what she wants from it, or from me. Recovering my health was a good middle point. Among my thousands of quirks, nothing was able to fully cure me. The most advanced machines and medicine the doctor was able to get only succeeded to keep me alive. I didn't have the strength to try and collect a healing quirk that might not even exist and I would have depended solely on luck to find it. This support helmet cannot even be used for more than 4 hours since it's only just a prototype, hastily made for me to supervise this summoning. And thus, we reached an agreement. I uncovered my face, dropped all quirks except the necessary ones to keep living and let Demon Lord Rimuru Tempest cast her magic on me. To my astonishment, it was over in an instant with a single refreshing touch of her fingertips. All those years scrambling like beggars for a cure to all my shortcomings. Yet she made a mockery of them with a blatant show of power so immense, it didn't even take more than a passing thought from her bottomless capabilities. I almost couldn't believe my eyes when I lifted the long-forgotten sensation of my eyelids. My newly acquired eyeballs hurt with the expected sensitiveness to the light, and light I saw right in front of me. Details that seemed lost before had perfect clarity now. I dare to say my vision even improved compared to when I last had it years ago. Demon Lord Rimuru Tempest stood before me, her glimmering eyes checking on her work over the new hair I could feel caressing the tips of my renewed ears. Her breathtaking, almost translucent hair seemed to shine on its own as it caught the light through it in a magnificent angelic show of kaleidoscope effect. At that moment, I realized I'd been blessed. What I obtained that night wasn't what I expected, but I got rewarded for my efforts regardless. I will heed her warnings regarding higher demons like a divine premonition. She left, promising to come back to declare her payment. And that's how I found myself enjoying my body feeling rejuvenated. Lungs full and free, skin unblemished like nothing ever happened. This unexpected turn of events doesn't quell my plans though. If anything, it emboldens me. All this I reminiscent of as I enjoy Kurogiri's fine whiskey in our quaint little bar. In all my life, I never longed for a woman, and I never cared for pretty things. But if I could, I would gaze at her forever. Demon Lord Rimuru Tempest is perfection. I chuckle, finding humorously cliché how I think back on a maiden I most certainly cannot have while enjoying a cold glass between my fingers. And of course, as if recalling her, more than demonic, celestial presence could be enough to summon her without taking lives, she pays me a visit. Without a warning and without preamble, Demon Lord Rimuru Tempest materializes on the seat to my right as if she has always been there. Sitting comfortably with one leg crossed over the other, elbows over the table, and a cheek resting over her palm. Beautiful as ever, her plump lips stretch into an amused smile. "May I have one of those too?" she asks, making Kurogiri startle over his feet. I chuckle again while I silence rabbit sense. "Serve my esteemed guest the best you've got, Kurogiri." The man is surprised, of course, but swiftly obeys. Soon, the Demon Lord is enjoying a drink of her own. She seems to have been enjoying this world. She looks pleased and dresses in a very elegant black suit with a tiered skirt hanging from a single side over her pants. "How have you liked this world, Demon Lord Rimuru Tempest?" Kurogiri stands straighter upon hearing who our sudden guest is, immediately understanding the threatening power of our new company. "It's exciting." She smiles into her glass with finesse. "I like how well your race has taken over the little gift I left last time I visited here." I try to smooth my frown, confused, surprised, and intrigued over finding out this is not the first time the Demon Lord has set foot over this world as I originally thought. "What do you mean?" "MMH, you know, how do you call them?" She looks up as if searching for a word, but the smile on her lips says she knows exactly what she needs. "Quirks. It's a good name. I officialized them as quirks." She nods. "Oh, so she's truly a goddess, a bringer of miracles. And here we thought it was a simply mysterious evolution. Even quirks, the power I have oh so greedily been hoarding and nurturing with passion over my entire life, is nothing more than a trinket to give away for the strongest of the Demon Lords. Ah, well, a man once did a good deed on my behalf and I suppose I rewarded him by blessing his firstborn." She side-eyed me in a dangerous look full of implications. Whatever happened after, was not my problem, though. Full of implications. Demon Lord Rimuru Tempest blessed humankind with a child shining the light of divinity through the delicate, precious skin of a newborn. Birthing with it a new era of power and wonder. Together with bloody war. I remain outwardly taciturn, though nervously awaiting her verdict. After all, there's only one reason why she would tell me something like this, suggesting she caused the Quirk War as a side effect of her involvement with humankind in the past on the eve of a war that I'm planning myself. No, nothing like that. A long-lived and lofty being like her must always look at the future and the bigger picture. War was inevitable for the improvement of humankind and she expected such an outcome. The life of a few generations must be unimportant to her as long as the species adapt and grow with her gracious gift. She must have had it planned since the beginning. "I've decided your payment. The price of my wish, as it seems, though not impossible, will be severe." "And that would be?" She lowered her finished drink to the table with a soft and foreboding click. "Let's play a game, all for one." She fully turns towards me with a beautiful, yet evil smile spread on her coral lips as her darkened eyes, almost devoid of golden stars, pierce into the most primal part of my being. I suppress a chill running down my back, doing a behemoth effort to trample over rabbit sense. "I like this little coup you are planning with your toys and I want to play too." Good or evil, nothing is of consequence to Demon Lord Rimuru Tempest. I have apparently brought her interest into using this world, my playfield, as her own playfield. I have no one but myself to blame. How interesting. What are the rules? I have already given you a leg up in your quest. Now, I'll just stand behind the scenes and raise myself some pawns to get in your way. The Demon Lord shrugs, seeming uninterested in the results, only wanting to find enjoyment in it. I'll just watch, I don't plan to participate, so you don't need to worry about me, that would be unfair and I'm not into bullying. But if there's anything I need to protect for whatever reason, just back off and try again later. She stands from her seat in a flawlessly smooth motion. Any doubts? If you need to protect something, I assume you won't attack. As I said, I don't bully the children. I'll just keep you at bay, but it's very unlikely we'll find ourselves in that situation until way later. One more question, are you against me summoning more lesser to greater demon? After all, they are her people, I don't want to risk angering her. No, do whatever you want with them. Very well, I have no further doubts. Great. Happy destroying, then. With that, she disappears once again, leaving no trace of herself behind but the empty glass and my racing heart. Demon Lord Rimuru Tempest looks at the future and at the human race as a whole. She wants a war to banish the obsolete and let only the great continue forward. I will prove myself worthy of reigning sovereignty over that future and surpass any trial she puts in my way. She wants me to reign Japan with fire, and war shall I bring to this world. It's been a couple of days since the girls' rescue. They already look a lot better, but most still cannot push themselves too hard yet. They don't want to sit around and do nothing, though. All of them feel too indebted to me and want to start working for me in whatever form they can as soon as possible. I let them, it can also help their recovery if done in moderation, so it's fine. Everyone receives a role depending on their current skills or studies, but honestly, I mostly need them to become maids. Yamato-kun is teaching them appropriately for that. The service is not at Tempest's level, but it's pretty damn close. Manning the mansion is very important, tending to me and my future guest is a must. Besides, I need work taken off Yamato's hands. I got a new, and actually dependable, secretary, chefs, maids, someone in charge of accountability, security, seamstress, you name it. I have enough people for all of that. Though half of them are currently picking the leaves out of the yard since it's autumn and everything looks very red. Maybe we can make baked sweet potatoes in the leaves tomorrow. For now, it fills their hands, but as they recover and can take on more responsibilities, it's going to become too little work for 30 people. Even with all their doctor and therapy appointments. That's when the most important part of my plan is going to be able to take place. I had declared war against All for One. The guy is stronger than ever and I honestly see no way for the heroes to win the way they are now. And, well, I really need them to win. I think this war is a necessity, but I can't let AFO get what he wants. It would be ideal to keep casualties to a minimum, but if I'm being honest, that's going to be incredibly hard. I shouldn't get involved directly, after all, but influencing the conflict is acceptable. Only during critical circumstances a little bit of intervention could be allowed. Basically, I'm the overseer of this conflict. It would be tyrannical and unhelpful for me to intervene more than necessary. I feel responsible, so the need to do something about it is strong, but I can't just barge in and solve it myself. This problem must be solved by the people of this country to decide and make significant changes to stop breeding so much inequality and hate. I believe that's the real reason why I was summoned. This planet has been sinking for a while and it needs a bit of a push in the right direction. I hate to admit it, but in this case, I am truly and honestly playing the role of a god by monitoring the outcome of a world and influencing its fate. That's why I decided I needed to train neo-humans along with humans and use my teacher title with its full potential. For my plan to work, heroes willing to keep getting better are going to be necessary. Hawks, it's a great start for that. The guy is already strong, so he's going to become my main contender and guiding light for many others to follow. Hopefully. I'll also need hero trainees, kids to quickly raise in power and properly drill in their system how to fight from the beginning. It's way easier to educate a clean slate, after all. I want to get my hands on humans, if possible. They have the most potential since they can evolve into enlightened, then saint and gain heroes' eggs. But that's too difficult and almost impossible to achieve in the single or couple of years I might have to accomplish that. So maybe I shouldn't put too much hope on that plan. Besides, it completely relies on the heart and soul of the individual. Finding someone that determined with noble feelings. Only manga protagonists have that kind of trait. No way I'll get that lucky. And lastly, they need to believe in me. I'll accomplish none of this if people don't trust me. Meaning that I need to build this trust with heroes starting from the group of girls I already have under my care. How do I transmit this trust? Easy, by hanging a carrot on a stick over their heads. I want this group to learn holy magic and show others that anyone can accomplish this if they join me. That way, they instantly increase their firepower and gain a powerful tool against the demons All For One has working for him. I'm sure it's going to be a surprise for him, discovering that there is a technique super effective against his oh so powerful pawns. The thing about holy magic is that it's the only magic they can perform without magicals in the air, and magicals are absolutely absent from a solely physical world like this one. Holy magic requires faith in a superior being and it extracts the magic force directly from the source of your prayers, in other words, me. That's why this group of rejected, broken girls is my most powerful secret weapon. They are already absurdly loyal to me and trust me with their lives. It will take no time at all for them to learn holy magic. And once others see what they are capable of, well, they will simply follow. It's an excellent plan and all, but there is only one problem with this. Namely, how do I herald myself as a superior being worthy of prayers without sounding like a madman or without revealing who I really am? I honestly have no idea how to do that. I don't like being treated as a god. I'm kinda used to that with Adalman, Diablo, and a few others being fanatics towards me, but it's not something I like nor I'm particularly interested in raising a cult on my name here on Earth. But if it's not the way I'm going to go with this, then how? I'm not pressed right now to come up with a plan, so I'm pushing it for later. Seal is already laying the grounds for a possible way to go with this, but it goes the godly way, so I'm understandably twitchy with the idea. Still, for her plan, she suggested telling AFO about my past relationship with Quirks and I only agreed because it also served as an intimidation tactic. So, why tell AFO that I kind of maybe and possibly created Quirks? Well, since everyone around here is so obsessed with the thing, why not just start a cult centered on a god that created Quirks? If I go with that and AFO finds out, he'll know to steer away from my business. It was a warning. Sadly, it would make him aware of my influence and he might want to infiltrate my organization, but if he has an ounce of fear towards me, he'll decide to stay away. At least for a while. I mean, religion is a powerful tool I should use to my advantage. I understand where Seal is coming from. But I simply don't know. It feels weird and the idea makes me wiggle in my seat with pure embarrassment. The good part is that holy magic doesn't need people believing in a god for this to work, they only need faith. It doesn't even matter if they don't know my true identity for it to work. It is clear since Luminous is a vampire demon lord, not many know that, and yet her subjects perform holy magic with no problem at all. They just need to have me in mind in some form to properly connect to my soul. But it still doesn't help me to come up with a plan without saying, hey, I'm actually a god, now you can do miracles too. This is so troublesome. Now I'm depressed. What would Lumina say if she finds out I'm technically recreating her church and the Crusaders? Copyright. She would say. I expect some compensation. Yeah, that's about right. But I wouldn't mind it that much. Even if I can't enjoy the results most of the time. I enjoy payment for Luminous. The problem is that Hinata becomes increasingly aware that those might not be coincidences or happy accidents at all. My only saving grace is that she can't say no to her lord. But from time to time, I manage to see the results of my efforts. Like that low-cut dress Hinata wore at that gala which we designed at Tempest and tricked her into wearing. Not only that, I managed to capture that memory to admire whenever I need to. Like right now. Oh, Seal is mad. If I remember correctly, my partner commented something at that time about a complication with the recording. But I don't get what's wrong with it since I have it right here. As I reach for the memory, Seal gets in the way. Hey! What are you blocking me for? Recording of the memory successfully deleted. What? No, wait. Why did you do that? Can't you see I'm sad and in dire need of a pick-me-up? I can't believe it, my own mana's working against me. What is ever going to lift my mood now? It is for Lord Rimuru's sake. For my sake, my ass. I sulk as I send a message to Hawks telling him he's better off working a schedule for his training instead of asking me to join him for dinner. Shana is right, you are hopelessly dense, master. What does that even mean? I'm very sharp, I'll let you know. You are not helping me feel any better, you know? A despondent sigh leaves me heavily. I'm at a complete loss here. Maybe I should go to Akihabara and drown my sorrows in manga. Having decided that, I warn Nozomi, my new secretary, that I'll be out and I immediately dominate space directly into Akihabara. Wow! It's bigger than I remember. I skip around, instantly delighted by the variety and eager for the distraction. I quickly realize one very important thing. Akihabara evolved from being the center of all manga and anime otaku dream world to manga, anime, and hero otaku dream world. There were figurines, posters, and all kinds of merchandise of every hero you could think of. And man, Hawks got a lot of merch. I took a mandatory selfie posing with the most obnoxious figurine of him I could find and sent it to him. I bought it. Just for kicks. It feels good to make fun of someone else over their merch. It's always so embarrassing back home. He sends me back a string of nonsensical messages and emojis and I can only assume he's flustered or weirded out. Snorting at his apparent despair, I keep walking along the busy street and soon notice a long line a few stores over and decide to check what is going on. It's some kind of release of a new figurine. It's filled with kids. It's way past the time when schools let out, so a lot of middle and high schoolers from all over are in the line with their friends waiting to get the super exciting new pre-release. A good chunk of them must have taken the bullet train just for this. They look very cute with their uniforms and colorful scarves. I walk closer to the store in charge of this madness to check the promotional poster. It's the release of a new All Might action figurine. But for the life of me, I cannot figure out what's so special about this one. In the while I've been here, I've seen dozens of figurines of this guy and to me, this is simply just another one for the pile. Look, she's so pretty. Some kids in the line behind me whisper. She must be a pop idol. Clearly, and horribly, they are talking about me. I know because my universal perception caught them with their eyes squarely on my back. I never expected to ever become the subject of this shoujo manga level of conversation. I'm no longer used to people whispering who I might or might not be since everyone in Tempest knows me. Playing around anonymously in the human nations is kinda hard too, way too many people have gotten to know my face in 100 years. So this is getting uncomfortable rather fast. I turn around to make a hasty exit just to almost collide against a kid who's looking at the same poster as me. Whoops. Sorry. I skip a step backward to make space between us, but the kid startles badly. He flinches and starts babbling and stuttering incomprehensibly. He backs away and raises his hands like I'm made of fire, and it's so pitifully funny that I can't help but just stand there and watch with morbid fascination as this train wreck unfolds. At some point, he stops whatever mess was happening in front of me and just stares back. Wide-eyed and lips pressed into a thin, wobbly line. You here for the All Might figurine? I mean, I better start up a conversation or it is just going to keep being a staring contest. He averts his eyes with a rueful look. And no. Hold on, he was looking at the poster just like that before I almost barreled on him. He's such a bad liar. And he's even wearing a scarf with an All Might color scheme. Does he want it but can't buy it? Actually, MH. What is this? I look to one side of the street. Neo-human, neo-human, neo-human. Then back at the kid. Human. I look at the other side of the street. Neo-human, neo-human, neo-human. Then back at the kid again. Human. Wasn't I looking for humans? This is the first human we have encountered in the entire day, not considering the two under Lord Rimuru's care. I thought so. Man, humans are super rare to find on Earth. Who would have thought? It's like finding a shiny Pokemon. And that's not all. This one is clearly an All Might fan, and is a middle schooler. Could it be? Could I have just hit a jackpot? No, no, no. That's too good to be true, right? No way I'm this lucky. If he likes heroes, maybe he wants to become one? And a middle schooler, look at his cute Gikurin. Perfect age before hero high school. No way, Rimuru, don't get your hopes up so soon. No one says he's the manga protagonist you are looking for. But I cannot help but hope. Don't be stupid. Of course you want it. I grab him by the elbow and drag him to the end of the line. He goes stiff like a board, and if it weren't for my strength, it would have been hard to keep dragging him. It's the All Might new figurine, after all, right? I say after we reach our spot. Why yet? It's amazing. His voice breaks but he smiles despite how incredibly uncomfortable he looks. Yet. MHM. We stand in silence for a moment, still locking elbows and still looking like the weirdest pair. Both exactly the same height, me standing relaxed with my weight upon my leg closest to him, and the kid making his best impersonation of a torch. By the way, what's good about this one? You don't know. It's like a damn broke. He goes prattling on why this figurine is so good and how it completely sets itself apart from all the previous ones. Wow, he truly is a hero otaku. He gushes non-stop in detail about the most unimportant things like only a teenager can do, getting excited at one moment and analytical at the next until he comes to a screeching halt. Sorry, you must not care about all that. He grimaces. No, I don't. He averts his gaze. I figured. But information is key and is always important to know. He brightens instantly. He's so like Ranga, it's cute. The kid looks downwards and catches sight of the bag hanging from my elbow. You like hawks? I think he's funny. Here, he got this wing bent wrong and he looks like that super old Marge meme. I lift Marge Hawks between us for him to inspect. Which meme? Fishing out my phone, I make a speed search. This one. How old is this? We entertain ourselves by talking about heroes. The kid, Midoriya Izuku, as I find out, is an endless well of hero knowledge. He knows everything. And spilled all the beans, excuse me, the tea with hawks. I discovered he's on the verge of unlocking the extra skill analytical appraisal. I can see it in the swell of his soul whenever he mumbles non-stop about something. He hasn't been able to get it simply because he lacks the MHA culls required to transform the soul into a skill. With a little help, he'll be able to unlock it. And isn't that amazing? Maybe he truly is the kid I'm searching for. It's like a shiny Pokemon with egg moves and perfect IVs. Almost. I squeeze his bony elbow and he eeps. I discounted IVs because of that. It's then when we reach our turn and I order 2 All Mights. I hand one to him and he looks at me in utter confusion. As a reward for telling me all that hero analysis. That stuff is precious. He tears up and doubles over about 4 times in a single second in a dramatic show of gratitude while screaming thank you as many times as he can squeeze in there. Don't mention it. He looks at it with sparkly eyes and I decide to guide him away as he loses himself to the apparent beauty of his new toy. He's beyond himself. I still have time to kill, wanna hang out for a while. That breaks him out of his endless sparkly staring from his new mini-mite. Sure. His voice breaks again. We go to an arcade building and I marvel over the new games. He's very patient with me and quickly realizes it's my first time around when I can't help but go wow, over every single one of the machines, so he points and explains a few of them to me even though it's pretty obvious he doesn't play them. Do you live around here? No, I live in Musudafu. What a day full of coincidences. Really? Me too. I just moved in. Though Shizuoka Prefecture is pretty big, so we must not live that close. I actually live on the outskirts of Musudafu, you could even argue I don't live on it at all. Then, why did you come here if you didn't have money for the figurine? He flinched and averted his eyes. You noticed? Duh. He squirms uncomfortably. I did have the money. Before. But a few classmates took it? No way. Kids still pull that gimme your money stunt? They are so lame. I cannot help but laugh. Hundreds of years of literal human evolution and bullies are still the same. Oh, well, at least you have some left to play with me, right? He nods with a decent amount of enthusiasm. I show off my superior skills at Taiko no Tatsujin, drumming like a true musician, with perfect poise with my back straight and all. By the way Izuku crouched from me, it almost looked as if my drumming was causing shock waves. Silly him, a shock wave could destroy my drum. Then, I finger guns a pink-skinned middle schooler in a sailor uniform and challenge her to DDR while her girlfriends and Izuku cheered on us. We dance beside each other until I decided to get frisky. I signal the girl to spice things up, she immediately caught my meaning and slid to my pad as I somersaulted above her with a turn to place myself on her pad and so we twirled around each other in an improvised street dance. We end up shaking hands after getting a jaw-dropping score together. Later, I completely obliterate a zombie apocalypse in a VR shooting game and cover Izuku who most of the time didn't know left from right, at least he got things done when he set his mind to it. During every games we tried, Izuku acted mildly bewildered by me just to transform into my personal cheerleader, gushing over my speed, technique, or whatever he was squealing about. That was so cool. Your reflexes are amazing. You could even challenge Kachin. I could challenge anyone and win, kid. You don't know half a thing about me yet. I gloat like I haven't done it in a while. Are you, maybe, a hero transfer student, Rimuru-san? You are cute. I look at him as if he were a poor little thing left on the streets while he blushes and splutters. Thank you, but no, I'm not a student at all. I smirk, getting a fantastic idea. Follow me and I'll tell you something cool. I skip away and Izuku follows me like a good kid. We go about 2 streets down and stand by a store, where a hero patrols by. Let's do a quick test. What can you tell me about this hero? He looks at me like I'm being very weird right now, but he's a fantastic kid, so he complies. His hero name is Rocky Hand. And he can turn his arms and hands to look like a golem. He got a horrible hero name. But yes, I can see that his skill is golem arms. Good, good. What do you think Rocky Hand should do if he were to face a dash I check to our right? A purse snatcher with a quirk that turns his body slippery. His analytical brain turns on as he becomes serious. That would be a very bad matchup against him since he mostly grabs his opponents by incrementing the size of his hands to immobilize them. It would instantly backfire. Correct. But giving up because of a bad matchup is unforgivable. What should he do to capture the villain? If the villain is going to slip away no matter how he grabs them, then he should hit the villain to knock him out. I'm about to contradict him, but it was unnecessary. No, but if it were on a street like this, that could cause casualties. He patrols Akihabara, so it's safe to assume he's always going to be careful about civilians. There are too many people here, so that would be a bad idea. I nod. Then, he should restrain him by making his hands even bigger and encompassing the villain in a makeshift prison against the floor? Yes, that could work. The villain is presumably slippery, but it doesn't mean he can change shape and escape something that's not grabbing him. It's not like a villain with that kind of quirk can squeeze himself between Rocky Hand's fingers if there's no space to fit between them to start with. Then Rocky Hand would only need to wait for reinforcements. Correct. I pick up my phone and dial the police. Now, pay attention. Pay attention to what? The scream of a lady caused Izuku to look away from me. Villain. Just in time, the guy I sensed with harmful intentions made his move. He ran away with a stolen purse from the hero, who instantly noticed him and gave chase. The hero, just like Izuku mentioned, tried to grab him, but the villain slipped away using his fish skin quirk skill. The kid loudly gasped at my side. The people in the street were too surprised by the impromptu fight to react and were too slow to run away when they did, so it instantly created a situation where Rocky Hand couldn't use force. He struggled a few times, trying unsuccessfully to get a hold of the villain while he figured out why he couldn't simply grab him. The kid by my side groaned and tried to scream what he knew would work. But you know, pro heroes aren't pros for nothing, and when Rocky Hand understood the situation, he kicked the floor, elevating himself over the villain, and loudly called "Rock Prison." His hands increased in size and finally trapped the purse snatcher under him. Izuku smiled excitedly. Yes, he did great work. Rocky Hand. I called the police. I wiggled my phone in my raised hand. He heard and smiled at me thankfully. After all, he kind of had both hands occupied. Izuku looked at me in surprise. When did you call them? When you finished your assessment of the not-so-theoretical villain simulation. How did you know it was going to happen? Did you know it was going to happen? Of course, you did. Is it your quirk? I thought it was related to your reflexes. Wait. Is it a kind of precognition quirk? That could add up. I laugh over his enthusiasm. My quirk is something for you to figure out. If, and only if, you accept to become my student. Student. I lift my field permit license between us with an improvised, anime-worthy cool pose. I am a private teacher for practical heroics. And if your analytic thinking and vast hero knowledge says anything, you want to become a hero, right? He looks at me with perplexed, big round eyes and nods numbly. Congratulations, then. He's still not getting it. I choose you to become a hero. What? The kid tears up. Really? You really think I can be a hero? I'm sure. He starts crying loudly. How cute, he seems moved. Midoriya Izuku, I want to hear you loud and clear. Will you accept the chance to become my student to prepare yourself for Hero High School and rise as a true hero? Yes. A small, hair-thin connection is made between us across time and space, activating two of the many requirements for a human to acquire the hero's egg. First, being blessed by a high spiritual being, and second, for him to get involved with a demon lord. You've been blessed, now you have the potential to become a true hero. He cried rivers. At that moment, I was 50% sure we were talking about completely different things. But oh well, we'll figure things out as we go. I'm home. Izuku called into his little apartment. I call it little, but it's actually bigger than what I had back when I was a human and even bigger than my own little place at Rimuru. I mean, Tempest, no, Rimuru City. You know what? It's never going to stop being weird living in a city called after me that's in a country that's also named after me. Excuse my intrusion. I follow behind him. Welcome home, Izuku. Oh. Who is our guest, dear? His mother, a plump sweet-looking woman, looked at me from the end of the corridor with evident surprise and nervousness. They are both awfully alike. Mom, I want you to meet Rimuru-san. Eh? Rimuru-san, when did you? He turned around to introduce me to his mother just to get shocked over my outfit change. I mean, what did he expect? I'm not about to meet the mother of my new student dressing for fun and games. I'm not dressing all that elegant either, just a bit cleaner. A nice black button-up does the trick. I don't want to intimidate the woman, but I want to look a bit more professional, alright? Hello, Midoriya-san. Sorry for visiting unannounced. My name is Rimuru. I realize that I should say it in reverse in Japan or I might get into a lot of misunderstandings. Tempest Rimuru. It's a pleasure to meet you. We bow at each other, though she looks very put out and tried to be as hospitable as possible inviting me in. Tempest. Izuku frowns. Wait, your name is? Name's Rimuru. Last name's Tempest. I've been calling you by your name this whole time. I'm not sure if he pales or blushes, but something awful is going on there, so I thought it would be better to pretend not to see it while he mumbles about it being the first time someone so readily allows him to call them by their given name and how he thinks I'm a guy, but it would be so much daunting if I actually were a girl. Man, I forgot how much it sucks for gender to be a thing in human societies. It's a pleasure to meet you, Rimuru-chan. His mother smiles pleasantly as she accepts the box of cupcakes I brought as a gift. Oh. These are lovely. She seems really nice, but I feel like she's treating me like a girl. Maybe I should fix this misunderstanding a bit. I don't want her to think I'm the kid's new girlfriend or something. No need to get things mixed up here. I'm a guy. MHRPH. What a surprise. Sorry. You are just so pretty. Mama Midoriya covers her mouth in surprise and I can't help but find her very cute. I laugh and thank her as she leads us inside while Izuku practically floats behind us looking like he just lost part of his soul. We sit at the table while she serves us tea. I assume you met today? Izuku has never brought friends home before. Mom. He blushes and she ignores his embarrassment with an ease that can only be archived with practice. Let's save his hide a little bit. That's right, he was great company. I must say, Midoriya-san, your son truly impressed me today, so much so that I extended an offer to him and I'm pleased he accepted. I asked to meet you today to discuss his future with you. She instantly understood that we weren't just a couple of kids meeting, becoming instant friends, and playing around Akihabara, though that's exactly what happened. But she doesn't need to know right now. Regardless, her expression shifted and now she is glaring at me. Mothers are scary. She went from please, have some tea, Rimuru-chan, to what do you want with my son, in an instant. This is a first, quite honestly. Back home, people often offer me their children as thanks for whatever I did that allowed their birth in some way or another, or in the hopes that I'll grant them a name or health or whatever they are hoping for. In contrast, her protectiveness is admirable. I explained my status as a teacher and how I wanted to train Izuku for the hero course. Of course, I handed her my license and she inspected it with laser focus. She looked back and forth from me to the personal information on the other side of the license, specifically, my supposed age of birth. Seal put the year corresponding to match the age Satoru Mikami was when he died, just for the sake of continuity. Making me just around the same age as Midoriya-san. She bored her gaze over me with half-lidded eyes for a few tense, silent seconds. Until she sighed and let the license down. Why Izuku? He showed great ability at analyzing and correctly assessing dangerous situations, a skill I consider highly valuable for heroism. His situational knowledge already matches the level hero high school students reach during their first year. In that sense, he already has a leg up against the competition. He simply needs to train his body and he would no doubt get into any hero schools he could wish to apply to. From my peripheral, I could almost see stars dancing from where the kid sat. His heartbeat stuttered as he whimpered. Wow, that's quite the reaction to praise. Makes me want to praise him more. His mother wasn't too far behind. Her wariness mostly washed away as tears accumulated at the corners of her eyes and her lip wobbled with emotion. Mostly. She wasn't just about to give her son away to the first person who says pretty things to her without giving a bit of a fight, and I respect her for it. That's wonderful to hear, Tempest-san. But are you aware that Izuku is quirkless? Izuku gasps, notably realizing that he hasn't given me that information. So much for his analytical abilities. Please, just call me Rimuru. Tempest is I almost said Tempest is my nation there. Just Rimuru is fine. And yes, I am aware he's quirkless. You knew. Of course, I knew. I smile at his cute, oblivious self. And you won't be quirkless for long after you start my training. What do you mean? Midoriya-san almost jumps out of her seat, placing both hands over the table to lean closer. I could see it in him earlier today, a power within waiting for the right conditions to emerge. I can help create those conditions, but the rest depends solely on him and his determination to become a hero. Really? Izuku stands. A quirk? My baby has a quirk. They both hug and start crying literal waterfalls, startling me to my feet and making me switch between trying to soothe them and then letting them be with a sigh. Somehow, it turns into a celebration tea party and we take time to discuss little details about how the training is going to be. Like how he will need to eat healthy meals, the number of hours a week dedicated to exercise, and what I expect him to do while not in classes with me. They ask a lot about the quirk, but for now, I just tell them he needs to prepare his body. Rimuru-san, I can't just believe you are offering a full scholarship for private classes. That's unheard of. I understand you must be a philanthropist, but there is something I should be able to do, right? I'm not a philanthropist. I laugh. Well, she should indeed pay for specialized education, but I'm honestly not doing this for money, and I can see she wouldn't be able to afford something even wealthy families might think twice before paying for. She truly looks like a caring mother, something I have no personal experience with. I only had parents once, when I was born as a human, and it's hard to imagine them acting the way Misoriya-san is doing. Both of my parents were pragmatic. They weren't an unloving family, but it was clear they were married out of convenience more than anything else. They mostly lived their own life. You are so mature, Satoru, my mother said when I graduated from middle school. You've always been, much more than your elder brother. I'm sorry I stopped properly taking care of you, but you haven't really needed me since you graduated junior high. She simply handed me an extended credit card of her own. Now, go get your own place, I'll sign whatever you need. I know you'll be responsible and do good. She was a businesswoman, just like my father. Maybe that's where I got my eye for cash making. They were great on their job, just not great at making me feel like part of a family. My brother was gentler towards me, but we were separated by about 10 years, so he was already kinda taking care of his own life when I was aware of the world. It wasn't my parents' fault, they were very caring and loving, but then I drifted away and they did the same, finding my independence convenient for their workaholic lifestyles. That's why I never felt like I actually had a mother or a father or even a brother. It's not like I miss it, for some reason I never truly needed to feel that kind of love. Maybe my forgotten past as a true dragon had something to do. What's more, I remember a couple of occasions of me scolding them for whatever faux pas they made with that honesty kids attack you with when they see something they don't like. I always felt like we were more like a team instead of a family. But I do miss the kind of cooking skills parents develop to please the extremely picky taste buds of children. Something I'm absolutely sure Midoriya-san excels at by being the single mother of a lone child. But well, Midoriya-san, there is something you could do to repay me. I say after I momentarily let my mind go to reminisce about my far-off past, one of my oldest memories. Oh, please. Just call me Inko. She giggles. Inko-san, I would really like to try some of your homemade meals. It's been far too long since I last tasted the flavor of home, you know. Oh. She blushes a bit, looking flattered. But of course. I could send bentos with Izuku when you are both out training and you can come over and have dinner with us whenever you are free. We'll be delighted to have you over. Izuku looks between us back and forth with an unreadable expression. I don't know what's going on in his mind, but I can't let that bother me. His home is very cozy and his mom is great company. All in all, the day ended up on a great note. I bid them farewell and go back to the mansion. Yes, mansion. There isn't any other way to call this absurdity of a residential. It's completely traditional with 2 or even 3 floors in parts, connected by walkways with very calming garden decor in between spaces. It has many rooms, thought to have a lot of rooms for guests or employees. The problem with this place and why it didn't sell until I arrived, is precisely because it is a residential property and no one could see value in investing so much in a place that would benefit more as being a commercial one and easily remodeled into a hotel. Still, the price was way higher than anyone would want to spend. Not just considering the building itself, the areas around are extensive too. There's a big parking lot for way more cars than I can think of getting, perfect for visits. A huge garden for walking and relaxing, a playing area for many interests and sports, and a controlled forest to the far back with many trails. Possibly for recreational purposes. Basically, everything you could want. Yamato explained some of the place's history to me. He used to work here with his wife for a huge, wealthy family of many members. They reunited here every year to celebrate Aban together, and the residents' many rooms were filled with uncles and cousins and sisters and grandchildren. It made sense. But during one Aban, there was a villain attack that massacred the whole family, Yamato's wife included, while he was out running an errand. Turns out it was a member of the same family who orchestrated the attack out of jealousy, got found out, and was sent to jail, never to see freedom again. Yamato stayed while mourning his loss for several years until renovations were concluded and the remaining family, who weren't too close to the core of the family, decided to sell the place. And that's when I arrived. Really, it's a heartbreaking story and it's proof that there's a bad apple in even the best of trees. Well, I hope history doesn't repeat itself with this new family I'm kind of growing here. I don't know how this will turn out, but mystery is the excitement of it. My new staff sure likes it here and they did a good job during the day, but some of them are going too far and beyond for me, so I scold them a little and reinforce rules so that they make sure to take good care of themselves too. Especially the quirkless girls, Kaida and Sachi, try to push themselves out of gratitude for me. But I usher them to bed along with the other girls who also look too tired. I can see that the few humans I've met here are too meek, too afraid, too awkward, too loyal, and too pure. Maybe not Kaida with that last part, though. She looks like she's waiting for the opportunity to rain revenge over the world sometimes. But she is fervently pushing herself to please me. When I arrived, I found her out in the dark, chopping wood of all things. Lord Rimuru. I'm starting preparations for the winter. She chirped, looking all too pretty with her new frilly made dress for that axe. I don't know if that was only preparation for winter or if she was unleashing her pent-up frustration over the poor, unassuming wood. She retreated to her room, complaining about wanting to show that piece of log a thing or two, and I chuckle as I decide to check on my phone. Hawks sent me a message and worked out a schedule. He seemed a bit peeved over having missed dinner with me, but I was with the Midoriyas, so, some other day. He is mostly available at night, but he also squeezed in his free days for a bit more extensive training. More than perfect. It's important to have days off, but I'm pleased he's leaving aside his comfort to better himself. I'm gonna make sure he's getting proper rest anyway. There's nothing good if he burns himself out too soon. He must be taking the war against All for One seriously. The schedule he worked out is perfect, since I can focus on training Izuku in the mornings before his classes, and Hawks at night after his job. I also want to squeeze a few theoretical and field classes for Izuku after school to better prepare him for high school, so I'll have to see when to do that. For now, I can have the rest of my day to have fun or secure more ways to make a legal income before I start holy magic training with the girls. It's been a while since I haven't focused on passive money making. Besides, I love the sensation of numbers rising. I don't know exactly how long I'll be on Earth, so I shouldn't rely on my counterfeit money for more than this month. I already made a massive investment in this place and a few trucks worths of necessary things. There's only so much I can pretend to have before people start lifting eyebrows at me. So I spent the night running market analysis and making plans with Seal. The next morning, I make arrangements to buy a business on the verge of bankruptcy and plan the necessary preparations to better it and guarantee future income. The number of good companies that go into a nosedive decline due to bad changes in administration, it's impressive. It's easy to determine the most profitable ones with the minor changes required. And they are desperate for salvation, so they are quick to accept almost any offer as long as the company stays. To tell the truth, I am fighting my greed not to buy more than one today. I can project very good outcomes to acquiring some of the other companies I found, but I guess if they are still there in a couple of months, then it means it is just destiny at work and I'll bring them to me. For now, I decide to make myself the new boss of Future Passage, a business focused on support items import and export for heroes and disabled people. Why was such a good company in bankruptcy? Well, what do new bosses usually do with an already functioning business? Of course, assessing their authority, carefully managing everything, and making unsolicited changes to improve the company and failing miserably. Yep, the last boss forced his own rules over a well-oiled machine without consulting, and everything simply fell apart. I've seen that happen before way too many times. Everyone, golden rule to new business acquisition: if something works, don't change it. And if you must, be very careful about it. It's incredible how many people can't get it. Thanks to that, I only need to re-implement their old rules with a few twists and I can get rich fast. Easy. But I still haven't gotten to that part yet. Right now, I dedicate the day and the next one to meetings to actually acquire the business. I mean, it's not as easy as buying a residence. There's a lot of bureaucracy involved when you have hundreds of employers and contracts to look over. As boring as the endless meetings and infinite paper reading and signing is, the vision of future wealth helps me to push forward. When I became aware of how terribly drained I was after those fantastically tedious gatherings of fat men and snooty women, I shifted to more uplifting activities that didn't involve shape-shifting my butt into a square. I moved on to Hawk's training when nighttime arrived. I dominated space right above his agency and waited for him to join me. After scrolling on my phone while munching on some peach-flavored Pocky, I hear the flapping of wings behind me. Such vandalism, waiting for me over a building. He smiles lazily as he lands at my side and promptly sits beside me with one leg hanging from the building, mirroring me. We live half of Japan apart, so I'm going to justify using my skills for educational purposes. I tip the Pocky box in his direction and he pops the tip of one into his mouth greedily. He chuckles around his Pocky. Ah, that's fair, actually. I suppose it didn't take you long to get here. He tilts his head, his expression a bit contrite as if saying, now I know. I snored. You have no idea. He just rolls his eyes, thinking I'm bragging over my speed. But really, he has no idea. If you are so fast, what got you so busy for 3 days straight so much you just couldn't join me for dinner? Oh, the works. Meeting your Kawai's mom to schedule classes, investing in a new business that will keep me busy for a few more days and free time will be very scarce for a while. Wow. Hold it. Congrats on the business, I guess. Sucks that we'll have to wait to hang out again though. But, I have a Kawai. Well, duh, did you expect to be my only student? Well, no. He steals a Pocky. I didn't even offer it to him this time. I suppose they are a student this time. Yup. Green meat, greener than you can imagine and eager to suffer. He seemed a bit weirded out over my choice of words but overall doesn't seem particularly interested as he leans to steal another Pocky. Hawks locks eyes with me as he presses the tip of the biscuit stick against his smirking lips. Hey, is there a reason why you were waiting for me with a pack of Pockies? What's up with this proximity? As I feel the pink chocolate tip lightly pressing against the side of my lower lip, I realize we are only a Pocky away from each other. You have no idea, I grab the middle of the Pocky with my fingers and in doing so, I find my entire body far too close to his for the maneuver. How many decades had passed since I last had a peach Pocky? I broke it in half and popped it into my mouth. He whined loudly as I stood up in one jump. And I hope you are as eager to suffer as your Kawai. I turn around as I walk closer to the center of the agency. He follows not too far behind. Where are we going? Just follow me. I dominate space again, but this time I create a portal in front of us and I step onto the lush grass and cold ocean wind on the other side. I look back at him but he's still standing over the building, covered in night city lights, gawking at the general absurdity of the open gate connecting one space with another like an idiot. Yes, I know, hurry it up. See. You had no idea. Should I be hiding my skills in front of him? Not anymore. If he's training with me, he's going to find out a lot of things and I'm not into being unnecessarily careful when this guy already joined my force. Whether he knows it or not, he's one of my men now and little by little he'll have to get used to me. Hawks crosses the portal, eyeing the design of the gate and the black mist it releases, then looks around the tiny island I moved us to. It's far away from the coast, so no one will disturb us, and is ample enough for grounded training too. It's ideal since the wind disrupts Hawk's ability to hear his opponent. He'll be unconsciously training that aspect as we go. Very well, Hawks-kun. I walk to the middle of a large, mostly plain rock by the waves that serve as a sort of ring beside the small forest this lonely island makes. Let's start simple. Attack me, go all out. He hesitates. But quickly decides that it's okay when his expression turns determined, possibly recalling his failed attempt at injuring me during that lunch. He takes the 2 longest feathers he has on each of his wings and hardens them like blades. Wow, that's pretty cool. Izuku told me about this fighting style of Hawks and I've seen it on figurines, but seeing it is entirely another thing. He launches himself at me at full speed but I simply roll under his slash. A normal person would have instantly been sliced in half. Hawks turns around in a flowing motion to continue attacking. He must have expected from the beginning that such a direct attack would be completely ineffective. He follows with a horizontal streak to my back but I jump over it and use the feathered blade as a step to jump again and keep myself a breath away from the following blade. That was an excellent move. But clearly not enough for this lesson. I land behind him but I do nothing immediately, assessing his reaction. Feeling his back exposed to me, Hawks quickly transforms his wings into dozens of knives and turns around extending a deadly wing to force me away, fearing that I'll go on the offensive, but that's not my point yet. It's enough for him to realize that if I wanted I could have attacked his back but that there was a very good reaction. His back is not as defenseless as a normal person's might be. If anything, This proves that an assault from behind is asking to be impaled by his feathers. He keeps on the offensive, slashing with one hardened feather, or both at the same time. I sidestep, crouch, and jump over his attacks imitating his rhythm. After a while of attacks not connecting to me, his back tenses, and a flurry of feathers shoot out of his wings trying to get me from all directions, not unlike what he did back at the restaurant but on a bigger scale. I simply dodge them, but soon they seem to pack their offensive in closer strikes, leaving me with less space to dodge the next one, clearly trying to guide me towards his blades. I can't help but feel impressed at his proficiency and adaptability. Still, it only takes me to start using the back of my hands to parry and block feathers while maintaining myself away from his blades to stay safe from the tricky situation. A determined frown lets me know that he's done testing what works and that he'll get into his sure kill move. His feathers stills in the air around me, pointing at me from all directions, creating a makeshift prison but leaving only one open space for Hawks to make his move, which he does with what I'm getting to know as his max speed. He enters what is clearly a practiced sequence of attacks, a very fluid sword dance with no pauses, and I mimic his exact opposite steps and direction to keep just barely out of his range in this improvised deadly dance. The prison around me moves according to Hawks's body, meaning that there's always the same distance between him and the feathers and not altering my range of mobility. It reveals that he's limiting his concentration on them to focus on his swordsmanship. In other words, he has the mental capacity to individually control all his feathers, but that concentration doesn't extend to his own body, forcing him to choose between battle tactics. Well, that simply means he hasn't trained in close combat enough. He frowns in a way that makes him seem murderous. He's not exuding killing intent though, but with that intense glaring, he could have tricked anyone into believing it. Realizing that his best technique didn't have any result against me and my far too flexible body that simply slipped between his every strike, Hawks jump backward as he launch every feather to converge at the center of the makeshift prison, right where I'm standing. But you know, he just opened a space for me to slip by. So I jump following him and the feathers reach my previous spot, but they weren't simply going to collide with each other and opened again to surround Hawks and reform his wings, slipping from under me and creating a barrier between us. I step on them to jump away from him and I land just when his wings finished getting replenished. He doesn't miss time to speed up again and strike with a more varying cadence in the hopes to catch me unaware, but I switch alongside him with no problem at all since everything simply goes too slow for me. If anything, I'm struggling with slowing myself and not overdodging. Maintaining myself at the tip of his blade, it's fun after all. And I'm aware it makes him feel equal parts frustrated and makes him believe that if he pushes himself just a little bit more, he might get me. His techniques are very showy and cool to watch, but his swordsmanship needs work. Once he fully focuses on it, it became boring quite quickly and I decided enough is enough. So I make my first move. As he slashes again in a wide arc and I dodge under it, I poke him on his exposed side. He yelps, not expecting retaliation by this point. You trust in your speed too much. You leave yourself fully open for follow-up attacks. Keep in mind that if your enemy happens to be faster than you, or even just as fast as you, they will capitalize on this. I drop into a stance with a bit more intention, just to give him the feeling that from now on, I'll be on the attack. Besides, it's a bad habit. If for whatever reason you can't perform at your full speed or find yourself out of feathers, this openness will get you killed. He frowns, holding his abused side with a hand, and after considering my words for a second, he nods resolutely and drops down again in a fighting stance. We resume, and every single time he leaves himself open, I poke him hard enough to make him grimace and he tries to adjust his posture as instructed to not let his guard down every single damn time. This guy might actually be the fastest person on earth, but that doesn't mean he can get sloppy with this kind of thing. Hawks might be a prodigy, one of the strongest with a lot of experience. But precisely because of this is that it's going to take some time to override his bad habits. After 2 hours of training, I'm sure his sides are big purple masses of continued pocking. There are even a couple of nasty bruises on his neck, signaling sure killing blows against him. He groans and hisses, ready to crash. Make sure to drink plenty of water and have a good rest, okay? Like I can rest with this pain. He drops his full weight like a corpse over me from behind, making me squeak and curve forward under his weight. Ugh. His wet armpits fall over my shoulders and I'm forced to grab him in whatever way I can as his taller self tries to crush me. You are such a baby. He just groans back from over my head. This guy. I like that. He mumbles. Call me baby. I should. I mean, you are helpless. Like a hatchling. No. Come on, training wasn't so bad. Right, hatchling. It was horrible, but, Rimuru, please don't. But hatchling, it was just the beginning. Why did it backfire like this? He whines. Hatchly, he groans even louder to not let me tease him, verging on screaming to drown my voice under him and saying something about everything hurting too much for my cruelty. I chuckle while opening a portal back to the top of the agency and I drag us through. He shuts up and stiffens in surprise when he notices we changed scenery but doesn't make any effort to move from above me. If anything, after a second, he groans loudly again. Fine, fine. Stop complaining, here, drink this. I lift a thin flask in front of his face. What is that? A low potion, now get off me. A what? He chuckles, thinking that I'm joking as he finally straightens up and uncaps it. He drinks it all in one go, not even taste testing it. His body glows for a second and he gasps, immediately touching his sides. What? Rimuru, just what? How? I snatch the empty flask from him. Go get some sleep. I open a portal back to the mansion. See you tomorrow, hatchling. Wait. The gate closes on his face and disappears. I cannot help the snort I let out. One very nice fall morning finds me knocking at the Midoriya's before the break of dawn. I hear a startled yelp and then running steps. The door opens and I see Izuku in shorts with a plain shirt that says flannel shirt. And here I thought I had terrible fashion sense. At least it's a warm shirt when it's starting to get cold, so maybe he's not too out of it. I am honestly not one to judge people's clothing. I literally have a full closet inside my imaginary space with each set of clothing labeled for occasions. Carefully selected by Shana and Haruna. I am not allowed to mix up the combinations as per their instructions. And any permitted variation is under a strict rule. Any other clothing needed is under Mayumi, my new seamstress. She's aware of my crippling unwillingness to put matching clothes together, so I handed her whatever I already bought around here and instructed her to buy or make any other clothing I might need. I have no shortage of outfit combinations, it's just that more than half aren't earth fashion at all. I don't want to be walking around with gold and precious stones or dressing like a king or with my demon lord clothing that's normal back home but only a hero would wear here. Even my casual combat clothes look like cosplay in Japan. So yes, Mayumi is necessary. Besides, she got excellent fashion sense. She's all about beauty. Her diamond kiss quirk skill lets everything she kisses turn into a diamond for a minute and her eyes look like diamonds too. She has apparently always fixated on jewelry and fashion due to her quirk. She's the perfect fit for the job. And of course, she selected my clothes for today. Just casual sports clothes. I don't think I've worn sports shoes since I was an actual teenager. You don't see these things in Tempest, we only use elegant or combat boots or shoes of varying types. But sports? Well, what are your combat boots for, right? Leather is simply the standard for footwear. But even though I'm the last person to judge mini Midoriya here, I couldn't help but grimace a bit. Are you actually an idiot? He must have worn that awful shirt on purpose to irk people cause he gallantly ignored my clear disgust towards his t-shirt. Good morning, Rimuru-san. Morning, Izuku. You ready? He stutters a hum, making me realize that such a thing is actually possible, while still blushing over his own name. We start to walk towards a nearby park. I already had breakfast and Mom said she'll be waiting for us after training with breakfast for you if you'd like. Oh. That's so nice. I ask how everything's going and he updates me on his very lacking school life and that his mom took him shopping to get everything he might need for his training. It's been a few days since our fateful encounter and we are finally set to begin. We arrive at a nice little park with no one in sight. It's too dark and early for the common folk to be around and still a good few hours before classes. All right. Let's get your training to become a great hero started. From now on, you shall call me Sensei. Yes. Rimuru-sensei. The kid brightens. When I am going to get my quirk. I laugh along with his enthusiasm and contagious smile. Hey, calm down. It hasn't manifested since you lack a few things for it to properly form, but you have been drawing on its power for a while now. Really? But I haven't noticed anything. What is it? Is it an emitter type? I don't have anything out of the norm physically, so it should be some inner work on my body. Something really subtle for me not to notice, I suppose. Maybe I could bring it out? I've never felt anything like my dad's or my mom's quirks, so it might not be any of those, but it could be a mutation. Maybe it's something related to. Aion, there it is. Whenever you go into your ramblings, you extract a portion of a power you don't have. My ramblings. Your soul is trying to acquire an analysis type skill, but you lack the MHA calls for its formation. MHA what? Wait. Then, like I told your mother, you need physical training, and when you have enough strength in your body, you'll be able to take on some MHA calls for the skill to form. Wait, please. Rimuru-sensei. What are MHA calls? When you say skill, you mean quirk, right? Well, what's the point of keeping things secret from him? An analysis type skill is going to reveal a lot of this information to him anyway, and in order for him to reach any of the plans I have for him, he'll have to find out regardless. Okay, listen up, and listen well, Izuku-kun. Why yes. He blushes again, how cute. Quirks are a type of skill. Powers born from the soul, the body, and magic. Magic. Yes, magic. You don't know magic, but it exists. I actually use magic quite often, but that's not important. It's not. Not the point. Moving on. There are several kinds of skills, but you only need to understand a few of them. There are ones that are from the body, tied by species. Other types of skills vary in strength and usability and are only tied by the soul. The strongest ones are shaped by the mind and desires of the person. And quirk skills, the ones you are familiar with, are a combination of soul and body formation. He has taken a notebook I've no idea where he pulled from and attempted to take notes before what I said registered to him, and he stopped, trying to make sense of it all. The notebook was. Don't say it. I don't wanna know. I kept talking since he seemed to be losing it, and I apparently got no patience to wait for him to get his marbles together. That, or I secretly enjoy seeing him scramble. Secretly. I skillfully ignore whatever seal is implying. And from those, you are drawing the power from an extra skill, only tied to your soul and fairly more powerful than a common skill. It is not a quirk skill, meaning that its inner working is slightly different since they don't require any bodily function to be used, just concentration and will. His eyes get a glint of clarity and he seems to start to recover himself from whatever blue screen he got trapped into. Please wait, Sensei. This doesn't make any sense, it's like a fantasy trope. And surely quirk makes a lot of sense on their own. And no, but I mean. That being said, you haven't been able to properly acquire your extra skill because, Unlike body-related skills, the ones solely based on the soul need MHA calls, the base component to perform magic, to help shape your soul into a skill. I have MHA calls I can give to you, but your body is just too weak. So you need to get stronger. Izuku looks floored. He opens and closes his mouth like a fish. And then the mumbling starts again at full speed. Wait, please. It's true that quirks are a mysterious development in evolution and no one has ever discovered how they really came to be, so they might be part of a bigger group of superpowers, but involving the soul is entirely another thing. Quirks can be scientifically studied thanks to the quirk factor, but there's no known way to study a soul, so it would be impossible to prove if a quirk, or skill, is situated on the soul. That could imply that every quirkless person could simply have a dormant quirk that can be awakened by magic. That's assuming souls really exist and that magic does too. For starters, how could magic be real? I've never heard of someone doing real magic, just illusion tricks or clever use of their quirks, so it's hard to understand something like. Honestly. He extracts power from the skill with all his might, mumbling as fast as his mouth can go as he focuses on the energy unconsciously. If he had the skill fully, all that information would be in his brain much faster, but since it's still not natural to him, Izuku feels the need to focus concentration on the way of mumbling all the analysis, making the information process slowly and sloppily, missing parts here and there, causing him to reach dead ends that wouldn't happen if he had the skill, but that's the fastest and more accurate he can get as is. It's rather annoying, but it's amazing regardless. He makes it work. A normal person would have a bit of trouble following his trail, but unfortunately or fortunately I can understand all of it. That's how I catch him when he goes on a tangent about what it all means regarding my own skills. What's up with all this denial? I'm not lying. Gah. It's true. All of it? I huff and he seems to finally calm down a little. Your future extra skill has nothing to envy a quirk skill. Analysis type skills are kinda broken on their own, their potential is bigger than practically any other kind of skill, especially one as good as analytical appraisal. Analytical appraisal. He repeats reverently. That's right. It grants you the ability to discern the true nature of anything you lay eyes upon, touch, taste, or hear. You can understand the intricacies of almost anything, and with enough practice, you can be able to replicate anything for your own use, as long as it's possible. Dissecting quirks will be child's play, you'll be able to use your enemy moves against them and you'll be the fastest to adapt to any situation. Something that amazing. Indeed. It's a fearsome tool, one you must polish. That's why I said it is up to you to discover my quirk. I'll use my skills freely in front of you and I want you to analyze whatever you can from me. You'll only get one hint. I do not have a quirk skill. Those are only restricted to neo-humans. Neo-humans. And this is how I end up explaining to him that he's quirkless because he's a human and what it means for him. His hidden potential and how he can become as strong, and even stronger, than the best of neo-humans. I left the hero's egg part out for now, though. I don't want to explain why I am able to give him my blessing. Wait, sensei. Does it means that you are quirkless too? Oh, I am quirkless, alright. But I don't need to be human for it. Then, are you an enlightened? Or a saint? You look so young, you must have at least extended your lifespan. It would make perfect sense. And yet we ended on the topic of my species regardless. Ahaha, well, I'll let your future analytical appraisal skill figure that out, okay. He brightens at the possibilities. His face told me that the sole idea of getting skills to help him feel like he's overcoming his quirklessness was like a dream come true and his sure ticket to getting into hero school. Dramatic, I know, but it's to be expected if he has been bullied in school just for being human. Well, enough of the theory. Now you need to bulk up and gain some stamina. Let's begin with some stretches. Yes. The following coaching can be described as the most incredibly and amazingly boring session in the history of training. And sadly, I'm not expecting it to be any different for a while. The kid is a soggy noodle. The only thing that keeps him going is the unholy energy and determination of a teenager. We stretch, we run, we jump. I try to make him push himself lifting weights and whatnots, but this is so below basics that I can't help but eventually sit around and scream encouragements while I read a shounen manga. I'm so thankful there's a year and a half before this kid hits high school. I am putting a lot of faith in this one kid. I'm not sure if he's going to be good enough to face all for one underlyings, but he's the only one I've seen with this much growth potential. I really hope all for one doesn't act before then. I might need to start getting on his way beforehand to gain some extra time if anything happens. When the boy finally collapses, absolutely drained and skin drenched in sweat, I urge him to stand up to keep walking and doing stretches. He complies with no small amount of glorious-sounding suffering. Good habits from the beginning, please. I don't want to have to beat anything out of him like I'm doing to Hawks. Rimuru, sensei, he gasps. All that talk, earlier. I was thinking. Breathe properly. He takes a big gulp of breath. How come any of that is unknown? Well, you see, I suddenly can see Gazel berating me for spreading confidential information. Well, it's public information there, but here. Yeah, maybe we should keep quiet about this. You know what? Let's keep that all a secret, okay? I actually kind of expected that. He sighs. That was a very world-breaking revelation. I can't help but avoid eye contact. I mean, he's right. But sensei, why exactly do I have to get stronger before getting my extra skill? If I just need to use the MHA calls and you already have them, shouldn't I get the skill early on to train it? You're inadequate for it. But you said I'm already using it. He wails dramatically, dropping to his knees and everything, instantly imagining the worst even before letting me explain. I'm talking about your body. Your soul is ready to receive it whenever, but your body can't possibly overcome the process. But you said extra skills have nothing to do with the body. You are right, they don't. But MHA calls are poisonous. If your body is weak, overexposure will kill you. I could die. He trembles. I laugh while nodding like it's a joke. But he's smart enough to take me seriously and he only pales more. With that, our first training session is over and I head back to the boys' apartment with a skip in my step, happy at the thought of delicious breakfast done by his mom while he does his best to not drag his feet. Inko-san was waiting for us with a big, healthy breakfast. Since Izuku had already eaten, she ushered him to take a quick bath while we sat to enjoy our breakfast as we chatted. It was delicious in a homey way. I'm glad I asked for this exchange. Izuku came back wearing his Gikurin, ready for school, just as Inko and I were done eating. We were ready to part ways, so I wished them a good day. Tomorrow, same time. Yes, sensei. And that's how training with Izuku began every morning, and little by little he started gaining strength, getting a little bit further with each repetition of monotonous exercises. But that's alright, kids gain muscle mass quickly and are hard to tire, so I intend to be very strict with him to maximize effectiveness. Aside from my morning and night training sessions, my days at work and home are going smoothly too. Nozomi, my new secretary, is extremely dependable. Every call from my newly acquired business, Future Passage, goes straight to her and she organizes everything expertly. If there are papers to sign, she prints them and leaves them on my desk. If there's a meeting, she schedules it when it is most comfortable for everyone. If there's a problem, she determines the level of urgency and tells me when it's necessary. I don't get uselessly bothered and she keeps things predictable and in order for the company. My acquisition of it went without a hitch. I met the staff and made sure that everything was working as it used to do with a few extra improvements. I helped here and there where anything seemed stuck or deficient. Principally, our agreements with a few support manufacturing businesses that had lost trust in the company due to the previous boss. I made a lot of promises I intend to keep and the staff looked very relieved. They followed me around and showed me everything in detail. They are nice people and very smiley. They are buttering me up hard. Almost desperate to get along with their new boss. Anyway, I think I like them already. I spent quite a good amount of time figuring things out, going to meetings, and directing things around, and in what felt like no time at all, things were working at an appropriate rhythm. The rest will be sorted out during the next couple of weeks. Right now, Future Passage works fine on its own, in a way that allows me to simply run a quick analysis of everything and sign the necessary papers in no time at all on a daily basis. With the occasional business call or meeting here and there. But I value people's time, especially my own, so I don't drag meetings eternally and keep them short. Of course, Nozomi quickly realized the amount of time I invest on some things aren't very conventional. But she adapted quickly. Reading over piles of papers and signing in a minute. Okay. Going to Kyushu and back to have the occasional dinner with Hawks and then train him without considering the time it should take to travel? Sure, why not? She simply smiles and gets everything ready for when I'm back. She might have also noticed I don't sleep since I always have something new going on in the mornings. But she doesn't ask. No one in the mansion asks. They just gush at me over how amazing something I did was, and sometimes I hear them gossiping over a new trick they saw me doing. I don't know what they must be thinking, really. They just look at me with sparkly eyes and offer to do one thing or the other they think I might like. I selected these options. What do you think? Chia, a smart-looking girl with glasses I picked to take over my finances, flips her tablet in front of me and I feel a few maid skirts shifting behind me as some of the girls peek over my shoulders. There's a very cool car on the screen. I know nothing about models but it looks like nothing I've seen before. I switch to the next and there's another model, still cool but a bit more elegant. Then there's a van, another one, a bus, on and on. The girls behind me exclaim their opinions and gush over one model or the other. I honestly have no idea. I trust Chia's selection, so whatever catches my eyes should be fine. Her parser quirk must have helped her to make a quick choice. It's a lesser type of analysis skill, where she can instantly know certain things about an object upon seeing them directly or simply a picture of it as long as she has the required former knowledge of the subject, making the job of choosing good models faster. This only works cause she's a knowledge maniac. There's no documentary nor obscure video on YouTube she hasn't watched. I even thought Sir Rimuru would look fantastic riding a motorcycle. She says while blushing just when I reach a picture of an exceedingly cool-looking motorcycle like it came right out of a sci-fi movie, and every girl behind me squeals like a group of fangirls. Oh, yes. Lord Rimuru would look so powerful and divine. Sachi, one of the humans and my already proven most diehard fan here, technically screams while almost falling to her knees. Sir, you should definitely get a motorbike. Please, 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 please. I chuckle a bit in embarrassment. But really, it sounds fun. It's not like I can ride anything on my own except on Ranga's back, so it looks exciting. Let's get that one first, then. They cheer as if something truly amazing just happened and I can't help but shake my head, amused at their enthusiasm. We also select a bus, a van, and a car to buy in the future. We'll need them. The mansion is pretty far away from everything and the only way of transport here is by car. I've been moving around with Dominate Space, but I can't get away with that forever. The girls need to move around too and it's going to become troublesome if we depend on taxis all the time. Yamato is lending us his car for the time being, but I don't want to abuse it for too long. Maybe I should assign someone as a chauffeur. A few have driver's licenses, like Aina squealing behind me, a girl with a sheep quirk skill that makes her look like a beastman. And of course, as per usual, Seal took care of my driver's license. Nozomi sat beside Chia to work the logistics to purchase the motorcycle together. She pulled out her diary and used her quirk, quill, to write on it. It's always fun to watch it. Her perfectly manicured and perpetually long nails turn in color and release ink, transforming into a makeshift quill. It fills me with peace to see them happy and doing things they like. Their therapy sessions have been going fine so far. Everyone is being tended to and cared for. I'm aware recovery won't be a straight line for any of them, but it's clear they are supporting each other and covering for one another when one happens to fall emotionally. They like their selected jobs and that maintains them distracted with a clear objective. They also have enough time to do exercises and activities related to their mental recovery, and they are already developing a sort of fan club around me. I'm not blind, I can see they are turning a bit tempest-yen. Aina-chan, you have a driver's license, right? Yes, sir. Would you like to be our chauffeur? She brightens and her long ears flap with excitement. I would love to, Sir Rimuru. I'm very good at driving. Sheep gives me an expanded panoramic view, so I'm always very aware of the road. Great. Then, I'll be counting on you. Thank you, sir. You can leave it to me. Go talk with Mayumi about a proper outfit, alright? That way you'll be ready when we order the car next. I will, sir. She bowed and quickly retreated to head over to Mayumi's workshop. After Nozomi and Chia were done with the vehicle arrangements, they excused themselves and went to fulfill their duties. I was left with a couple of maids to serve me tea and keep me company. Meanwhile, I sat there and continued to read that shounen manga. With my new staff's rules, I always have 2 people at my side ready to serve me and carry orders. It's usually one maid and my butler, but today I've no idea what Yamato is doing, so 2 maids stand behind me instead. I don't know how much time passes, but something obviously very well planned happens when I finish the volume I'm reading, and as I close it, Sachi, my human number 1 fan, who was one of the maids accompanying me, slides open the shoji, and in comes Aki, my housekeeper and head maid, with what seems like all the rest of the maid and chef squadron carrying sweets and appetizers of all kinds, alongside liquors and anything you could think of for a big improvised party I wasn't really expecting. What's going on? I look at all of them, searching for an answer, a cue of what is going on, but they all work wordlessly with barely contained smiles as everything is speedily spread over the large table, and then all of them, along with the rest of the girls who walk just behind them, stand in front of me in organized rows, bow to me at the same time, surprising me even more, and exclaim in what seemed like a practiced chorus. Sir Rimuru, thank you for your continuous support. Today marks a month since you rescued us, Aki, the housekeeper continues, not breaking her bow. And we couldn't wait to give you a surprise as part of our gratitude to you. Our health is improving and we are very happy to have met you. Please, keep taking good care of us. Please, Sir Rimuru, thank you, Sir Rimuru. Everyone. I'm shocked, completely taken unaware over this heartfelt gesture. Of course, I wouldn't expect something like this. I indeed help them out, but they are doing all sorts of things for me daily. It never crossed my mind that they would go to the lengths to give me a thoughtful surprise. Back in Tempest, all celebrations are discussed first, and even if they were spontaneous things, they are always such big events that they never catch me unaware. There is no surprise party. Not like this, keeping everything secret and acting like usual except when everything in the kitchen and supplies were ready and just springing it all in front of me at the very last second. Completely fooled me into thinking nothing was amiss. I should have expected it with Yamato missing, but I paid it no mind. It's so human, it makes me emotional. I can feel tears gathering at the corners of my eyes. Of course, I will. They all surround me and one by one, start to give me brief heartfelt reports about their recovery. Some say they feel healthier, or they are sleeping better. Breakdowns are not daily by now, they aren't feeling withdrawal symptoms anymore, or not as bad. Or they tell me about how much they enjoy the residence, how lovely their recreational activities for mental health are and how fun macrame is, or how some of them are actually doing their dream jobs with me, and that I should join them sometime for leisure walking around the forest trails. A warm feeling blooms inside my chest and I laugh as they bicker between themselves and joke around, looking clean, well dressed, bodies better filled, eyes bright and smiles wide with happiness. Looking at them like this, they make the exact opposite picture they made the first time I met them. My eyes flicker to the still open shoji and I see Yamato standing there. A rare soft smile graces his lips as he looks tenderly at us, and when our eyes meet, he nods, like telling me I did well. Next. Here. Just don't kill me, sensei. Kana mumbles, stepping into the tatami of the dojo while June, a tomboyish girl, grunts from the floor while doing her best to crawl back to the corner, where 4 other girls watch, rubbing their own sore spots after practicing basic self-defense with me. 6 of the girls are dedicated to security around the residence, taking turns in pairs to look over the place and guard the entrance. Not all of them are into violence, but they are very interested in fulfilling the role regardless. They can simply look over the cameras and answer calls, roam the perimeter, or patrol inside the house, but if they ever get face to face with someone infiltrating, they'll have to be ready to use force if necessary. A weapon won't always help if the enemy is stronger or happens to have a troublesome quirk. And if they accompany me to anything I think I might need a security guard for appearances, or prevent needing to use my skills, well, they'll need to back up their role. So, basic self-defense techniques for now. Most knew some basics beforehand, and all of them are relatively fit and enjoy working out. Well, most of them really need to build some more muscle for this kind of job, but they are enthusiastic. There is another girl that would have thrived here, Aki. She is a pretty muscly woman with a delinquent air, Yakuza-like. I offered her a place as head of the security team since she has been at gang fights a lot and clearly is the most experienced in street fights, but she declined. Instead, she asked to be on the maid team and I assigned her as housekeeper, head of the maid division. Aki looks rather threatening even with her long, pretty maid dress. She commands respect and so far she has been excellent at guiding the maid team. Apparently, Aki doesn't want to encourage her violent behavior too much and I can respect that. Maybe it has to do with the way she was kidnapped, not like I'll ever know. Point is, Aki's not here, instead, Kana is the head of security now. She's a pretty interesting girl with a gloomy, almost ghostly look with a combative quirk skill. When I offered her the position, she accepted saying, I have some experience, with a toothy smirk, showing off all her pointy teeth. Well, that's good. Since we assigned roles for everyone, I've been giving them homework to regain fitness and build strength. Along with running one-on-one classes a few times a week like right now. Kana bows at me briefly, meeting me in the middle of the dojo. You did well in all the basics last week, right? Yes, sensei. Ah, well, you are far ahead of everyone here. What if we spar? No quirks yet. Her dark eyes seemed to gleam and I stepped forward to see how good she can dodge me. But what, holding back this much is really hard. It's like having to put the brakes in several brain and muscle memory switches to prevent myself from hurting her. I stop before a hit can connect and I purposefully leave myself open for her, but she fails to take advantage of it many times. When she does, she's decently effective in going for nasty hits and pressure points. But she's still better at dodging and parrying using my own strength to her advantage. Her grabs were pretty impressive last week too. Pressure points are not something that affects me, so whenever I give her the chance to hit one and she manages, I call point, then back away and I change my tactic to forbid myself from using the supposed affected body part for 20 seconds to simulate pain and give her a bit of advantage. Just like that she tries to grab me for 20 minutes, quite a lot of endurance there, but at that point she's already turning sloppy, struggling to keep up the rhythm and failing more times than not. I decided to take pity on her and threw her to the floor while twisting an arm behind her. Good job. That was very good, Kana. Her body relaxes against the tatami, not having the energy to keep fighting and understanding that she won't be able to get free from my hold. Thanks, she pants. I'd never fought this long before. Whoa. Kana-san, that was so cool. You are so agile, Kana-chan. Sir Rimuru is scary, I don't even want to imagine how he trains hawks. The rest of the security team yell their admiration for Kana and I seem to hear a wobbly mumble somewhere, but never mind that. Now I know how much my head of security can give without relying on her quirk. She's pretty cool for someone who's not a hero. I didn't actually expect her to endure for so long and to have so many techniques hidden under her calm exterior. Hell, she might even be a better fighter than Aki. I feel like I got the best girl for the head of security role by pure coincidence. Some experience, she said. Well, I believe it. I'm not here to pry on anyone's past though. I congratulate their progress and dismiss them after discussing a new schedule for different group training. It would be fantastic if Kana could have a sparring partner. None of the other security guards are on her level. Not even close. Maybe Aki could be a good match, but it'll be up to her if she decides to help. I'll ask her later. It's about time I head out, but I need to inform Nozomi first. I step out of the dojo with Yamato, my butler, and Aina the sheep maid right behind me. They are the ones assigned to accompany me today. On my way to the office, I coincidentally pass by Aki while she cleans some shelves with a feather duster and I ask her if she's willing to spar with Kana. Of course, boss. She says boisterously. I mean sir. She corrects while side-eyeing Yamato-kun behind me. I chuckle, she slips the boss from time to time and it really makes her look like a gang lackey. Yamato-kun has been adamant about having her stop calling me like that. But I really don't mind at all. He does though. Yamato is looking at her with an impassive gaze that says nothing but gives you that disappointed dad vibe. I take the chance to warn her that I'll be in the commercial district and she nods before gasping and scurrying away. Well, whatever. From then, it doesn't take me much time to reach the office and let Nozomi know when I should be back. Just when I'm about to head out, Aki is back blocking the door with a frown. Sir. Aki-chan. What's the matter? You taking the bike? Be more polite. Yamato admonishes. Yeah, I'm taking it for a ride. I mean, no need to repeat herself. Aki smiles broadly and steps aside, looking at the end of the corridor. I peek around and I see Mayumi jogging toward us with a bundle of clothes nested between her arms. She stops abruptly upon seeing me and her eyes widen comically before darting around as if searching for a way out. She abruptly turns her back to us. Mayumi-chan. Yes. I look at Aki but she's tilting her head with a raised eyebrow. Okay, she doesn't know either. Aki whispers. I told her you were heading out. Oh. I see. Mayumi-chan. I'm heading out and gonna take the motorcycle today. Do you have anything I could use? She swiftly turns around, stars in her diamond-like eyes. What a coincidence, sir. I have just the thing. A coincidence all right. She walks up to me confidently, a big smile on her also diamond-like lips. You are interested, right? You must be interested. What is this act? MHM. I am. What do you have there? The first of many biker outfits I want to set together. She pushes the bundle of clothing against me almost forcefully. The bike inspired me and I just happened to think I could put some outfits together. The truth is, I already knew this, but if it wasn't obvious before, now you can't deny that. For fun. Just for fun, it's just a coincidence that you are the one going out today to test it. Mayumi is a tsundere. Well, I better try it out. I eat the clothes and promptly exchange them with the ones I'm wearing. I have to say. What a looker. Like a classic biker with a leather jacket and all that jazz. I turn around, looking at myself while Nozomi and Aina shriek like fangirls. Meanwhile Aki seems to roar a battle cry or something feral. Oh. This is very nice. I compliment honestly, but pointedly, not looking at her face, though my universal perception can tell she's blushing and averting her eyes while fidgeting. Well, of course. Mayo-chan. You outdid yourself. Aina jumps excitedly while her long sheep ears flap cutely. Sir Rimuru looks super hot. Ah. Now I blush. What? You idiot. I wasn't aiming for that. She blushes even harder, but since she's getting mad, it raises the doubt if it's out of embarrassment or anger. Aina. Aki scolds, or she tries. Though I can't disagree. Nozomi just nods rapidly, both hands over her mouth and a dangerous gleam on her pink eyes. Okay, time to leave. I quickly walk down the corridor to reach the parking lot while the whole entourage follows me. The motorcycle created a big commotion when it arrived a few days ago. The girls were fascinated, and Aina, now our official chauffeur, car pending, she uses Yamato's car for now, was completely in love with the thing. Apparently, she really likes speed, and a few stray comments from her lead me to believe the trafficking ring scouted her during an illegal car race. It's unclear if she was a spectator or a speedster, but I'm inclined to believe it was the latter. Which honestly only urges me to get a car as soon as possible. I don't want to be held responsible if she crashed Yamato's car. She's very chipper and straightforward, she gives the impression of being a good girl, but you shouldn't be fooled, there's clearly a wolf hiding under that wool. Anyway, today is my first time riding it, and somehow, word of me going out in it seemed to spread because almost everyone at the mansion sent me off with a cheer. They are a bit ridiculous, but what can you expect of my not-so-secretly new fan club? The ride is very calm at the beginning, since we live in a wide rich residential area, there isn't traffic at all, but soon I take a turn into a more recurrent road, and in no time at all, Musudifo is all around me. I zigzag around vehicles on the highway in my new motorcycle. It's a shiny black, stylish thing that looks very imposing under my lithe frame. I crouch against it, enjoying the loud purr of the fully physically scientific machine. I understand this kind of thing is normal. But nowadays is hard for me to believe they truly managed to create this thing without elemental spirits. It's equal parts fascinating and horrifying, considering which are the contamination repercussions of not being able to use spirit magic for this. Funny how my perception of things has changed ever since I became a monster. I never thought I would ride something this nice and loud. It's purely a leisurely ride. Going at max speed, dodging cars like the wind, feeling its inner working against my body, and enjoying the crazy feeling of a helmet over my head. I've never used a helmet before. It's the worst. And the coolest. I like the idea that no one can see my face while using it. I reduce speed to an acceptable one on a slightly busier road, taking my turn to get into a commercial street. These are the patterns of traffic lights along our route. Ah, seal, that's perfect. I have no intention to stop at a red light, so that'll help me avoid any. Soon, I arrived at my destination. After parking, I took my helmet off, shaking my head to get my hair comfortable again. I heard gasps and whispers from the surrounding bystanders, but I did my best to ignore them. My universal perception tells me everyone's eyes are either on me or on the bike, or switching between the two. A shutter sound made me realize that at least one person was taking photos, and I really wished for it to just be my imagination. I almost missed it since I'm used to the monthly photo session and the sound of the camera around me. It's a sound I easily ignore nowadays, but I'm quite sure my photographer is not here on Earth. I start turning a bit nervous with the attention, so I get out of my bike and walk towards the cafe a few meters away, specifically, towards the table where a teenager does his best to hide and let the earth swallow him whole. Not going to work, Izuku. Just water? Really? I know I said to take care of your diet, but it's fair to cheat a little every now and then. I sit in front of him and cross my legs while I place my helmet to the side. Order something nice. It's on me today, alright. I signal to the waitress who has been gawking at me since I parked. Was it a mistake to wear these clothes? No. I feel good with them, masculine even, which is a rarity nowadays. There's nothing wrong with me, stop looking at me like that. Anyway, she yelped and quickly picked up a couple of menus on her way over. Hi, by the way. Hi, sensei, he comes up from his hiding spot like a turtle. No, actually, he still looks like a turtle, all bundled up since we are entering winter. The waitress welcomes me as she hands me the menu, offering desserts, and a few things she said caught my interest, so I ordered her suggestions. She seemed very pleased by it. How have you been feeling with the training? Not gonna lie, it's been hard. He sighed and the gesture did nothing to hide the slight eye bags he was sporting. But I want to become a great hero like All Might. I don't plan to give up. That's the spirit. It's been a few weeks since we started training. I taught him the proper form to exercise and strengthen his body and then looked over him to make sure he didn't cheat. But that was an unnecessary worry. Many Midoriya proved he's determined to become a hero, and the prospect of getting a skill only adds fuel to his inner fire. Since I became sure of that, I decided to add homework, like doing laps daily and other minimal things he can do on his free time. It allows me to add new exercises to our time together. Seal and I are making sure he's not exactly overworking himself, just acceptably overworked, but we have been constantly keeping him at his absolute limit for about a week now. He looks tired, but his eyes tell me he'll give his everything to this hell training. I warned him not to do his homework today and instead to meet me after classes. Thank you for the food. He dived into his fruit tart. Did you know the hero billboards are a month away from now? Hero billboards? Where they are ranked? Yeah. All Might is number 1, of course. Endeavor has been steadily at number 2 for a while and I'm sure Hawks will keep on raising the ranks. I smile, amused at how he can't help himself from mentioning his admiration of All Might whenever I see him at some point or another and how he always finds a way to mention Hawks simply because of that silly little figurine I bought. It's cute how he always tries to include my interest in our conversations. Right, he's 6th now, isn't he? Yeah. Hawks entered the top 10 2 years ago and now the forums estimate he'll hit 4th place. Really? 4th place? That's very good, right? And he has been managing that spot without my training. He's good, very good. And Hawks is going to become even better publicity than expected later on. Sensei, what's with that evil smile? MHA, don't worry about it. Okay. So, what's the special class today, Rimuru sensei? Today we are going to do public service. It's the most basic form of hero patrolling and it covers what usually heroes students do in their work study the first time around. Really? That's amazing. I slide him an ID to hang around his neck, similar to the ones you see at cons or the ones the media uses. You need to wear that. I put my own around my neck. Both state our names, if we are teachers or students, and say Hero Educational in big letters, like my license. The boy holds it high and admires it as if it were the coolest thing in the world. But you know, this is nothing to be proud of, it just ensures that the cops won't chase us away and that people won't ignore us as much. I guess it must feel like getting VIP seats to a Coliseum duel you've been eagerly expecting. Wow, that was a very Tempest line to think about. This is the full extent of my license. I am allowed to use my skills mostly for this kinda thing since this involves public activities. So why not use it for what it's actually for? Besides, a portion of what is done here actually applies to the written exam every hero school does for application. Hopefully, the experience helps with that too. And once he gets into hero school, knowing these things beforehand will leave him more time for training. We finish our food and walk towards a nearby park. Izuku is happy and excited to start what's basically an internship, and that's clear by the number of things he has been listing he knows heroes do aside from kicking butts. Well, all that is true, but there is more. Something even more basic and important to the core of being a hero. The core of being a hero. He repeats and leans forward, paying utmost attention. Exactly. I push a stainless steel tong and a trash bag to his chest. There's garbage over there. Pick it up. Master. Even Seal is confused. I guess this will be a lesson for both of you. Did I stutter? Go for it? Yes. He steps forward and crouches in front of a deformed can. But he looks back at me questioningly before slowly reaching with the tong a centimeter away from actually picking it up. I nod and he slowly grabs the can, completely bewildered. I never said we'll begin with the fun part. It's all about the basics and good foundations before we get to all that. A hero, before being someone who beats the bad guys or saves the people from disaster, is someone who sets a good example by helping the community and having noble intentions. If people see a hero picking trash and throwing it into a waste bin, what will they think? That it's not good to throw trash just anywhere. And they will better their actions. This small act goes a long way into being a good influence and bettering the community. I see. Izuku looks at the can at the tip of the tong and then around him, noticing that there was actually quite a lot of garbage around. He nodded to himself, his mind apparently made up, and started cleaning at a good rhythm. It didn't take long for him to clean the park. After that lesson settled in, it was time to up things up a bit, so we went back to the commercial street. People were starting to stare at me again, so I put my helmet on and no one paid me a second glance afterward. I gave him examples of simple ways in which he can be a hero by helping people out with the smallest of things. A gentle gesture can make a person's day. I told him to impress me and lead the way, and he walked around looking for something to help with. It was a good exercise to bring him out of his shell. The kid stuttered and his voice broke more than just a few times, but he soldiered on with the idea of helping someone else. He didn't hesitate to walk up to a bystander and offer a hand while I just tailed behind. He gave directions to lost people, guided tourists with his broken English, helped grandmas to cross the street, and loaded groceries into cars. I didn't need to give many pointers, really. The kid was very good with people despite his nervousness. He made them feel safe with him even though they seemed to find him adorable and awkward with his shyness. I thought that was all that was going to be until I felt harmful intentions nearby. Okay, this is going to be the last lesson for today. Follow me. I started to guide him to a perfect spot for the action. Do you remember the biggest challenge Rocky Hand had in that fight in Akihabara? Not being able to hold his enemy. Wrong answer. Then it was the civilians, he had to hold back to not involve them. That's it. And that's recurrent trouble for most commercial streets like this one. Not only are people slow to react, but some also can't move away quickly. Additionally, reckless people will try to get close, not really paying attention to the danger they are exposing themselves to. That's when heroes and police available are tasked with crowd control. I materialize a barricade tape roll and throw it to him. He struggled to catch it as he kept bouncing it from hand to hand until he got a firm grip on it. Once Izuku registers what it is, his eyes widen at me in realization. Make a perimeter on this side. Make sure to get everyone to safety, and don't you dare to get too close to danger. I'll be behind you. He gives a firm nod just when a storefront explodes into several glasses shards on the other side of the street. Two villains jump out of it carrying bags full of stolen wares. People scream in fright and some fall to the floor covering themselves from the shattering glass. The crime is so showy that a hero instantly gets to the scene, but the villains boast about their strength and are confident that they can get away. Their skills are rather good, I understand where they come from. Everything becomes messy instantly, the most rational people get away as fast as they can while others lag behind. Izuku gets into it and does his best to be commanding and usher everyone back. It mostly works, but whenever he's having a problem with someone, I step in with firm words and a flash of my ID and they immediately scurry away. When most people are away from trouble, I instruct Izuku to pull the tape and hook it up in whatever way he finds while I go back for the few people still too close to danger. I wasn't about to let him risk himself getting close to the fight. Like the responsible adult I am, I did it myself. At that point, another hero with their sidekick gets here and the battle finally tips in the law's favor. Izuku doesn't need my help anymore from that point out. I simply instruct him to remind people to stay behind the tape and to tell the civilians that were cut by the glass to wait for paramedics and help them to the ambulance when they arrive. He does fine. Actually, better than expected. Once he felt real danger, it was like a switch turned inside him. All awkwardness was forgotten and replaced by pure determination and assertiveness. Yes, I was right, I can see the hero in him. I got a little bit worried when he just seemed to be a wimp, but I still trusted the kid. Now I'm seeing confirmation that he truly is true hero material. Izuku simply needs training. Police arrived from the other side and quickly made their perimeter. A couple of officials tried to make their way over here, but I signaled at my license and yelled that we got it covered. It was a drawn-out battle, with a lot of people screaming encouragement from both sides of the street, but Izuku never dropped his guard. He instructed civilians and constantly checked on the battle, asking me if he could or should do this or that every time he doubted something. He was analyzing the situation and finding more ways to help out. From moving the perimeter further to tending to the hurt civilians while we waited for help. To even ask everyone to move for the ambulance when he heard it getting close. I snapped a few photos and sent them to Inko. Just when Izuku was helping the wounded civilians to the ambulance, the villains were successfully arrested. I could see the police cuffing them with the strangest cuffs I'd ever seen. But I soon realized it was a device to temporarily deactivate intrinsic and quirk skills, similar to the drug the traffickers applied to my girls. How wild. These things are used here like they are a symbol of law and order, but if someone were to bring up one of those back at home, I would completely ban them and immediately arrest their creator. Those things are an atrocity in my eyes. But oh, well, I don't make the rules here, only play by them. Hello, I'm Officer Tamakawa. Were you in charge of this perimeter? An official approaches me. Hello. Yes, I'm on a field lesson with my student. I hand him my field permit license and then I take out my helmet so he can confirm my identity. The man's whiskers twitch when he sees me. Yes, his whiskers. He got a cat quirk skill that makes him look extremely like a cat kobold but tall like a human. That is, extremely cute, actually. Kobolds are charismatically cute but never say that to their face, even if being around the size of a halfling, they have a mean bite, and cat kobolds have an even meaner scratch. Thank you so much for your help, Sensei. May I have a report? Of course. I narrate to him the events and the actions of my student. I point Izuku out among the crowd while he blushes over something an old lady says to him as she is released from the paramedics' hands. You must be proud. Your student did a great job. I cannot help but brag a little while puffing my chest. It's his first perimeter. I'm very pleased. Is it? Maybe I should congratulate him. We make our way towards the ambulance and Izuku seems to turn a bit nervous when he notices me approaching him with a police official. Hello, Midoriya-kun. Thank you so much for holding the perimeter on this side. You were a great help today. He instantly brightens at the praise, his eyes moist and the sweetest smile I've seen from him stretched under his slightly flushing cheeks. Thank you. Officer Tamakawa proves himself to be a very nice man. He probably learned to be good with people, especially kids, due to his quirk attracting attention. Many kids might take a quick liking to him. We share contacts and I promised to tell him if we do field lessons around Musudafo again. It's always good to have new contacts from all areas. On that cheery note, we end our first and very successful first field class. Let's spar on the air. I opened my wings and soared up to the windy night sky over the island I'd been taking hawks to during our training sessions. We have been doing some occasional races across the ocean, but whenever we focus on combat, we do it around here to have safe land waiting for us. He has been asking, of course, whenever I use the gate to bring us here I see his face getting this inexplicably complicated expression, and sometimes he asks what's up with it, but you know, I don't know how to answer him. I just end up deflecting. I reached an appropriate altitude and waited for him to begin like I'd been doing every training session so far. He reaches me, maintains an appropriate distance, and brings out his primary feathers, edges sharp and deadly with a steely glint, immediately transforming into blades. Man, his quirk skill is too cool. He takes a moment to breathe deeply to center himself, focuses on me with eagle intensity, and initiates a frontal assault at full speed. His speed has actually increased by this point. It has been only about a month and a half since we started our training sessions, but it has already shown impressive results. Truly impressive results. It's not just his speed, it's his precision at his top speed that has improved too. His slashes are faster and more methodical now, not too exposed, and he's able to evade more of my deadly accurate pokes to his weak spots. But of course, he still occasionally suffers under my unforgiving fingers. This might not sound like much, but it's actually a level of improvement that would take much more training for a normal person to reach, but not Hawks. He's too quick of a learner. It shows that he's a prodigy. If he were a human with this level of strength and proficiency with a unique skill, he might be well on his way into enlightened evolution. A pity that he's neo-human and already evolved. It makes sense that the default human evolution in this physical world would also be another physical evolution, but it would have been nice if he were a semi-spiritual being like an enlightened by now. Resistance to physical attacks is a handsome bonus, after all. On the other hand, it means that I need to bring Izuku up to around this level for him to evolve. Man, that's going to be one long road. Anyway, after just a few minutes of me nimbly dodging around his brandishing feathers and going for his exposed sides like usual, I took it up to myself to honor my initial statement, and instead of sliding toward his next weak spot like I would normally do, I punched him. NGH. He hastily blocked with his primary feathers crossed in front of him, displaying a quite frankly splendid reaction time. But the hit was strong enough to send him flying a good few meters back. I might have overdone it. If he hadn't blocked, that punch would have been very, very bad for him. I'll tone it down, maybe. But well, it worked to make a point, I guess. Hawks expanded his wings to stop his momentum, otherwise, he would have gone flying even further. He looked at me from above his still crossed blade-like feathers, shocked into his defensive stance, eyes as big as they could get, astonishment written all over his features. I mean, I don't blame him. After all these many training sessions, it is the first time I lead a direct attack against him. Not the simple, though painful, guidance to make him aware of his weak spots. I warned him, didn't I? I can't help but smirk. Let's spar. I repeat, intoning for him to get my point. It's the first time I've referred to our training as a spar. He smirks, understanding that there's more to expect from where that punch came from. Yeah, this time we are getting a bit more serious. He's a big boy and good enough for the next step. Hawks quickly charges up to me and begins a series of slashes like usual, but ready to block or parry my next punch. It's abundantly clear from the new tension on his shoulders. My next strike is successfully parried and he tries to take advantage of having opened my side, but that's too naive of him. I have two fists. I simply punched him on the shoulder before he could slash at me. Softer this time. I know how to hold back. A grunt leaves him and he loses his equilibrium. Hawks fall backward and flap his wings a couple of times to try and regain control over his body as quickly as possible, but I'm not about to let this openness go unforgiven. I dive over him, taking advantage of his vulnerability to keep harassing him. I sense his sudden panic and it only feeds a sadistic side on me. His body tenses as his wings try to push for a dodge, but it's proven to be a poor attempt as another punch greets his side and I send him hurling sideways. He holds his breath out of pure pain. Yeah, I didn't hold as much. This one was on purpose, though. He provoked me, panicking like that. I had to show him a lesson about how bad a situation can turn if you are left vulnerable. This time, he's quick enough to face me properly again just at the nick of time to block my next strike aimed at his middle. Whoa! He managed to block that? I can't help feeling a little bit of pride bloom inside me. He blocked me with perfect timing despite withholding as much pain as he must be feeling after 2 consecutive hits. He immediately proves to me what he's capable of when he keeps my punches away from him, dodging and deflecting left and right. Never blocking, otherwise, his injuries would only aggravate with the shock. He buys enough time to recover his breathing and adjust to a firmer grip on his movement. He must have gone numb after that last hit and just now recovered proper feeling over his body. Well, I'm not gonna say sorry. With a deep intake of air, Hawks finished recomposing himself in the middle of a dodge, looked at me with fierce determination, and dived back with a strike. The back and forth continued with Hawks being more assertive, notably more mentally stable for a proper spar. He predicted my attacks with increasing accuracy, getting to dodge more and blocking with the exact amount of strength to resist the backlash of my punches or directing me to the ideal angles for a parry. Doing his best to conserve his strength while maximizing effectiveness. What used to be training sessions about him going into the attack constantly while fixing his posture, quickly turned into him going almost completely on defense. His previous training served him to naturally try to land a hit on me with the least openings possible. It all kept him longer from being trashed again. This is technically a test of our long training up until now. He is now able to move more fluidly at his max speed, straining to focus on way too many things in a single second and effectively accomplishing to decrease the number of mistakes he could make, everything to defend himself appropriately and more aware of his own body to be able to perform at the speed of an enemy as fast as himself. It makes me smile, to see progress in my student. As joy bloomed inside my chest, Hawk's lips stretched into a pained smirk, returning my own, though I'm sure the kind of smile that's on my face doesn't look innocent at all. I know, I've been told I often end up with a smile that's kinda scary sometimes. But it's not like I'm thinking bad things. I just seem to give that vibe. But why? I'm just a friendly slime. Regardless, I take the chance to dodge, doubling backward and immediately slip through his defenses using the best of my slime body's flexibility to directly kick his chin and send him flying upwards. He hastily flaps to get away and I let him finally take a break from me. His eyes are filled with surprise, looking at me over his hand covering the lower half of his face. I mean, I never said I would just use my hands. He's just too focused on his swordplay. Now, next step up. I'll show you how important legs are in aerial battles. You focus too much on swordsmanship. You forget your legs, man. I smirk at him. You also forget that chickens have tasty legs for a reason, so you should take a page from your bird senpais. I mean, they use their talons to hunt, man, get a hint. Are you calling my legs delicious? Maybe I should wear shorts next time. I answer that with a kick. Forgetting his legs is stupid, but at least he wasn't surpassing that level of idiot just yet, which but at least he wasn't dropping his guard and quickly managed to block my leg. From then, the spar evolved into its true form, turning into a full-dimensional aerial battle. Finally, I've been itching to reach this point. I could feel how Hawks came out of the little box he has created for himself, becoming more mobile around himself at super speed, fighting in a freer way, and from more imaginative angles with no restrictions. Everything goes and everything can kill you. Metamorphosis. Oftentimes training turns stale after a while, but now that we reached this point, it got really fun. He was increasingly pulling really crazy moves to be able to dodge or parry on time. Everything was happening at speeds that Hawks is not accustomed to fighting at all, and he failed in movements that were practically beginner mistakes and lack of training, but he was steadily getting there. Steadily bringing all his knowledge and skills up to this speed too. I'm sure it must feel like learning combat all over again for him. I could see that the joy I felt wasn't just my own. Even if I hit him hard enough to send him flying, chased and harassed him while he was vulnerably suspended in the air, or cornered him into defending with no apparent end to it, I could see him smirking through his gritted teeth and pained grunts. So he does like to suffer. Good boy. I think this is what cats must feel like when they play with their prey. He has no way out and is enduring this abuse like a champ. But he started to tremble with exertion at some point. His muscles looked as if they were going to snap in several parts at any moment, and his breath was labored in a way that I knew meant his throat was completely raw, and even breathing hurt him. Basically, Hawks reached the dying point twice over, and now he's on the verge of slipping, just holding himself up here with pure determination. What? A hero? Are there any tropes where the demon lord saves the hero? Because I'm going to forgive his life right about now. With one strong flap of my wings, I moved backward and immediately relaxed my posture, resting a hand against my hip. A break. One of the heaviest sighs I ever heard leaves him along with his adrenaline, and his body stops answering him instantly. He starts falling from the sky like a rag doll. OOP. I instant move right under Hawks and hug him around his torso so he doesn't keep falling. The poor guy isn't even able to lift his face, awkwardly pressed against my shoulder while he tries to flap his wings, but is completely uncoordinated and useless. I appreciate the effort to try to keep himself together and regain a bit of composure, but he's too dead for that. I slowly start to guide us toward the rock surface of the island, which is by now our ground battle arena. His feet meet safe land first, and he tried to stand up on wobbly legs. When I touch the ground, he manages to dislodge himself from me, but two heavy hands perch themselves heavily on my shoulders to keep his balance. Man, he's wasted. I give him a moment to shake his legs to try and recover some feeling on them, or maybe try to relieve the pain, but that's not gonna work. Sit. I grab his hands and help him down as gently as he can manage. He's a mess and clearly unable to coordinate his legs, but soon he's sitting and hunching forward. I boop him in the nose with a low potion, and he takes it incredibly slowly while grunting. Hawk's used to the low potions by this point, but I don't want him to rely on these too much. Still, this time it's necessary. He drinks it and somehow manages to contain a cough that made him jerk a bit. It would have been a waste of potion if he spitted it all around. His body glows with the immediate effect of the magic in it, and he sighs in relief. Good as new. I hand him a water bottle and he throws me a weird expression, furrowed brows as if frustrated with me but smiling all the same. Don't even try to pretend you are annoyed with me, man. You've been smiling for half of that spar session. It's a love-hate thing, I guess. I plop down beside him as he starts uncapping the bottle. We are halfway through lesson time. He did great. It would be a shame to cut our session this short, though. It's no problem, he can continue. Whoa there, Seal. I had fun too, but maybe we shouldn't torture him so much. Feldera went through worse. I don't think it's fair to compare a neo-human with a true dragon. Cherries too. Second round in 10. Meanwhile, Tell me what you learned. I fucking hate you. He chuckles. Luckily, that wasn't everything he learned. Our second round finished pretty much the same, as did the third, and with that, our day was over. We stayed there looking over the waves as he downed his last water bottle calmly while recovering. I heard tomorrow are the hero billboards. MHM. Wanna bet what my ranking is gonna be? He smirks mysteriously. Fourth, right. How did you know? I have my sources. Like your Koi, who is a freaking hero stalker. Haru-chan proposed to make you a party at mine, wanna come over tomorrow after the show? He leans forward, eyes full of surprise. Haru? The quiet, meek one. I nod, green? Your gardener. I nod again. I didn't peg her as a party animal. Right. I laugh. The shock when she asked. But in retrospect, I often see her using her free time and her activities for, you know, mental health, all those relaxation crafts, and whatnot to make handmade gifts for everyone. She made me some herbal tea pouches to give me energy. It doesn't work with me, but it's the thought that counts. Besides, the mixes taste great. She thinks about others a lot. Haru-chan is sweet like that. So maybe it's not too weird of her to ask if we can have a party to congratulate you. His face visibly softens. They are doing great, resilient, all of them. Well, I'll be there, then. Will you watch it? Of course, we'll prepare for it. And I'm sure at least Mayumi is gonna put it on TV. She a fan? He smirks. Yeah, but don't let her know you know. She would throw a fit. Why, he mouths, but I ignore him. I don't even know how to explain tsunderies. Anyway, I lean close to him with the kind of devious smirk I usually got whenever I had a business idea for Molly. About your speech tomorrow. What about it? What were you planning to say? I have a few ideas and requests. Because why wouldn't I take the opportunity? Well, he doesn't move, but his eyes start darting away and back at me several times, possibly thinking how to get away from it. Hey, hear me out first. I try to get him while poking at his chest. NGH. What did you have in mind? Success. It's surprisingly easy to get him to agree with my request. Excited, even. Soon we were leaning into each other, chuckling over a pair of beers I popped out of my imaginary space. Throwing idea after idea and getting more enthusiastic anytime one of us took the plan more out of proportion, until we decided to bring it down to earth. Shit, he put his hand over his forehead. Drinking right after training wasn't a good idea. I laughed, throwing my head back. What? You already drunk after that one? No more. Otherwise, tomorrow won't work. He pushed the empty can towards me and I made both of our finished drinks disappear. Well, then. Give me a call when you are done tomorrow and I'll pick you up. I opened the gate for him back to his agency and he left with a cocky wink and a salute. Back at the mansion, Nozomi, Aina, Mayumi, and Haru were sitting around a table beside the Ingawa, right in front of the place they know I always summon the gate back in the garden. Yamato and a maid also waited for me, standing by the side, ready to accompany me around. They were already bowing when I stepped out of the portal. Nozomi hastily gets up and greets me. Mayumi and Haru look at me with barely contained nervousness, while Aina just hummed a currently popular song while snaking on some cute-looking cookies that our head chef clearly must have baked today. He agreed. I smile while stepping over the Ingawa and switching my Tempest-tien clothes for a comfortable Samua, perfect for the cooling weather. Nozomi and Aina smile. Haru sags with relief and Mayumi tries to contain her smile, but she's obviously happy. She almost cheered out loud but covered it with a cough. Come on, be honest. I'll tell you, Emi-chan. Aina gets up, pats her skirt, and resumes her humming, doing what I think must be that song's choreography, extending her arms here and there, twisting and moving her hips while rhythmically taking steps towards the kitchen with a cookie between her lips. This girl has too much energy to spare. It's taking a while, but she'll make it to UME, eventually. Our head chef is going to have fun making preparations along with the other chefs. I heard they had a great time preparing that surprise party they made for me last time. Haru stands up. She's a very short girl, even shorter than me, and just like Hawks pointed, extremely meek. I like Haru's looks. She makes me feel at home since she has green skin and light pinkish hair, strikingly reminiscent of a goblina, just with longer ears, like an elf. And she's so tiny. Like a lowly goblin elf. Hey, I'm not wrong. Her quirk, photosynthesis, helps her absorb energy from UV rays and gives her a momentary mood and stamina boost, not too much, just enough to help her work happily outside, ideal for gardening, which is coincidentally her passion. Her quirk skill kinda makes her resemble a tulip if you squint. She works hard to please everyone, maybe too hard. How could I help, sir? She's the only one who literally needs to look up to meet my eyes, everyone else is understandably taller and I'm used to that, really. After all this time, I've wholeheartedly accepted my perpetual short stature, at least I don't look like a child anymore. I can't help but pat her velvety hair. You can help UME with the beverages, you are good with those. She smiles shyly. Yes, sir. In just a few minutes, everyone in the mansion became aware that we'll be hosting a party early tomorrow and they began making plans. Hero video games are pretty intense, There aren't many AAA games like this, but a couple of companies took it upon themselves to create hero fighting or teamwork games, getting contracts with heroes and using them as their fighting characters. Very profitable stuff. I would expect something like this to be poorly done, but heck if I'm not finding this fighting game the most entertaining thing to keep me busy at night. It's already morning and I'm still laughing my ass off thinking how embarrassing it must be for the heroes to see themselves as game characters doing super dramatic poses and having their ass kicked by other super dramatic characters. The story mode is completed and around 300 online matches won when I deemed my research concluded. The internet is a more reliable source of information if everything Lord Rimuru needed was information on the heroes participating in the hero billboard chart of Japan. No, you don't understand, I don't need accurate information on them. Besides, you provided a nice commentary whenever I unlocked a new character. Well done, Seal. What a productive night. HHHH. I can tell she's feeling conflicted. There's no guilt about playing all night, gotta enjoy what I can while there's time. Morning turned out to be a pretty hectic affair after that. It began with a healthy breakfast and then everyone scurried everywhere to prepare for the hero billboard like cockroaches crawling away. Aina drove a few of them to the supermarket to get anything they might be missing since the broadcast begins at 10 a.m. Heroes are on TV just for about half an hour, 40 minutes at most, but then the channels spend the rest of the day talking exclusively about the new ranking as if it were a national celebration or something. Heroes can get back to patrol right in time for lunch break, which, it's not usually a break for heroes since it's one of the times of day when there are more criminals around. The strongest people in Japan will be all standing on that podium, while another chunk of the 200 best or so will also be there as public. The Hero Commission must make sure that everything is under control during that period, otherwise, there might be big trouble. Following that, all lower-ranking heroes can take care of the morning crimes as is. They also send out all nighttime heroes available to dissuade anyone from taking advantage of the situation. Slightly overworked, the poor guys, but it's just once a year. They can manage. I understand the top 50 often work in the afternoon and evenings when higher amounts of crimes take place and oftentimes more violent ones. The heroes seeking popularity stick to when school and work finish and people mingle around the most. It's decently thought in all honesty. Coincidentally, today is Hawks Free Day, so he's authorized to come over and drink the whole day if he wants. Cool, cause I been itching to open a good sake for a while. Talking about drinks, Chia is placing quite the selection over the tables. While she considers every bottle with a critical eye and decides what's good for today, most of the maid squadron accommodates the tables, chairs, and decorations while the other half also helps in the kitchen. I want to help too, but it's not like I have a task assigned. I figured someone would appreciate my help, and while walking around, I come across all of the security team plus Mayumi in a room discussing a long white paper placed over a piece of fabric on the floor. I'm telling you, just congratulations is enough. I step in just to hear Kana droning. But that's so bland. How about, congratulations on rising the ranks? What if he gets lower? How dare you doubt Hawks-san? He's getting 4th place. Everyone screams and even jumps away. Goddammit, sir. June, the local tomboy, heaves a shaky sigh. I'm sorry, but that reaction made me smile a little. Sir Rimuru. Don't scare us like that. It's not like I plan to jump scare them. It's cute how Mayumi does her best to act as if she didn't jump out of her skin with a squeak. Sir, did you say 4th? Really? How do you know that? She seems to make a 180 in a flash with her eyes gleaming like that. They are told their placement beforehand. That makes sense. Kana picks up a bottle of ink and sits in front of the washi paper. Congratulations number 4, then. I take my chance to leave with them agreeing and cheering. Another search around the mansion quickly finds me snooping in the kitchen. It's a comfortably big kitchen, clearly remodeled into something more modern compared to the traditional style of the rest of the place. Yumi smiles at me gently the second I'm near her. She picks a tray covered with a cloth and turns to me with that charming peacefulness that she always seems to carry as her feathered hair bounces around her. Yumi is simply too beautiful. One of the few with a heteromorphic quirk skill around here. I understand that heteromorphic quirks can mutate the body in some extreme ways, and that generates a lot of backlashes when people don't consider it attractive or conventional. But the few girls here that do have body alterations aren't too different from humans. It shows what the traffickers considered attractive and sellable. Breedable. Seal. That's so inappropriate and so dark, I'm doing my damn best not to giggle. Congratulations on your newly acquired internet communication skills, but it's really not the time to use them. I can't say she's feeling any regret at all. But back to the topic, look at Yumi. She's the best example. Her quirk skill is called Tropical Bird, and she's a rainbow of colorful feathers and markings on her skin. Her feathers resemble a parrot, and there are marking on her face that strongly makes me think of a toucan or something. To know if she has more feathers under her clothes, it's unlikely that I'll find out. No way they are going to let me in a public bath here with women. I'm gonna miss that if I'm being honest. Well, unless she wears little in the summer, I won't likely know. As far as I can see, she doesn't have talons, she's soft all over and... Sir Rimuru, I baked these cookies. Her voice is like bells covered in honey. Sweet, melodic, and calming, makes me feel as if I were lying in the middle of the forest, hearing the wind and the birds around until a night spider comes barging in. I let out a coo when she uncovers round cookies with drawings of little different birds in the icing. She loves to bake and make small, cute portions of anything one can think of. Everything she does always is aesthetically pleasing and a joy to have served. She's incredibly fast at decorating. It's her favorite part, it seems, an artist at heart no doubt. MMMH. Delicious. I bite one, enjoying the vanilla with nuts under the sweet icing, a perfect balance. She smiles prettily, happy to see me savoring her creation. How's everything going? I ask, licking the crumbles from my fingers. She places the cookies down back on the counter and signals to her side, inviting me to have a look. It's going well, sir. I'm baking red velvet cupcakes right now, and I plan to decorate them with these. I peek around her and I see a frankly insane amount of curved chocolate feathers, all handmade. Whoa. You made those? Yes. Now I'm finishing the best part. She picks one, heats a knife in a bowl of hot water, and then starts to cut small lines on the sides of the chocolate to really make it look like a feather and finish the look. Yeah, I suppose if you leave them as is, they could be mistaken as leaves, so those cuts turn them into unmistakable feathers. That's a lot of work, but she goes through them pretty quickly. Yumi's enjoying herself though, it shows how much she loves her job. She's pretty amazing, a lot like Shana in many ways, especially her skills at cooking, but while Shana focuses on the overall look, Yumi goes far and beyond for the details like is nobody's business and everything looks perfect like a post in social media. Actually, her socials are pretty popular because of this, it's filled with desserts porn. Say, Yumi-chan. I turn around to meet Aina with a tiny fruit tart in her hand. Is this alright? Oh, that looks lovely, Aina-san. Keep it up. She smiles, but Aina is pouting for some reason. But Yumi-chan, I wanted watermelon, why can't I put watermelon on it? Watermelon. I frown at her. It's winter. But watermelon would have been perfect. She whines and I'm forced to hold her when she leans over me. Yes. I end up petting her tightly curled wool. Looking at the tiny cute tart, watermelon could have been a good addition, but it's already topped with various berries and other fruits, so we aren't missing anything, really. Yumi chuckles beside us. You should go back to the tarts before Aki-san sees you hogging Sir Rimuru. Uki. She unlatches herself from me and skips away, but after about 3 steps she turns around. Can we have sardine canapes with cheddar? That is oddly specific, but yes, we can. I'll bake the bread next. Aina yays away and I suppose she resumes her job with the fruit tarts further into the kitchen. You got the dough already? Yes, of course. It's ready for the oven. She giggles, just because, and it's like a song under the sun ray. Well, that was that. So I just go around talking with everyone and I end up with Haru squeezing lemons and oranges for the fantastic beverages she is preparing, and later I stab chicken bits over and over for the yakitori. A look around the kitchen reveals an insane plethora of food that will last us until tomorrow. We are a lot of people, but there is even more food than we could need. It's obvious to me that they intend to sit, eat without restraint, get drunk and worry about anything else any other day. We make an efficient team and everything is ready just in time. The rest will sit there waiting to be cooked later to serve warm, like the yakitori that won't be out for a while later, when Hawk's here. Tables get covered with food and drinks, and a beautiful shodo hangs in the middle of the end wall with perfect calligraphy congratulating Hawks for his new ranking. This looks really good, we should host parties like this more often. I say that, but we haven't even started yet. There's to wish this is not one of Master's famous Jinx's rules. Please don't mention it. I really don't want to ruin it. I sat on my designated seat in the middle of everything and looked all over as everyone started picking seats around me, the most invested trying to get a good spot to watch the TV, now with casual clothes and ready to enjoy the rest of the day, looking very excited and happy to break the routine with something fun. Mayumi unmutes the TV and we are greeted with a reporter speculating over the ranking when they notice a lady getting into the stage. The woman goes on and on with some hero propaganda. Ah, that must be the president of the Hero Public Safety Commission, right? She looks like a strict woman. So that's Hawk's boss. Looks harsh. Here, Haru timidly hands me some mint and ginger lemonade that not only smells really good, it even looks pretty, decorated with a lemon slice and whole mint leaves. Thanks. Hey, does she ever say something interesting? Not really, it's always congratulating some hero for a big anything they did, and I dunno, things I really don't listen to, Aki answers me while sitting nearby. She rolls her sleeves up, uncovering her colorful arm tattoos. Was this girl actually Yakuza or does she just like the aesthetics? She does announce retirements, that's kinda important, Chia adds, foregoing the light beverages and immediately uncapping a large beer bottle. Only the popular ones though, Kana mutters with barely concealed displeasure. But what do we have here? A hero propaganda oppositionist? It's rather nice to see someone readily criticizing this sensationalism. But something else is worrying me right now. Chia, we got all day, and it's still morning, shouldn't we wait to open those? I ask a little too late, she's already serving herself a glass. No, sir. I can't feel like it's a free day if I don't have a beer. That's a terrible mindset, but well, to each their own, I suppose. For their hard work at maintaining the peace, let's welcome our top 10 pro heroes. I turn again to the TV just in time to see the president bowing and leaving among a clapping audience. A young host excitedly introduces every pro hero, stating their rankings and hyping the viewers with dramatic introductions and a few hints about their most recent deeds. All of them confidently got into the stage, showcasing some of their quirk skills as they did and being absolute celebrities all over. Even Hawks walks in with his red wings displayed broadly behind him, like a preening bird trying to win a mate. Did you see that? Shishido is in this year. Aki fist bumps with a wild grin, clearly a fan of the savage-looking guy. Ah! It's Hawks. He doesn't look nervous at all. When is he, ever? Nozomi rolls her eyes. Best Jeanist's hair is perfect, like always. I like Edgeshot better. Kana mumbles. Of course you do, you edgelord. Chia smirks back over her beer. Oi! And then comes in All Might, with a big jump from somewhere and straightens up dramatically with a boisterous laugh and an unmistakable hero pose. I am here. I can't help but snort at this guy's dramatics. All Might. About a third of our group gets really excited. Why does this old dude have such a big fan base again? I'm sitting here cross-legged and sipping on my lemonade waiting for the public to calm down, but it honestly takes a good while until they decide to continue. The reporter finally asks for a few words from each of them, walks up to the first pro hero in line, and brings the microphone up to the absurdly tall hero with the lion motif. Take that, gang orca. He roars, making the poor girl sweat drop while Aki laughs heartily at the ceiling. That was it? Apparently, that was his whole speech, cause the reporter decides to walk up to the next in line, who is. I'm wondering if that's even neo-human, dude, it's literally a washing machine with legs. I mean, I know this guy from the video game, but I'm still confused. Was MHA? The audience goes wild. I fall out of my seat, and considering that it's a Zabuton pillow, that's saying something. Just. What is going on? Some of the girls laugh as if the guy had just said the best joke of the year, and I can only lean my forehead against my palm. This kind of humor is definitely too quirk era for me. It's a meme. I can see that, I don't get it though. Whoa, okay. I didn't suspect that one day Seal would be the one sending me memes. My mind gets filled with Washa images and I really don't get what's funny about it. I stop her when she brings up Washa remixes out of commercials. They did make me smile, but I don't feel like jumping into that rabbit hole. Really? I thought I could get some of these guys under my wing after Hawk's training reaches the point where it completely sets him apart from the rest of the top 10, but if this is the kind of people considered the strongest, then, I'm afraid I don't have much to rely on. I mean, personality isn't everything, just look at Shin. Would you guess she's that strong? Possibly not. But I can't entrust her with responsibilities without trembling. Maybe I shouldn't judge these guys just yet, but they are definitely not setting the best first impression. A ding on my phone brought me out of my small misery. It's a selfie from Izuku. He's smiling nervously with his mom laughing at his side. They are in front of the TV, watching the hero billboards together with the table filled with food, just like us. His mother must have bullied him into taking this photo. No way he would just randomly send me a selfie, he's too shy and awkward for that. Izuokiwo. You might become my only hope. Does it say something about my inner despair that I'm relying on a noddle of a child? Possibly, but it's not like I can do anything else right now. Gather up. I call and the girls from one side of the room smile and make hand signs for the selfie I send back to the Midoriyas. Even Yamato is there, looking sharp in his casual clothes. Maybe I should invite them over for the next billboards if we are all gonna watch it as if it were a big holiday. The TV calls my attention again and I notice that I skipped someone, but oh well, with the first two, you oughta doubt they had anything good to say. With honor. I know nothing about surpassing others, I only know how to outdo myself. What is this samurai grandpa going on about quoting the Bushido? I frown as I reach for a sardine canopy, the very same Aina asked for and has been hogging since she sat down. Nozomi snorts. That's Yoroi Musha, he's just saying that 'cause he dropped from 5th to 7th. His time is over. Kana mutters darkly, showcasing her pointy fangs and looking like she's enjoying his premature demise. Guess I'll just ignore that guy. I peek at my phone again. Izuku is surprised at how many people are in my selfie, but the picture only captured a portion of everyone in this room. I tell him that they are part of my staff and the little bastard has the gall to call me out on my wealth. I would be annoyed if it weren't an improvement in his character. He needs to build up his attitude in order to face heroics, I know. To have ascended to 6th place again. Thank you. Will Crust cry again this year? Aina wonders while flapping one sheep ear, looking for all the world like she's seriously considering placing a chicken-themed iced cookie on top of her sardine canopy and take a bite of both. Gross. The guy on screen, Crust, does indeed cry after providing a fairly long list of minor pro heroes that helped him out with a raid or something. Edshot-san, all your fans must be wondering, how do you feel about being separated from Best Jeanist on the rankings? The two of you have constantly placed one after the other, even before becoming top 10. The camera switches and there he is, Hawks in the middle of the two pro heroes. You could say the guy is stealing Edshot's spot there. Kana blow a raspberry, dismissing the reporter's words with a roll of her dark eyes. This is simply the result of our hard work. That includes Hawk's hard work. Are you sure about that? The avenue and the room fall into a quiet confusion with the interruption and I can feel a devious smirk growing on my face. Some of the girls flit their gazes between me and Hawks on the screen, shocked and nervous. He looks bored or even annoyed, but that glint of mischief in his eyes is not missed to me. It's on. He extends his hand for the mic and the reporter, smelling drama, eagerly gives him the power to conquer the cameras. Are we really working hard enough? Shouldn't we try to surpass others as we better ourselves? I get why you all give those neutral speeches. It doesn't matter, right? After all, we are living in a time of peace. Good breakthrough. You intercepted beautifully, Hawks. But solving one case after the other doesn't seem to be doing much now, does it? Crime rates have grown stagnant. If we are working hard, then how come crime is not decreasing? This is what we've been planning since yesterday. The top 10 only ever talk about all sorts of inconsequential stuff, which can be exciting for fans regardless, and people are used to this dynamic. But we totally plan to shake it to the core. I need to get ready for the war and build my numbers up, but I can't just barge up to these guys and say, hey, be my student. No way they will follow me out of nowhere. If anything, I'm lucky I landed Hawks. The rest aren't going to be easy to recruit without having to answer some very uncomfortable questions. Hence the plan to break the hero billboard. This event is all about propaganda, and our very first step is to get the public to begin to question it. Isn't it a bit harsh? All Might intervened uncharismatically, meekly considering his imposing figure, even doubling on himself to enter Hawk's line of sight. Japan has the lowest crime rate in the entire world, after all. A murmur of agreement. Oh man, this is perfect, we couldn't have planned it better. I don't have your advantage point of view, All Might-san, but I'm sure Japan does, I can see it closer from down here. He jokes, stretching a hand over his head, pointing at his short stature compared to the over 2 meters tall man. Some giggle quietly at his dumb little joke, charmed by him, and I'm pleased with how quickly he's appealing for their approval and diffusing some of the tension. But you know, anyone could pick up their phone to search Japan crime rates and compare them with pre-quirk crime rates in Japan, and they'll see that those are even lower, like no crime at all in comparison. In fact, I invite everyone to make their research. It's not hard to find, really. Break the glass, make it their problem. Well, that might be true, but the times are different now. We are doing splendidly. Compared with the USA. With all due respect, it's easy for you to say that when you are at the top. Scandalized gasps come from the screen and all around me, as if he has just insulted their god or something. Did we overdid it? No, look at him, he's so steadfast. Hawks is so sure about this, I can't waver either. It was me who suggested picking a fight at the number 1 hero, but in my defense, Hawks the one who hollered and took a swing for it. All Might face is speechless. I bet no one ever had the guts to aim at him during a live event like this before. His cheeks do their absolute best to keep the smile that's slipping away in his shock. I'm sorry man, it's not you, it's the plan. We just wanna make a splash, and I figured this was the best way to pitch Hawks, not against the rankings, but against the number 1 directly. Compared to the rest of the world, yes, we are doing way better. But again, is it enough? You are a symbol and a deterrent, All Might-san. But we are not. He continues after a pause, as if he didn't poke the hornet's nest. You know, I haven't been on the scene for too long, but I've been hearing that pro suggestion flying around a lot, to train before or after work to stay in shape. The hell? Yeah, that's good, keep your daily training, but, seriously. Just to stay in shape? I know every single one of us can do better. He extends his wings, raising in the air above his fellow top 10. It's okay to rely on our popularity when we grow old, tire earlier, and become slower to get by, but we should try to delay that as much as we can. You are fine, All Might-san, above and beyond, very plus ultra and all that. But because of that, we grow lazy under you. Pacify, don't blame the system, blame the lack of determination and turn heroes into a target for the public view. Make them seem lacking. What is the meaning of this, boy? A flaming man who has been scowling by All Might's side finally explodes in a flurry of flames and anger. Don't lump me with whoever you are calling lazy. The man exploded, but if you look closely, he's not the only one giving Hawks the stink eye. There's something I should have noticed last night. Hawks is the kind of person I get along the best with, witty and bold. In other words, devious and absolutely insane. It's no wonder I didn't question it before, but, now that I see him out there, I can't help but notice that Hawks doesn't exactly get along with his fellow pro heroes. That is surprisingly playing in our favor right now. Endeavor-san is the only one working hard from where I'm concerned. You are seriously trying to become the number 1, still not there I see, but go for it. He gives a thumbs up with a lazy smile, but instead of encouraging the flame hero, it only seems to feed his wrath. Don't take it wrongly, I'm just saying that I don't plan to just glide over this issue and rise the ranks just because I can. I want the world to be a place where heroes have more free time than they know what to do with. To eventually take it easy, come home with a cold one and a loved one, he winks at the camera, and a few squeals come from the public. What? The girls who had turned to me with a deadpan stare quickly turned to the screen again. Come on, you all should know that I'm not entertaining anyone's delusions. You are right, sir. Nozomi giggles happily, but something about her hits me as kinda creepy. A few others smile and nod in approval. And say another peaceful day, but for that, I need to begin doing the exact opposite. I am right. Set yourself apart. Make it look like it's your personal goal. He went slightly out of script there, but that's alright. These are Hawks's true feelings. I didn't need to suggest anything there. Even though I was rather pushy at the beginning, he's with me of his own volition by now, and he has his own set of morals to support my cause. Although it can be hard to get better, I have very reliable ways and more than enough determination to push myself to discover new techniques to save the day. People like heroes, so let's truly be heroes. Whoever is not in your footsteps is not fit to be a top 10. This year I'll soar like none of you. Shame and ambition will bring them to us. And why can't I pick you up yet? I'm haha. I'm kinda being scolded. Hawks laughs like a freaking idiot, not a care in the world. But you know, I can hear a stern voice practically screaming in the background. I wished him good luck and hung up. He didn't try to stall or anything, yielding to the lashing he was about to receive. Welp, not my problem, really. If he agreed to go along with all these war preparations and blatantly parade himself around for me, he must have had all consequences assimilated from the beginning, otherwise, he wouldn't be laughing right now. I don't get to put my phone down though. Izuku has been blasting me with messages, freaking out over Hawk's display and how he disrespected his lifelong idol. At the same time, fanboying over Hawk's now competing to take second place, cause, in Izuku's mind, no one can overthrow All Might. In his cute little mind, Izuku must be placing my strength under said hero too. Back to the topic, I'm not expecting Hawks to overthrow anyone. I don't care about their rankings, well, I do only for publicity reasons. But I'm mostly worried if he can go ducking it out with the strongest Nomu things AFO is cultivating or the summoned demons and survive to tell the tale. Last time I went to spy on AFO, he was growing some pretty worrisome dudes down there. The average pro hero is as good as dead if I'm being honest. The setting reminded me of that one time I made it a hobby to grow my own battalion of incarnated demons back in the labyrinth and ended up creating the black numbers. Now, you could see rows and rows of soulless husks waiting for the perfect condition to become weapons of mass destruction. Well, some of them are still tests that wouldn't be too hard to beat by any puny hero from the street at the corner. But the point stands that AFO's end goal with these dudes is far stronger than Hawks as he is now. And he's serious about mass producing them. A joy for my severely underprepared parade of pro heroes. That's why I need them to take their job seriously, train harder, and improve their quirk skills and techniques. Otherwise, in a couple of years, they'll be nothing but a memory. I don't have enough time or hands to help them, so they'll have to get responsible and solve the matter among themselves. Stirring things up like this will have to be enough to improve their general proficiency. Well, that's part of my true reasoning as to why I'm doing this at the hero billboard, but it's not like anyone else knows what's going on. What everyone else saw today was one of their heroes getting cocky on live TV and calling everyone else a bunch of lazy bums. Though some are already drawing some conclusions from that. It actually makes a lot of sense. Mayumi groans a bit reluctantly. I am stupid for never seeing it before. No, never stupid. The propaganda, Mayumi-san, blinded us. I started having doubts when we were abducted but never lost hope in heroes. Yumi soothed her with her gentle voice and even gentler hand over Mayumi's shoulder. At the very last second, when all hope was lost, it was our savior Lord Rimuru who by his compassion and greatness rescued us from a life of despair. We might have Hawks to thank for bringing these criminals to the authorities, but we don't have heroes to thank for our lives. Many, if not all of them, nod at Sachi's borderline fanatical proclamation. Beside her, a shadow fell over Kaida's features. Hell, you are right, right, right. We believed and waited and waited. Just how many of us were taken? How many more before us? And it took the great Lord Rimuru for them to go down. Bastards. Those fuckers and the heroes that didn't stop them. Where did she get that axe from? Kaida burned like lava under her skin pretty hotly for a quirkless human. Clenching her knuckles pale around the weapons and oozing actual killing intent strong enough to make the girls around her shift uncomfortably. There, Kaida-chan. Have some of those nice pastries Umi baked. There's no need for violence today, we are celebrating. I don't deserve you, my lord. Like flipping a switch, the heavy, dark atmosphere that promised murder by axe shifted to something light, pink and sparkly all of a sudden. I'm certain I just saw her hiding the weapon under her zabuton. Do you like these? Please have some. She picked up a random plate with sweets from around her and all but pushed it under my nose. I hate to admit it, but we do have to thank Hawks for how it all ended. Nozomi continued the topic, expertly ignoring any potential attempt at murder around her. It wasn't his area to protect and he still assisted Sir Rimuru by chance. I suppose he did a fair job at handling some of those kidnappers and it shows the difference between him and lower-ranking heroes. You know, I have a slight impression that Nozomi doesn't like Hawks very much. Besides, he did way more than assist me with handling some of those guys. I'm sure Hawk's going to show everyone what being a hero truly is like. Thanks, Haru. Mayumi, our biggest Hawks supporter, accepts another lemonade that Haru is serving around with a nod. But I need an explanation. I thought he didn't care about becoming number one, what brought this up? It's all part of Sir's clever plan, I know it. Chie might not be hardcore fanatical over me like Saki, but she is observant and tends to attribute any little cue to some sort of grand scheme of mine or whatever. Oh? Do explain it, Chie-chan. But I can't deny I'm curious about how she sees it. Coo. Gladly, sir. Chie straightens her glasses in an owlish way, making them shine for a second just like a classic know-it-all anime character. Sporting a confident smirk and everything. Hawk's performance was perfect. Not only did he speak the truth, but it was also the perfect way to aid Sir Rimuru in his quest. To begin with, he made an open invitation for us to confirm the fact that crime rates are still higher than they should be. While any other country's crime rates oscillate around and above 20%, Japan is constantly at just 6%. Amazing, if it weren't for the fact that pre-Quirk era crime rates in Japan were below 1%, often below 0.5%, even. Many gasps in shock, while a few others nod, having been looking for it on their phones with varying expressions. I know. It's like making a single cut in a cake and not taking a piece at all. That low, indeed. So yes, calling them out for being lazy is fitting, right? Yeah. If they had been doing their job right, we would have been rescued earlier. Damn, straight. MH, yes, you are right, following that everyone and their aunt will demand for them to become more serious and work properly. As Hawks said, we are at 6%, lower than 20, simply because of All Might, but is everyone else doing the job as they should or just riding on his coattails? Hawks brings up the question and puts himself in the line of fire by being an example. The only way for others to take him seriously was to openly pitch himself against All Might instead of merely claiming a spot above the rest like he practically is right now. You would pay more attention to a reel of a puppy playing fight with an older dog than to a puppy munching on a toy. Both are cute, but the first will definitely get many more views. Sometimes, I get kinda lost with Chie's cute examples, I swear. Oh, so he's competing for number one to guide others to become as strong as himself? Like, if he can reach All Might, others can too. Mayumi's eyes sparkle like the diamonds they are. He's so cool. I mean. Ahem. That's very smart. Indeed. But that's only halfway of Sir Rimuru's end goal. Right you are, Chie-san. As our Lord has foretold, a holy war is approaching. Where the oppressed and the misguided sides with evil, colliding with the path of rightfulness and salvation that our Lord Rimuru is paving not only for us humble aides and simple people but for every hero out there who decided to take the hand of his messenger from heaven. Right, right, right. He even looks like an angel, Kaida agrees. Could both of you stop treating me like a god right in front of me? Thank you. Right. However you phrase it, but indeed. With Sir Rimuru's teaching, there's no doubt that Hawks will get notoriously stronger and other heroes will have no option but to follow after they receive the media attack. They'll be nitpicked in their socials if they get caught doing too many ad commercials. Or I don't know if you've noticed, but some heroes try not to get involved in too violent villain fights to keep their bodies clean of wounds for their next photo shoot. No way. So, they would rather not fight just to look good for a magazine. Disgusting. Not even Hawks holds back on fighting, and he's modeling on the monthly vintage W. Mayo-chan, is that the last issue? Can I see? Sure. I know, right? As horrible as ignoring a toddler's grabby hands. Some will be forced to quit their side jobs or at least have them. Social media will be their hardest judge. They'll have to justify themselves or their approval ratings will go into a nosedive, and with that, their paycheck. And no side job will help them enough to pay for their big investments or luxurious lives. 'Cause let's face it, heroes are the biggest consumers. Yeah, I'll enjoy the massacre. Nothing makes me smile more than hypocrites resting on a grave of their own making. The full-fanged smile on Kana's face was devilish enough for me to set in stone the idea that she doesn't agree with the way some heroes carry their lives. She seems to have always been a quiet critic of how heroes gain popularity. Too bad they'll have to work on real, dirty work to keep themselves busy with all their new free time. Indeed. They might begin working more closely with police, solving less notorious cases or even reopening cold cases in the hopes of hitting some kind of jackpot to make it big into the news. Anything to regain approval. They will, meanwhile, unknowingly train themselves for the big battle ahead. Right, sir. Ha ha ha. You got it perfectly, Chia-chan. She did, she hit the nail on the head. I wouldn't have put it all into these words, exactly. Still, I pretty much predict everything she just said to happen, but it would be nothing if we don't take into account how villains will be affected by it. The more they are chased and prosecuted, the more cornered they become, and as sad as it is, crime is their job, and for many, the only way they know how to live in a system that actively creates an ambient to breed their kind so they can feed the hero industry. With heroes frantically stopping every criminal from even the most ignored of corners, they'll only push criminals to feel resentment, becoming angrier and more violent, which serves me well for furthering heroes' training. A cruel thing for many villains who might have been well-intended people but had no other option, but they are all lost to my cause, so I might as well use them where they are worth something to me. Petty, low-stakes crimes will be no more. They'll become explosive, vengeful, and chaotic and will force heroes to put their lifelong training into use. It will most likely make heroes feel like they are underqualified for handling so much violence, and then, their true pursuit of power will begin. They need to blunder once for the message to hit home. The fear of economical instability is an incentive, but insecurity over their own abilities and ego is even more motivating for self-improvement. So yes, I'm making a mess of it, but no one needs to find out right now. A ping on my phone let me know that Hawks was done with being roasted, so I excused myself. Shit. Hawks flinch when I suddenly appear next to him and then dissolve himself into embarrassed chuckles. I was kinda expecting the gate. I wanted to check things out, first. He's hiding in the makeup room, with a duffel bag on his shoulder, and already dressing casually while holding the door closed with a few feathers. And that's cool. I mean, someone is banging on the door. We aren't done, Hawks. No, I think we are. You've been repeating the same thing over and over, I kinda got the point already, don't ya think? Let him, we already said our piece. No. I'm still angry. I didn't recognize the angry woman's voice. It wasn't the president of the commission. But considering I recognized the man's voice as Yoroi Musha, the woman must be the current number 8 hero whose speech I missed. I don't really care, though. If these guys are angry enough to still be here, then Hawk's speech must have hit a nerve. I thought the president would be the one to have you at the scruff. I pushed my gate open, having already summoned it the second I lost interest in the heroes outside the room. Oh, no. She was the first to bite, reminded me of the rules, and let go. She's cold and to the point like that. The feathers holding the door slipped between the closing gate behind us just in time before it separated space again. Welcome, Hawks. Congratulations number 4. The speech was great. Good job up there. Ah, everyone. Thank you. It was beyond exciting. We made ourselves comfortable among my crew, reclaiming my zabuton, and Hawks picked a recently cleaned spot beside me. Congratulations, Hawks-san. Here's some ginger and mint lemonade. Haru meekly hands him the drink, eyes stuck to the table. Haru-chan. Thank you so much for this. And I don't mean just the drink. Rimuru told me you organized this party. I didn't organize it, I just thought it would be nice. Still, this was your idea. Thank you, it makes me really happy. His charming smile almost goes missed if it weren't because Haru gathered the courage to peek up at him and smiled back, relaxing with a pleased sigh. Indeed. First goes to Hawks and Haru, for the splendid performance at the billboards and for us being able to gather and celebrate all day long. Cheers. Cheers. Chia was way too quick to raise her beer and create an excuse to down her glass in one go. Meanwhile, the rest of us took decent sips out of our glasses. Whoa, this is a lot of food. Are those cookies and cupcakes styled after me? Yumi did her absolute best. I heard Hawk-san likes chicken. Yumi asks as she and another girl from the chef group place some plates with yakitori around the tables. This is too good. Just like that, we began to fully enjoy our varied spread, and now that Hawks was here and more hearty food joined the tables, the rest of us started accepting the beers Chia offered around. Oh dear, #WatchMeSoar is trending. Yumi, the trend hunter, suddenly exclaimed. Already? Yeah. That's so cool. Cheers for that. Our official social media expert is none other than the analytical Chia, so, after downing another beer, she turned to her phone and began reading the most popular posts and placing special attention on Big Figure's thoughts about Hawk's speech. Heroes sell like no model, so I understand them helping the smaller business. But when they exclusively appear advertising big companies weekly, it's a bit too much indeed. Damn straight, girl. Overall, I was glad to find out that the majority sided with him, sharing the crime rates and calling heroes out for things like the ones Chia mentioned earlier. But there was of course some opposition too. Hawk's been around for a couple of years and he already thinks he's a big shot. Just who does this upstart brat think he is? Suck it. You've never been kidnapped before. People who think like that, live in a perfect bubble. Who posted that? I have a thing or two to tell them. Aki slammed her drink against the table with a growl, already reaching for her phone. Coo. I'll send you the sucker. Chia has been swearing for a while. I don't think this is really necessary. They are ignorant but they didn't say anything particularly angering. No Amii. I just need to throw fists for a while. Your team is rather heated, Hawks make an observation while reaching for even more yakitori from what he has already eaten. Does he never get tired of eating this? Apparently not. We've gone out for dinner a few times before training here and there and more than half of the time he's eating the stuff. Anyway, he's right. It might be the alcohol doing its job, but even without it, they are much more open to expressing themselves as of late. Unafraid of judgment and vulnerability. They have bonded strongly over their abduction and adoration for me, turning into a pretty tight-knit bunch. I've seen some of them arguing, but at the end of the day, they cannot go to bed staying mad at each other. Yep, they've been a lively bunch for a while now. A few of them still need to get out of their shell a little bit more, though. Haha. Right, but they are doing well. I hope to get to know each one of them more from now on. It hasn't been too long since their rescue, after all. Right? It already feels so long ago. You're sounding like an old man. From over his shoulder and all the people moving around and leaning over tables, I see Kana, my head of security, walk confidently up to Hawks with an unusually fanged smile on her often gloomy face. Hawks-san. She called, slightly above a conversational tone, and I raised an eyebrow with curiosity. At first sight, Kana strikes you as the introverted kind who barely speaks. I mean, she's the dark, gloomy, and quiet type, but her drive is strong, her tongue is as sharp as her teeth, and her humor is as dark as her hair and perpetually dark circles under her eyes. She knelt behind our seats, making her deep black hair sway around her as she extended a hand for a handshake. We never had the opportunity to properly meet. He locks hands with her in an enthusiastic shake, automatically liking her forward attitude. Kana, she starts her introduction while a mischievous grin spread on her face. Now head of security under Rimuru-sensei's care. Ex-vigilante Sombra. A pleasure to meet you. Hawk spits something and chokes. Damn. You were a vigilante? Ha ha ha. No wonder you are so cool for a civilian. Now I get what you meant when you said you had experience. Her eyes glimmer with humor. She has clearly been enjoying keeping that little secret. A few girls around us giggle, in all probability into the secret, while others began asking around about it. Sombra. Hawks manages with a now raw throat after having been coughing atrocities over a poor napkin. Yes. Heard of me? I don't work in your area, rather I didn't, so I wouldn't expect you to know about me. I actually do. Some concerning cases about vigilantes disappearing started running around, and I was collecting information in Kamino when I happened to see you, guys. Missing vigilantes. Kana and I tilt our heads in almost unison. Yes. It's information that cannot be confirmed since no active vigilante's true identity is known. You'll only know about the ones that had been processed before, but we can't account for the active ones. Sombra is on the missing list. Oh well, of course. She's right here and no one has seen hair or hide of her for a few months. But this is a concerning bit of information and is making my mind turn around. I don't blame it on the beer, or maybe a little bit. Kana seems to have sucked on a lemon though. That's one complicated expression right there. Oh, well, I'm alive. I always wanted to mess with statistics. I snort while Hawks just levels her with an unimpressed look. What? I just decided to quit after being kidnapped. Kind of surpassed me there. I rather just leave it behind and properly work for Rimuru-sensei. Her eyes darted around, a bit of nervous energy leaking off her aloof personality. Tell the boys is still not my funeral. No, they'll ask me why I didn't apprehend you. Consider me missing. So what's your quirk? Testimonies say it was always too dark to see it. From her shadow, two jet black thorns quickly extended toward the table and stole some yakitori. It's called shadow thorns. I can create these two thorns and extend them up to 3 meters to grab things. Whoa. That's some quirk. Wait, is that my chicken? Right? Kana's pretty cool. That's why I assigned her as my head of security. Kana blushed a slight pink over her too pale skin at my praise. Hawks, on the other hand, hums with a troubled expression. But did you ever apply to hero school? Yes, but even though the entrance exams were beheading, I didn't make the cut. She sighed and looked unbothered as Hawks unintentionally laughed at her misfortune, or rather, her wording. Well, we live and we learn. Kana used to be praised for her quirk since she was a child and grew too overconfident in her innate strength, thus failing the entrance exam. She told me all about it back when I asked if she wanted to work on security. Now Kana could make a perfectly fine hero, just on the lower end of discipline since she's completely self-taught, but it makes me happy to have someone so capable in my household. If something were to happen while I'm not here, Kana can hold her ground pretty decently. Well, working on security is like being a private hero. He winks as if giving his sign of approval, and it worked as a morale boost for the entire team of security. They perked up and cheered loudly. All the training with Rimuru-sensei makes me feel like a hero student. My quirk isn't too combative, but I've been training it too. Aki-san, you also have a good quirk for heroism. You were never interested? Aki looks around, avoiding Hawk's eyes. Well, every kid seems to admire heroes and wants to become one at least once. Kids want to be just like their parents cause they are their heroes, I guess, so it's possible that Aki dreamed about it at some point, before becoming a delinquent. Not everyone wants to be a hero. She turns away sharply, pretending to be offended by the idea, but, you know, she took way too long to answer. No one is gonna believe her. I bet you barely made it past middle school. Nozomi bites while scribbling something on her diary with her quill quirk, spilling ink from her manicured nail. HMFF. Aki grunts, looking like she just got a physical hit to her chest. Ku. What is it, Aki-chan? Did you get past the first question on the exam? Maybe you learned the law section behind bars. Chie mocked, lifting her beer as if cheering for her. Yug. The written exam? You think she made it that far? No, Aki had her records tainted before graduating middle school. Nozomi smiled sweetly, pretending not to be talking smack to her face. Aki falls to her hands and knees with a last wail of deep distress. Scary. Those two are dangerous together. Despite Aki finding her demise somewhere in the afternoon, we continued having fun, eating, and drinking without restraint. Still, we had plenty to talk about, comment on whatever the TV kept saying about the billboards, and cheer far too many times whenever Hawks and his speech gets mentioned again by a reporter or live show. At some point, Aina pulled Jun and Yumi up and tried to teach them some dance moves, which prompted many of the girls to share some moves and mess around. Still, no one got drunk as fast as Chie did and stayed on that level for several hours like the experienced pro she seems to be. Guys, let's play. Where did she get that from? There's a Daruma Odashi toy on the table. Chie is stocking the round wooden pieces one over the other and topping them with the angry Daruma face. She's all wobbly even when sitting and swings the little hammer around while giggling. See, Chie? Are you sure about this? Sure, Cier. She's slurring heavily, too drunk too early while everyone else just seems like they are verging into giddy territory. Clank. With pinpoint accuracy, Chie strikes a wood piece with the small hammer, yeeting it past the shoji. She broke it? There's a hole in the paper. Chie, control yourself. Ku. The maid team fret around since they are the ones who'll have to fix it tomorrow, but I couldn't care less. I was already too giggly and uncaring. She could decorate the whole room with tiny Daruma holes for all I care. Ri haha. Rimuru. I am so wasted I didn't even see her hand moving. Hawks, no, that was pretty fast, ha ha ha. We lean on each other, laughing for I'm not even sure what we are laughing about anymore. But we calm down to grab our drinks again just to discover them empty. Hey. Look who seems thirsty. A hand takes the glass from me and when I look up, I see Aina, all flushed due to the alcohol and dancing around, pouring equal parts of something and something with ice, leaving a dark beverage of some kind that now that I look around, I notice some of the girls are already enjoying. Here. You want one too, Hawksy? Who the hell is Hawksy? He laughs but relents his glass regardless of who she is offering it to. I get stuck looking at her wool hair when she places a stray strand behind her long, furred ear. It looks soft, her fur. But also her hair, though when you actually touch it doesn't feel like it, since it's all curled and shifty, your fingers just can't register it as soft, but it's still a great sensation. Maybe it's because I was thinking such things that I suddenly found myself digging my fingers in her curled hair. Aina has always been a cuddle hoarder, so she took it in stride, dipping her head and humming happily under my ministrations. Every little twitch of her ears and the way her horizontal pupils dilated, called my attention. I don't know when was the last time I fully looked at someone in detail like this. Suddenly, the conversation I had with Hawks a few hours ago jumped to the forefront of my mind. I hope to get to know each one of them more from now on, I said. With that thought, I let my eyes roam lower. And that's when all the fussiness in my mind and the alcohol playing games in my system left my body. My gaze, I must admit, is very powerful. I can ascertain anyone's species, skills, overall power, and magicule count and decipher their soul signatures by a glance. The last one, though, took me years to master. I studied souls for a long time. Back when Shin died and my obsession with reviving the dead began, I conducted many studies and experiments. When I evolved into a true dragon, I became even more adept at deciphering most of its intricacies just by peeking, but it doesn't mean I'm constantly paying attention to it. That would be annoying. To be able to understand every corner of a specific soul, I need to isolate the subject into my imaginary space and dissect it safely, but that's not necessary most of the time. Still, the point is that if I focus, I can tell you a lot about souls, like Izuku's soul trying and failing to transform into a skill, or the developing soul of an inanimate object like a sword. The most important part of a soul is the nucleic heart. It's the core of everyone's being, even God and sometimes legendary grade weapons might have it. Then, it can be covered by a layer of ego that defines the being. This develops over time and can be easily damaged if the astral body is compromised. Weapons, lesser demons, lesser angels, other lesser monsters, skills, insects, and newborns don't have, or rather, take time to develop an ego, and is honestly, the most interesting and showy part of a soul unless its nucleus has a skill engraved on it. That's why I didn't notice up until now. But tonight, when I finally sit and relax with my earth staff and Hawks to feast, I cannot detach my stare from Aina's core as she pulls back from my unmoving hand to prepare herself the same drink she made for us and keep enjoying the night, carelessly drinking and dancing around with everyone as she has been doing until now. Because, how do I begin to tell her she's pregnant? The fetus is big enough to have developed the tentative dregs of a nucleic heart. Between not paying attention and it being very subtle, I didn't notice up until now. Besides, somehow, Aina's sheep quirk skill seems to be preventing her from showing the most obvious human pregnancy symptoms. Even the slight swell on her stomach can still be easily overlooked. Also, she's a glutton. Or we thought she was. Maybe those have been pregnancy cravings all this time and we overlooked them. But if anyone noticed her getting pudgier, no one would have found it particularly suspicious since she eats so much. She's completely oblivious. But how is this possible? I'm not wondering how she got pregnant. I know how that works even though I've never done the deed and I'm genderless, thank you very much. I'm wondering how this got past the medical checkup. They all must have been tested for pregnancy, right? I panic as I let my eyes roam over every single person in the room, but fortunately, no one else is expecting. Sagging in instant relief, I realized that in my fright, I even checked if Hawks and Yamato were pregnant, and it made me feel super stupid. Anyway, with my nerves a bit calmer now, I try to assess the situation critically. I haven't asked what happened to them during the time they were enslaved, and asking is out of the question. But if no one else is expecting, it gives me hope that they weren't used that way, or if they were, they don't carry any lasting reminders outside of their minds, except for Aina. Though I might be jumping to conclusions, there's still the possibility of this pregnancy starting before her capture. Ugh, I had honestly forgotten humans could not know if they are carrying a child. That's so troublesome. Monsters hold perfect care over their pregnancies. They pour their power and life essence into the fetus, and the female has absolute control over its development and gestation time, being able to even gestate for hundreds of years if they feel like it. The resulting baby is always how they plan it to be born. No illnesses, deformities, or miscarriages of any kind. That makes things like accidental or unwanted pregnancies absolutely impossible in monsterdom. But for humans, it's a dice roll. A 20 for triplets from the first try. Or roll 1 for turning out to be infertile. They can never know, completely left to fate to decide for them. I had become completely used to controlled pregnancies, even the humans I had been associated with had planned theirs. So I completely forgot this could happen. I don't know what to do. But I mean, I'm the boss here. I can't just sit and wait for it to blow on its own. When Aina finishes preparing her mix, she picks it up, but with my hand over it, I gently pushed it down against the table again. No more drinks for you. But I just made it. You really shouldn't be drinking, Aina. Sir, I'm not that bad. Look at Chia-chan. Lies. I'm not that drunk either. Shut up, Chia. It's not about that. Something's up. I might have yelled a bit too loudly cause the entire room shifted their attention to us. Hawks has been looking intently at me for a while now. He might have noticed I'm onto something, but now that I have everyone's attention, it only gets harder to say anything. To begin with, I feel like this is a conversation I should have with her in private, but I can't exactly leave it be until we can talk properly, since that means she'll keep on drinking, and that's very unhealthy for her right now. And it'll be suspicious if I try to take her somewhere else when everyone's curiosity is on us. Sir Rimuru doesn't want me to keep drinking. Why is that? She looks fine enough. Surely it is because Aina-chan's tail is getting fatter. My tail is not that fat. Besides, sheep store fat to stay warm during winter. What a way for her sheep quirk skill to perfectly conceal her pregnancy. It only makes me angry. See? That's why we didn't notice, Aina. It's not fat, you're pregnant. Silence. Complete, absolute silence. Well, it's out there now. I blurted it out in a fit of anger, but it had to be said somehow. Tap 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 tap. That sound is the only thing that lets me know of Yamato's inner musings. He sits by my side while his finger taps at the wheel, his droopy, seemingly bored eyes lost in the horizon of the parking lot. He's the kind of guy you'll loathe to play poker with. His expression tells you of endless boredom and how little anything can surprise him. You would think his 50-something winters have seen too much, and maybe he's experienced enough, and all your worries might simply be childish tantrums in his eyes. But that's just a front. Tap 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 tap. I'm merely sitting beside him, leaning my elbow on the door and my cheek squished against my palm, exuding as much calm energy as possible. But maybe I'm not helping him find peace within himself at all. We are in complete silence, waiting for Aina, June, and Yume to return from the hospital. We thought it wouldn't be appropriate for us to tag along. Too many people accompanying Aina. This is something that women should handle. We can be nothing more than moral support, and we are doing it perfectly fine from the safety of the car, where we won't face complicated things we can't possibly relate to. So, we sent them off and stayed here. This is going on after the absolute mess that was last night. I jinxed it and dropped a bombshell on unsuspecting partygoers while they were having the time of their life. Then, I bowed and screamed, "I'm sorry. I was tactless and messed up big time." After overcoming her shock, Aina's first instinct was to deny it. But the test. And yet it was evident how her expression said she believed me. That nothing I say could ever be so wrong, that she trusts me with this kind of information, yet her mouth talked on its own. It was painful to watch, but then came the tears. The mood was utterly destroyed, and most of the girls took her to bed and kept her company. Meanwhile, a few others retired to be on their own, affected in different ways, while what little was left of us brooded over drinks and had a serious conversation. It was just me, Hawks, Yamato, and a couple of seriously strong-willed girls who were more prepared to speak freely about that period, like Kana. None of them knew if to scold me or not, but I got at least a little bit scolded regardless. And man, I deserved it. But we didn't actually talk that much, really. We were mainly seeking answers beyond where our gaze rested. Still, we conveyed our thoughts with scarce words, and our silence spoke plenty for us. Besides that, some masks were shed, and expressions I'd never seen before came to light. The way Hawks looked. The memory got a weary exhale out of me that seemed to bring Yamato out of his rhythmic tapping. Master Rimuru, when I served the previous masters, I strongly believed they were everything I ever needed. Happiness wasn't hard to find in such a bustling household, and Madam's family were honorable, friendly people. To serve them became my aspiration for life. What's up with the sudden autobiography? Let me finish, sir. I devoted myself to my duty to the point where I fell in love with a woman with the same goals. She worked assisting Madam's needs alongside me, and ever since our introduction, she had always wished to work in a spacious, modern kitchen, but back then, the household had the old-style traditional kind. It was large, certainly, but there weren't many new appliances to satisfy her, put her talent to the test, and experiment with. Still, she fell into the same tendencies as me and dedicated everything to staying by Madam's side. I don't mind him going into such a tangent. His story serves to keep us entertained while we wait. It keeps my mind out of troubled thoughts too, but if he's going to keep bragging about his deceased wife, I'm gonna get some very complicated feelings here. It was Madam who convinced me to pursue her. She assured us it wouldn't affect our jobs, and she would be delighted to see us stop helplessly pining for each other. Hard to imagine you swooning. His hint of a smirk was all I needed to know how close he was to his previous master. I confessed, and long story short, that's how we married, and later. She was pregnant the day of the attack. Oh. My wife was 27 weeks in, we were missing a few ingredients for Aban, and I offered to do the errand to let her rest for a while. And that's precisely when the hitman arrived. Yamato told me a bit about it some time ago. An angered family member paid for the whole family to be murdered, and they left a mess of the place. I guess Yamato was the one to discover the massacre. It must not have been easy to face, and as penance for not being there, he abandoned any chances of starting over, stayed in the solitude of the mansion and took care of it while it was repaired, and waited many years until I bought it. These kinds of places are not easy to sell, so it's common to have a guard living there to prevent it from being used by unwanted trespassers, if there is the money. It also explains why the kitchen is modern while still trying to look cohesive with the rest of the traditional architecture of the mansion. Master Rimuru. Snap. Whoa. That face. His eyes suddenly shone with too much emotion. I've never seen this from him. His eyebrow pinches high into his creased forehead, and his lips twisted in a grimace painful to look at. You said there's a war and that's crazy. But I see it and I believe you guys. But now Aina-chan is pregnant and isn't it like? What if it? I can't. I just can't. I'm the only man in the house, no offense, Rimuru, but standing beside badass women like Aki-chan and Kana-chan, I'm just an old geezer. I couldn't protect my Sakura then, so now I know. Whoa there, Yamato-kun. What a shock. His control over his quirk skill, double mind, crumbled like a dam under too much pressure. So this is the second compartment of his being. I had my suspicions the day I met him. Still, I didn't know he could lock away such an informal and emotional side of him. He definitely startled me when he straight up called me by name instead of master. You said it, we have capable people in the house, but I understand that might not be enough. This time you want to protect them, right? Right? But I'm so weak, all I can do is bark and my quirk, oh, my quirk. He closes his eyes and makes a face, clearly trying hard to switch mind compartments, but if he whines like that, I can only assume he's failing at it. You can, Yamato-kun. You can help. There's a way, and it might be time for me to teach you. Teach me. That calmed him some, enough to allow him to take a breath and finally rein on his quirk skill. His eyes instantly looked uninterested, yet they were still locked on me with far more attention than I think I'm comfortable with. Not only you. Maybe it's time to begin teaching you guys something to help protect you all. And that would be. I'll tell you guys some other day during the week when things are a bit calmer, okay? Very well, Master Rimuru. I've come to trust your judgment. Thanks, bud. Just then, the girls returned from the emergency appointment and quietly took their seats behind us. Yamato didn't miss a second to start the car again, making me feel like whatever just happened was nothing more than a fever dream. So. It's like this big. Aina puts her fingers apart about 5 centimeters with a surprisingly even tone. A sizable length considering we didn't know it existed until last night. Yumi handed me a tiny piece of black paper with abstract lines, and it took me a second to realize it was the ultrasound of Aina's womb encompassing her baby. A deformed little thing that looked more like a pig with lanky chicken legs for extremities than an actual neo-human. But I understand that most mortals look the same at the beginning, and it's around this point of their development when you can start telling them apart. We still don't know the gender, but the little cookie moves a lot. Yumi supplies sweetly. I don't feel it, though. Give it time and even we will be able to see it moving, I said, remembering when I saw a foot moving inside Albi's round belly while she soaked in the baths. She used to stay in her beast form with her long tail relaxing under the warm waters since she found it more comfortable to stay like that while pregnant. I recall her skin stretching outward here and there with the tiny creature's kicks, then a long line followed from near her ribcage straight past her belly button. I still don't know if it was hypnotizing or perturbing. Women are amazing. I don't know how they do it. Regardless, life is fascinating like that. Albiz was happy with the vigor of her unborn child, and that's what's important. I still don't know how Aina feels about her own baby. Since this morning, she seems to be riding this MHA train and taking it all in stride, but... How are you feeling? Hungry? Well, there are some restrictions to your diet now, Aina-san. I'll be sure to cook you something tasty. Got to follow the doctor's orders. How much restriction? I know pregnant women aren't supposed to drink alcohol or coffee. It's as far as my knowledge goes, it's not like most monsters needed to worry about that. Oh, yes, Aina-san can't eat raw meat, and tuna is forbid. Hey. BBS uploaded a new reel. June, check it out. I think I'm better off being quiet, and it looks like Yumi had the exact same idea after Aina rushedly interrupted our chat. But now June seamlessly took the role to entertain her mindless chatting about some idol or the other, so the ride didn't get awkwardly silent, and I'm very grateful. June went along with Aina's tangents with her easygoing attitude. I'm glad she came with us. I don't think I could have entertained her evasiveness like that. Maybe it's the talent of being an airhead, but sometimes I wonder if she knows what's going on. I mean, if it weren't because she outwardly freaked out in a rather dramatic way last night, I might have thought she didn't understand why we came to the hospital today. Why does she need an appointment? June asked this morning, Sir can just, look at it, right? I slapped her over the head for being stupid. It doesn't matter that I can technically see the baby developing. Aina needs to go to checkups properly. Besides, why do I have to make myself responsible for this? June is always looking for the easy way out, and it makes me wonder why she appointed herself to the security team if she's just going to complain daily over training. Though, she was gloating pretty hard after Hawk's comment about them being like private heroes. Makes praising her pretty annoying, in all honesty. It's like praising Gobta. A no-go, for sure. But Kana sees potential in her. They have been training harder than anyone else on the security team, despite the constant wailing from June. I want one of Hana's juice combos, June. Look for her. Was the first thing Aina said after arriving at the mansion. No, why me? Come on, please. I really want some. MMH. I'll share with you. Yeah, I expect that. But she didn't move an inch. June, please help Aina a little. But sir, Hana could be anywhere, and the yard is ginormous. There's a literal forest back there. Come on, if you help me out, I'll beg Sir Rimuru to let you use a tie with your uniform. I'll be right back. June is so unreliable sometimes. She only works with bribery or threats. She immediately made a considerable jump, and once she reached her highest point, the soles of her feet shined brightly like sunlight and did a double jump, quickly getting to the ceiling of the house to start looking around for Haru's petite form lost in the cold somewhere from up there. That right there was Sun Step, her quirk skill. It lets her double jump or stand in the air until she tires. It's not all that flashy but is excellent for mobility and reconnaissance for someone at her level. Overall, an excellent quirk to work on security. I'm down here just looking up at her while she peers around and ruffles her short hair, cut like a K-popper, when I notice Aina looking at me with a lot of intention. Are those big pleading eyes? I guess she's already expecting to pay June for her services. Alright, I'll talk to Mayumi for a tie. Thank you. She gives me a quick hug and then dashes inside the house. Oh, hey Haru, you're here. Wait. Then what am I up here for? It's best to leave them to their shenanigans, but I was happy to see them being their goofy selves, at least briefly. As nice as that was, we aren't exactly in a great place. Yet the awful part of living through hardships is that you can't make the world stop spinning, and despite wanting to give them all the day off, we all have work to cover and responsibilities to fulfill, so I tended to business with the companies. Yes, companies as in plural. I recently bought another. I said I wanted more than one, and plenty of tempting offers were out there. Not my fault that I happened to see good opportunities, and no way I'm leaving them to go to waste. So I busied myself with that while I noticed everyone in a weird mood. You could see them highly focused on their duties or far off somewhere, with something painful looming over their features. The horrors they must be recalling, I can't imagine. I tried to book an emergency therapy session for Aina, but she objected, saying she was alright and would rather wait for her scheduled appointment. Well, she's not alright at all, but forcing her would do no good either, so that ended nowhere. Her obvious denial during the day worried us all, but since no one said anything, I think I'm justified to think none of us could say it wasn't a relief, since it maintained a forced sense of normalcy they all craved. My musings are interrupted by Yumi by the door. A plate of cookies and some tea is served right in front of me. This is unusual. She would typically send one of the maids if she wanted me to eat something. I don't think this is the point of her visit. She stood there quietly under the pressure of my stare. After a while, maybe contemplating her answer while looking back at the door with a worried look, she turned back to me, sighed, and slowly shook her head. Ah, I see. Well, this sucks. It means Aina hasn't confirmed the identity of the father. In other words, there was someone before. This takes me back to last night. We wondered about the father's identity and, depending on the answer, how likely Aina will take it later on. If the baby is from one of the kidnappers or anything in between, then she might ask for an abortion. She's well within the legal range for it to be possible. If it's from someone before the kidnapping, then she could be carrying the last reminder of someone she might have loved. We know that none of the girls have anyone important to them from their previous lives remaining. The criminals ensured to wipe out anyone trying to find them. So, any close relatives and partners are dead. On the other hand, they were targeted because they were mostly lonely and had little to no strong ties that would bring attention to their disappearances. Swift, quiet, and cleaning their tracks with dedication, not only kidnapping lonely women but also making every death seem like an accident or a natural cause. These guys were skilled enough to pull up all that and still get past heroes and police alike. No crime was so showy as to attract anyone's attention, and cases where no one is pressing for answers don't guarantee assistance from a detective, turning their operations into huge successes and growing their businesses. If that isn't bad enough to paint the picture of how fleshed out criminal activity is around here, I don't know what is. Yep, they were that good. Hawks walked out that night taking credit for dismantling a ginormous criminal organization. The lucky bastard. But back to the topic, those were the kind of things we were talking about last night, quietly huddling around a table, heads downcast, contemplating everything while peering into our glasses as the ice slowly melted, while their clinking sounded far too loud in the middle of our inner musings. Either possibility will be harsh for Aina, and it's up to her if she wants to open up with us and what she decides to do from now on. We'll support her regardless. Damn it. Now that I also thought about Hawks, it really is bothering me. There was something about the way he bid us goodbye last night that got my warning bells ringing. Too smiley, too aloof, too trained. Ding. He must have felt my thoughts about him since he's requesting to meet up. The message surprised me, but when I focused on locating his presence, I was doubly surprised to feel where it led me to. With a quick domination of space, I approached him over the smooth rock and windy island, where we often train. The island is small enough and far into the Sea of Japan to be uninhabited. It is approximately 430 kilometers from the heart of Fukuoka, and it has only been a little past 25 minutes since the end of his shift. Isn't that a bit too quick? Damn, he's getting good. I'm proud, and he should be too. But his hunched back and rasping breath didn't exactly scream, "I'm so cool," when he couldn't even acknowledge my arrival. He didn't even turn when I sat beside him and handed him a water bottle from my imaginary space. Hawks nodded in thanks and drank with the ferocity of a dog in front of his first meal of the day. He got this air around him that just didn't make me feel like speaking first, so I waited. When he got his hydration levels up to healthy standards and his breathing and heart rate under control, wasting any more time with pleasantries turned out unnecessary for us both. Was she raped? Oof. Give me a warning first, will ya? Yes. Will she? We don't know. What does that mean? She hasn't opened up, but we conclude that she had a partner before. It's a coin toss. A partner. If you didn't know Hawks, you would think he's barely perturbed. But someone as well trained to keep his emotions in check as he is, has a whole other way to be read. His expression, as little as it is contorting, turns into something I've never seen before in him, but if I have to put a name on it, I would say it is regret. His jaw hardens as he redirects his glare to the stone floor. If that's it? The father is dead. I limit myself to answering that with a confirming hum. I can't take this as a win. Hawk's voice tightens almost imperceptibly at the end of that sentence. His regret feeds his anger, making his eyes look dangerous and animalistic in a very beastman way. His eyes seem to glow in the night, with a light of something vicious hiding inside. His feathers have been trembling from the exertion all this time, but now he appears to also be shaking in fury. No, it's not. A harsh truth, but it won't help him if I lie. Heal me. Is this why you are here? Are you taking your frustration out on your wings? Of course not. Then. But I didn't get to finish. He stood up and took position. Hold on. Wait. This tyranny against himself. I just managed to splash a potion on his back, and his wings didn't even manage to finish shining the light of the potion's magic when the hasty bastard took flight straight up like an arrow. Hawks. It took a single second for him to be almost 100 meters away from me. Oh man, he's serious. That's some crazy starting speed. He is. Crap. He's going to challenge the sound barrier. Wait up, Hawks. Are you insane? I have to. You are not there yet. I will be, but higher. In a second, I arrived right beside him. I just realized what he was up to, and now we are increasing our speed while climbing. Not good. Not good at all. You'll run out of oxygen if you climb too high. Believe it or not, fierce wings gives me resistance against hypoxia. Well, that's true, but he has limits, and when he finally decided to level himself horizontally, we were several kilometers above sea level. Here not only is the air thin, but the temperature is also below -10 degrees Celsius. Bright side is that he is not completely likely to die from hypothermia simply because he's equipped to resist the cold and will generate plenty of body heat with the exercise. Still, this is extremely dangerous already, and he's barely starting. We sped up steadily, and just like always, we reached the average speed of a plane. But at this height, things are different. Hawks is mostly protected, but there's already some ice clinging to him. He seems to be doing fine, but he could pass out from lack of oxygen at any moment. At least his jacket helps while covering half of his face, and it only works because it's a particular support item designed for such a thing. You still with me? Clear. A promising sign, he answered instantly and understood me. Confusion and dizziness hadn't set in yet. He's more stubborn than I thought. This is idiotic. We should go lower. I won't be able to reach the speed at lower altitude. I hate that he's right. Besides, once he breaches it, it will only get worse the closer to the Earth we are, so, he's doubly right. We kept steadily increasing speed, and after a while, the air temperature, once ice cold, began to rise slowly, and the pressure started making itself known. Report, if subject Hawks continues. Crap, I know. Hawks, you won't get out of this unharmed. But the stubborn idiot didn't even acknowledge me. He's far too serious about this. He's breaking the sound barrier. If Hawks get past this point, there will be consequences. He shouldn't be able to take it if we go further. His physical body is too weak and exposed for this. Yes, I know, I wanted him to reach this point, but I expected we could be more prepared. This is too hasty, and at this altitude. There are too many pros and cons, and maybe I am a bit too apprehensive, but he managed to get past the easy part far better than I expected. Crap. On second thought, I'm unsure if he didn't answer me just now because he ignored me or because he was already dizzy and didn't understand me. MHM. Regardless. Here we are at a critical point, and his body could break at any second. This is madness. Why is he so hasty? It's definitely stubbornness and all because he found out there were people to be saved, and now he feels like he failed them. Ah, he's just like me, isn't he? There's something for him to do. Something that might break him and change him forever, but, Hawks got me. Don't worry. Keep going and fight through the burn. I'm with you. Little wisps of condensed air are flickering around him. He's about to break the sound barrier, and there's no way anything I say out loud will reach him. My words could only be heard behind him by this point, so I had no other option but to talk telepathically with him. He's trying to side-eye me, but he can't quite focus on me. Oh, his sight is already narrowing into tunnel vision. He has no idea where I am. The speed won't kill you, It's the acceleration that's troublesome, so pick up slowly. He puts all his concentration back into accelerating as carefully as possible. He adds more speed while his body temperature increases almost imperceptibly. Boom. That's it? Crap, that was close. I accelerated my perception of time to the point where the flow looked like it had stopped. This is an absurdly ostentatious and unnecessary power to use on a planet with such weak opponents, but I'm justified to do this right now. Because Hawks is blacking out. The muscles of his face relaxed at the same time that his eyeballs rolled. I panicked. Mach 1 reached. G-force is starting to cause internal damage. Oh, dude, what a scare. While time seems to stay still, I place myself above Hawks, pushing through the shockwave, and carefully managing my annulments and barriers so that my proximity won't affect Hawks' trajectory. It's a tricky thing, really. My annulment is perfect to render his shockwave harmless against both of us, meanwhile my barrier bounces it back to him. Following that thought, I should drop down my barrier, right? Well, it's not that simple. If I drop my barrier, I will be the one generating a shockwave that will throw Hawks away and immediately kill him just by changing his trajectory. I need both up. I seamlessly hand them over to Seal while concentrating on the next part. I cast recovery magic over his head and I focus on his circulatory system and brain. I don't plan to cure him entirely, since we reached this point, he might as well endure the damage as long as possible. My objective now is to keep Hawks barely alive and conscious. If blood is pushed back due to gravity, his brain will turn off in less than a second. That's exactly what's happening right now, so before that, I will forcibly keep him awake by continuously healing the critical parts. Now, I need to decelerate my perception and analyze Hawk's physical stability from nanosecond to millisecond and back again to the normal flow of time. And he's stable. You did it? You were too rough there. Accelerate gently, I'll keep you steady. It's a mighty shockwave he's leaving behind. The air buzzes around me, and it's beyond cool. But his temperature rises considerably once he's on the other side of the sound. For a mere second, it will be comfortably warm, but things will take a turn for the worse in no time. Hawks looks tired already. This is just the beginning of a new kind of hell. But he's been through so much with our sparring sessions. No way he's going to stop now. He pushes forward, yet his tiredness is surely making him sloppy. He soars too harshly, so I must focus more on keeping his circulatory system in good shape. It's a delicate process. Oh crap, the condensed air against his exposed skin is heating up alarmingly. The friction already covered him in sunburns, but he didn't seem to pay attention. Be it resilience or lack of awareness, I don't know. At this point, he could have thought he surpassed a seemingly impossible barrier, called it a job well done, and left it at that. But Hawks already understands that the end goal is further ahead, always far beyond where he is now, and if I'm here keeping up in good condition, then he's got a long way to go still. Hawks going faster than ever before, and he's reached a point where adding more acceleration doesn't seem particularly physically tricky. What is difficult is enduring the consequences. At any new burst of speed, he's risking his life while I forcefully keep him conscious enough to push through and to add to it. Hawk's seriously burning now. His skin is swollen and a furious red, and his hair and clothes are getting torn apart against the wind, cutting in like blades. This is all happening far too fast. It has only been a few seconds, but it feels like an eternity already. I guess the only thing I can do besides keeping him alive is to encourage him. Fight through the pain. I've got you, Hawks. He obeys. What a determined, fiery soul he is. I'm pushing more healing magic into his bloodstream to keep him on the verge of consciousness while he bursts forward even faster. Somehow, he's persevering, he's pressing his eyes shut tight, and I can only imagine how much that must be hurting. I can't feel pain, but I remember it. it's a horrifying look when his skin seems to liquefy, getting covered with nasty-looking blisters, swelling, and turning in color. Oh, man. Suppose he didn't have me here to heal him. As if knew afterward, his handsome, magazine-worthy face would have been ruined forever. No way. Seal. Is that? Our theory about resist skills being simply a different state of the soul, similar to intrinsic skills, and not necessarily relying on MHA calls, is proving true. Yes. I can see it deep in his soul, something twitching slightly, like wondering if it should protect the body. Oh, please do. Come on Hawks, you can do it. To think we would test this theory on Earth, who would have imagined? The interesting thing about resist skills is that we barely recognize them as actual skills and usually simply call them resistances. Since their formation has always seemed rather peculiar and not necessarily reliant on MHA calls, we had a hard time studying it. I've lived in a place packed with MHA calls for too long. It's hard to ascertain if it has or not a direct effect on the phenomena we face, but in this environment devoid of MHA calls, we should be able to discover the truth. On this planet, it should be rare to find someone with cold, heat, or any other kind of resistance, but possible by our calculations. The problem with resist skills is that you must survive a situation that should have killed you. In this physical world, anyone who has reached that point and acquired a resistance must have their bodies torn to pieces, their skin consumed, and on the verge of death. With Earth's almost non-existent recovery methods, anyone with that kind of advantage would be out of the battlefield forever. At the point where his face is beginning to look like a boiling pot, and you can't tell what is nose or lip, his soul reshapes itself for the first time in his life. A fascinating blend and twist of light shining bright, a wave of information particles dance under his ego and seep into a layer of his nucleus, using his already swollen soul to use the excess energy to turn into a new skill without the aid of MHA calls. As expected. Abnormal soul energy in neo-human species is confirmed to be a substitute to magicule energy to support soul growth in non-magic planetary systems. As expected. I had no idea that was supposed to be it. You are almost there. The exciting part about quirk skills is that they are multifaceted, just like unique skills, which can be composed of multiple sub-skills. In Hawk's case, one of Fierce Wing's quirk skill sub-skill is a slight cold resistance and a small abnormal condition resistance focused on low oxygen to overcome the issues with high altitude, although the scope is minimal. But now, his soul is dividing itself to create heat resistance and by experience, in addition to the one he already has. Confirmed, cold resistance and heat resistance are fusing to create thermal fluctuation resistance. Yes. Master. Crap. No. His muscles began to spasm, and suddenly he had a seizure in midair, but why damn? How could I forget? I was so focused on his exposed skin melting that I completely forgot that the safe skin had turned blue under his visor at some point. It doesn't serve him any good for me to keep his blood pumping if he has stopped breathing while I worried about the burns. There's no oxygen to feed his brain. Seal. 4 more seconds. No way. He can't keep flying like this. Guess I'll have to help him out. My arms support him just in time before his wings start twitching uncontrollably too. This is horrifying. If I had taken half a second longer to hold him steady, his wings would have redirected the trajectory and killed him instantly. Isn't this a bit too risky? Not only that, but despite my best effort to keep him awake, his brain made it to the emergency exit and left me to guide him for the remaining few precious seconds. Thermal fluctuation resistance successfully acquired. That's it? To the island. I immediately teleported us back. I don't want to risk anything else going on with him, he has archived enough already. He's dead weight right now. The best I can do for him is to carefully drop our speed for our descent back to land and cast healing magic non-stop over his body. I knew he would come out of this looking as if nothing ever happened, but I still felt a massive wave of relief when he recovered his skin. Some parts were pure flesh by the end of it, and really, that looked absurdly painful. I'm proud he overcame that and pushed through to the very end. That was insane. I don't want to presume I know what he was thinking, but if this level of compromise means anything, I think he felt he needed to back up his speech, and like that old man says, Hawks went beyond. Plus ultra and all of that. It didn't take long after I set him on the rock floor, good as new, when his eyes fluttered open. Congrats. You did fantastic. He deserves the compliment. Hawks might be the first neo-human to gain a resist skill, take the chance to evolve it, because why not? And come out of it unharmed. I felt, he rasps. Ah, yeah, dehydration must be quite a thing for him right now. It was weird. I could swear I heard a voice and I've never felt so connected with myself. Oh, right. Feeling your soul makes you pretty self-conscious, haha. Soul. Hold on to that feeling, alright? Now, sit up and drink this. Hawk soon looked more like himself, but it took me a while to fully feel like myself again. I've never trained someone in such a way where the stakes were so high before. I don't know. I still feel kinda jumpy. That was something, alright. You good? Look who's asking. Of course, I am. You. Yeah. Yeah, I am. And that's it for now. Let me know if you liked this in the comments and I will keep a lookout for new chapters to come.